her side, she's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. The chat explodes with every single ding. Lainey's got her caffeine, she can handle anything. Maggie reads the messages, keeping things in line. Lainey laughs it off, says, folks, you're doing fine. Oh, Lainey's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side, she's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Town, every morning's a game. Lainey plays the host while Maggie calls the names. From the backwards of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Lainey's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side, she's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Maggie as a guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Lainey plays a host while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of a room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Lainey's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Maggie as her guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Lainey plays the host while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Lainey wakes up, brushes off the sleep, fumbling for her bagel, this routine to keep. Cigarette smolders by her coffee pot. Mornings ain't easy, but it's all she's got. She's got a wild chat, hosted by Maggie. Crazy comments flying and lines go zigzaggy. Lainey takes a breath, bites her breakfast round. Gonna need her fuel when the crazies come round. Oh, Lainey's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side, she's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. The chat explodes with every single ding. Lainey's got her caffeine, she can handle anything. Maggie reads the messages, keeping things in line. Lainey laughs it off, says, folks, you're doing fine. Oh, Lainey's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side, she's ready for the madness, with Maggie as a guide. Town, every morning's a game. Lainey plays the host while Maggie calls the names. From the backwards of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Lainey's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side, she's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. this virtual town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host, while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of a room to the front lines of a screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Let me pull my mic down. Sometimes you guys can hear me when my mic is up, and sometimes you can still hear me when my mic is down. Hello, everybody. I've been soaking horribly in hot
Hello,
water for
Lee.
a few hours. Maggie, what are you doing, girl?
Oh, Gail, I'm in the car, right, and I couldn't get it to come through the speakers. So I've thrown my phone everywhere. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Big John.
I'm gonna try and stay here for as long as I can, but I'll probably have to drop down at some point. But then, as soon as I get home, I'll attach myself again.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to go
Okay.
ahead and say hello to chat. Take this off. We'll go ahead
Okay.
and watch
Can
a
I
little
ask
bit.
you how long are you there for?
Okay, so I have to leave here at 1:30.
And what time
My
is it for you now?
Right now it is 9:08.
Oh, I'll be way back. Okay, I shouldn't be more than an hour.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, I'll turn the mic off. Hello, everyone, and goodbye. I'll see you all soon.
Okay.
Bye, Gail.
Bye. Love you, Maggie. See you in a little bit. I'm trying to. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Let me put this on. Hopefully, no more drama for today. I just don't feel like it. Not that you guys do. You guys, our source today is the AP Live Associated Press. You guys, we are in day 23. We've been here for 23 days. And we're on we're on verdict watch, you guys. Verdict watch today. Hold on just a minute. I gotta read this part. Watching now started streaming 99 minutes ago. Live from a court in Plymouth as the jury deliberates for the second day of in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy. After 21 days of testimony, the Massachusetts, am I showing you? Because I am seeing movement. You guys, we don't have it. Oh, they're inviting the jury. Okay. Oh, I got too excited there. Sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, are we ready to bring the jury in? Yes. Okay, yeah.
Poor Red looks so tired. All rise.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. Court's now in session. Be seated, please. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 Alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I'm going to do is just ask you those questions and send you right back out. So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way. Joseph, that's it at the court.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
Whew, y'all, I'm telling you, when I started seeing that thing start moving, you guys, I haven't had my coffee yet. I just thought, oh my God, I'd forgotten all about they have to go into court and do all that, answer the questions, and then be released. So I got excited, got a little bit excited. Good morning, Miss Barbara. Ma Barbara's in the house, you guys. All rise for Ma Barb, matriarch of this channel. We love her. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you to the mods so much for being here. Listen, don't start no shit today. There won't be no shit today. We're just hanging out. I've got the AP playing on here for you guys. I've got my big screen TV on. I have got my phone hooked up and my laptop hooked up to different stream news stations and court TV and things like that. So we will know when the verdict comes on. Some of y'all heard, why was I calling her Ashley? Her name's not Ashley, y'all. It's Maggie. Maggie had a errand she had to run first thing this morning, so that's where she's at. She will be back here in about an hour. And then I have an appointment today after. Well, I'll be leaving sometime during lunch. I don't think they take a proper lunch anymore. I think it's just, so I'll be leaving here about 1:30, somewhere in there, and gone for about an hour as well. I think the court is going to go to 4:30 again today, you guys. This is Friday. It has not been announced whether the jury is expected to work through the weekend or if the judge is going to have them take the weekend off and come back on Monday for deliberations. And that is if she they don't come to a verdict today. So we will find that out later. I haven't found out anything yet. When I went to bed early this morning, I looked again and nothing had come out as to if they were working over the weekend or not. So we'll find out that soon. Other than that, you guys, I mean, it's so divided. It's so divided. It just, oh, wow. I can honestly say I haven't seen this much division in a lot of cases that have went to court. And I think it's because, you got the people who are standing up for mental health, right? And then you've got the people who are standing up for women. And then you've got the people who are standing up for the men who, I feel like everybody's got a personal, can you do a poll on the vertical? I cannot. I can put a poll up on the other one, not the YouTube one. StreamYard one. I need to get some coffee so my brain will get going. But anyways, I'll put one up here pretty soon, you guys. It's good to see everybody here. But I think that because if you've lived to some sort of adulthood, you have faced something like this, right? Whether a family member's faced it, yourself has faced it, you know, your mother, your spouse, your child. Not talking about psychosis. I'm just talking about any kind of mental health. I'm talking about any kind of mothering a child. I'm talking about being a man who feels very um I'm not a man, so I don't know how they feel, but I know that a lot of them think that the only reason people are defending her is because she is a woman, and we can relate to that. So um there's so many emotions, and I think because um just about everybody who's watching this case can relate one way or the other. That's why it's so hot. It's such a heated debate. So, be kind to those. Dylan, bring back the firing squad. Good to see you here, Dylan. Good to see you. You guys, listen. I don't care if you have an opinion. You're welcome to any opinion you want. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with chat, but you have got to show some respect here. There are 100,053,000 gabillion jillion YouTube channels you're welcome to go to and argue. Somebody in there, in fact, the whole chat will just argue till the cows come home with you. We're not going to do it. We don't do it here. We're gonna have an adult conversation. We're gonna try to understand each other, and if we can't understand each other, then we just move on. We just move on. Now, I cannot promise that the mods will be here all day. You guys, just like you, we have things we've got to get done. We have families. We have things going on as well. So we will be up, down, in and out. But uh, don't don't let a mod walk up in here, you guys, and see some disrespect going on and some hatefulness, because all it takes is one click. There's only one of us who knows the truth 100%, and that is God above. Daniel, I believe that 100%. 100%, and thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here, and I do appreciate you. We are watching the Lindsay Clancy um I just subscribed, double tapped a lot. Oh, thank you so much, Kristen. I appreciate you, honey. We're watching jury verdict in the Lindsay Clancy trial. You guys, we've been here every day. Well, Maggie has been here every day with a lot of the mods and a lot of the chat. I've had a lot of appointments I've had to go to, and so I've missed quite a bit, but I've been able to catch up, thank God for YouTube. This has been a long trial, and I think everybody has just come to a place where we're ready to see some kind of closure in it. Melly Jo says she's finger happy. Dylan says, I love people who quote Jesus. I love it. And I'm not saying that mean, because there's a lot of times I pray openly on my channel, but let me give you a good example. Hold on. Jesus said, those who hurt children, it's better for them to have it's a millstone around their neck and cast into the ocean. That's right. He did say that. He said, yeah, suffer the little children to come unto me, And if you offend any of these, let me just give it to you in layman's terms. He said, if you offend any of these kids, if you harm, if you hurt any of these kids, it's better for a millstone to be thrown around your neck and you just drowned in the sea by it, than anything God's going to do for that. But if we're going to quote the Bible, we'll go ahead and quote it all and say, Jesus also walked in the center of a murder trial that was fixing to happen over a woman who was fixing to be stoned to death because she was found to be an adulteress. And he picked up a rock and he said, "He who is without sin, throw the first stone." So that's all I'm going to say. So when you come in here and you are very passionate about preaching and very passionate about the Word of God, and I am too, and you're very passionate about this trial, so much so that it brings out the ugly in you. No, she did. Are you talking about when Jesus walked into the center? So anyways, let me finish my thought. You answer that question, Dylan. Are you talking about the woman who is to be stoned? Anyways, if you come in here to judge people because you can't get them to agree with you and you're just judging them for their own belief, you're no different than the men that were holding the stones. Sorry. And God also said that he's a judge. We're not supposed to. And when I said Jesus stepped into a murder trial, that's exactly what I meant. A trial, not the people that were surrounding her to throw stones at her had decided her guilt and they were going to kill her. So he stepped into the murder trial. So before they were able to murder her, which would have turned into a murder because they had already tried and convicted her, Jesus said, "All right, here you go. Anybody take the stone. If you haven't never committed a sin, here you go. Here's a stone. Go ahead, throw it first." But righteously judging, Dylan, is all. Listen, I'm not gonna. I could get into this so much with you. I'd like to talk to you on the side. Keep your religious bias out of the courtroom. Well, good thing we're not in a courtroom because this is my channel. It says according to Lean, you read it there, and I'll talk about anything I want to on this channel. If you don't like it, there's a door. You're welcome to walk out of it. You don't pay the bills here. I pay the bills here. It's got my name on the door. If you don't like what I have to say, I'll talk about religion. I'll talk about anything I want to on here, and I do. If it offends you, please leave. Don't tell me what to do. My daddy don't tell me what to do. I divorced that. Dylan, I really would like to talk to you on the side. And not to be ugly at all. But righteousness is very subjective, not in the eyes of God, but in the eyes of human. All right. So I need, as some of you guys can hear, I need a breathing treatment. Hear all that? And I hate wheezing into the freaking microphone, you guys. It sounds gross to me anyways, but sounds really gross if you have to listen to it. So let me go take a breathing treatment. We are plowing fields here. You guys were getting the corn down, and every time the corn starts to come down and stuff like that, if you have any kind of breathing problems, if you know, you know. So I'm going to play a song, and we're going to leave this up. I'm watching the big screen as I'm walking around my house, you guys. If I see any movement, you know I'm right here, like that quick. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Listen, opinions are welcome here. You're welcome. You're welcome here. Just be respectful of everybody around you. Read the room. We don't sit around and argue and chat. Best thing for you to do is not to jump in and throw a comment in. Any channel I go to, I probably would sit around and just watch chat and read the room first. That's what I would do. And say hi. Hi, Emma. Just like that. Read the room. Realize nobody here is really trying to argue. We're trying to have adult conversations, which sometimes are hard. Big John, thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. adult conversations sometimes are really, really hard, and I know that. But just respect the person next to you, to have their own opinion too, and you may not be able to come to an understanding together, and if you can't, you have the power to block someone yourself. So, what I would do is click on their name and block them so you don't have to listen to them, or see their words anymore if you're offended. I'm conflicted too, Emma. So conflicted. Welcome, everybody. It's so nice to see some really, really, really beautiful names here that have supported us for a long time. It's good to see names that I haven't seen in a while, and the ones that I have seen um, day in and day out. Thank you so much for your support. It is completely appreciated here. All right, I need to go take a breathing treatment. I will return, and y'all be sweet. Be sweet.
According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams on a chorus. No lie, sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights, Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coin to Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. The best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show.
Leanie wakes up, brushes off the slate, fumbling for her bagel, this routine to keep. Cigarette smolders by her coffee pot. Mornings ain't easy, but it's all she's got. She's got a wild chat, hosted by Maggie. Crazy comments flying, lines go zigzaggy. Leanie takes a breath, bites her breakfast round. Gonna need her fuel when the crazies come round. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide.
chat explodes with every single ding. Leanie's got her caffeine, she can handle anything. Maggie reads the messages, keeping things in line. Leanie laughs it off, says, folks, you're doing fine. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Town every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host while Maggie calls her names. From the backwards of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Maggie as a guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of a room to the front lines of a screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Maggie as her guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Leanie wakes up, brushes off the sleep, fumbling for her bagel, this routine to keep. Cigarette smolders by her coffee pot. Mornings ain't easy, but it's all she's got. She's got a wild chat, hosted by Maggie. Crazy comments flying, lines go zigzaggy. Leanie takes a breath, bites her breakfast round. Gonna need her fuel when the crazies come round. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. The chat explodes with every single ding. Leanie's got her caffeine, she can handle anything. Maggie reads the messages, keeping things in line. Leanie laughs it off, says, folks, you're doing fine. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Town every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host while Maggie calls her names. From the backwoods of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Bagel in her hand, coffee by her side. She's ready for the madness, with Maggie as her guide. Maggie as a guide. In this virtual town, every morning's a game. Leanie plays a host, while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of a room to the front lines of a screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene. Oh, Leanie's on the screen, trying not to scream. Maggie's holding down this wild, wild dream. Maggie as her guide, in this virtual town, every morning's a game. Lady plays a host, while Maggie calls their names. From the backwoods of her room to the front lines of the screen, life is but a show in this crazy online scene.
I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me. I've made friends here from faraway countries. I've made friends here through God and leaning. When you feel so lonesome and blue, I can tell you what to do. Come to Leanie's and say hello. You're a wonderful person that we want to know. My heart is happier, my head is held high, filled with sweet laughter and sometimes a cry since I've been here. Shyness stiffens, my voice is set free, coming into a chat where you all notice me. When you feel lost and so alone, when your words can't find their way home, when transitions are upon your heart and you need a place to start, come to Leanie, according to Leanie, where you will never go unnoticed. Come to Leanie's, according to Leanie's, where everyone is true, true to their heart and still kind to you. No nonsense and drama, we're all about fun. The real true family, accept everyone. According to Leanie, no other place is the same. According to Leanie, remember her name. According to Leanie, no other place is the same. According to Leanie, remember her name. I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me. I've made friends here from faraway countries. I've made friends here through God and I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me. I've made friends here from faraway countries. I've made friends here through God and lead me. When you feel so lonesome and blue, I can tell you what to do. Come to Leanie's and say hello. You're a wonderful person that we want to know. My heart is happier, my head is held high, filled with sweet laughter and sometimes a cry since I've been here. Shyness stiffens, my voice is set free, coming into a chat where you all notice me. When you feel lost and so alone, when your words can't find their way home, when transitions are upon your heart and you need a place to start, come to Leanie, according to Leanie, where you will never go unnoticed. Come to Leanie's, according to Leanie's, where everyone is true, true to their heart and still kind to you. No nonsense and drama, we're all about fun. The real true family, accept everyone. According to Leanie, no other place is the same. According to Leanie, remember her name. According to Leanie, no other place is the same. According to Leanie, remember her name. I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me. I've made friends here from faraway countries. I've made friends here through God and Leanie. I've made friends here who understand that sometimes we just need a little hand. I've made friends here that check on me.
Okay, y'all, I'm back. I took a half a treatment. It'll get better here pretty quick, you guys. So I'm sorry if you guys can hear me wheezing in the back. No worries at all. We are mowing our fields down. Thank you guys so much for being here. I dropped the link twice. It's going to look a little bit different in your chat. Probably you might have to copy and paste the link to get up here. Dylan, I hope you will come up here and thank you so much, Kristen. We appreciate you, Love Bug. Dylan, I hope you will come up here. Look, I don't want to argue with anybody. First of all, I haven't had enough. I'm not caffeinated enough. I'm really just not. Second second of all, I just don't think it's worth arguing over. It's out of our hands. It's never been in our hands. There are 3 babies who are dead. There's only one that knows the real truth, and that is God. And there are 12 people sitting in a jury room right now, trying to figure out what is the best solution for this. Thank you so much, Kristen. That's so kind of you. I appreciate you. So there's really no need to argue about the case. Now, we can have a discussion about why we feel the way that we feel, and I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to learn. Absolutely. But I'm not going to watch anybody be disrespected in any way, and that includes you. Even if you're the one that's doing the disrespecting, then we're just going to time you out, and then eventually ask you to leave. Not so politely, you'll just have to leave. But I think we all want to understand each other. I think we want to. And I know that this is so heated. It's so heated because I don't think there's one person watching that has watched this trial or understands this case or has been paying attention to this case that has not been affected in some sort of way, and can't relate in some aspect to it. Whether you are a female who has suffered postpartum by having children, or you're a male or a female that has had any kind of um, um, mental health problems, or a family member has. All of us have been touched in some way or another. Kristen, thank you. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. That will go to help pay StreamYard. We appreciate you. I think that's why it's so heated. I think that's why it's so everybody is so passionate about it. And I do believe that passion can come out sometimes in a hateful way. I'm guilty of that myself sometimes too. I can get angry, you know what I mean? And sometimes I can't control my mouth. But I'm learning as I'm getting older. Not perfect either. I've been known to have a temper. And but I'm getting older. I'm trying to pick and choose my battles. I'm not always successful, to tell you the truth, and I don't expect you to be either, but um, I like having adult discussions. I like having respectful discussions. I like understanding people that I don't understand, at least a little bit. Listen, if we all agreed and we all thought the same exact way, this would be the most boring channel in the world, and I would not even sit here. No, because I don't just want to talk to like-minded people. I want to learn. I want to know why. How could you come to that? Do you not hear this side? Do you not hear me saying, yes, we all agree, almost all of us, not everybody. Let's be real about this. Not everybody believes that Lindsay Clancy killed her children, even though she admitted to it, and they have that right. They watched the trial too. They believe that she heard the voice either of her husband or she was set up by her husband. They had that right to believe that. Who are you or me or anybody to tell them they don't have the right to believe what they believe? They have the right to voice it, just like you do. Just like you do. Where the difference comes in is, how are you putting it out there? Are you putting it out there in a respectful way where you don't want to be offensive to other people, but you want to be heard too? You want people to know, like, I just don't agree with this at all. I don't agree with this woman being put on trial for something she didn't do. They have that right. They have that right. And for those that believe wholeheartedly, 100%, that Lindsay Clancy did murder her children, we have that right. We have the right to be heard. We have the right to state our opinion, without condemnation from anybody. Just respect the rights of other people. It's not that difficult. And if you cannot if you can't come into an understanding, or you just can't make sense of it with each other, you both are speaking different languages practically, then block each other. Don't even try anymore. Don't even try anymore. Because sometimes things are not going to be resolved. Do you guys think this is going to be resolved upon a verdict? No. No. There will be channels. Pardon me, let me cough. That means that my breathing is getting better. Hang on. I'm excited. Anyways, listen, nothing's going to be decided just because a verdict has come in. The only thing that's going to be decided is lawfully she will either be a killer of her children who absolutely meant to do it. It was premeditated, and she absolutely was not in a psychosis state when she did it. Or it's going to be she's guilty. It will always be guilty in my book because she admitted to it. So it will be guilty by reason of insanity. But do you think it's really going to be over for people like you and me? Are some of us still going to sit on the side and go, damn, I just think, oh man, we messed that one up. They messed it up so bad. They got the wrong thing going on. They're not looking at the right person. Or are you going to be sitting on the side going, damn, we got it right. Let's go live about it. So it's not a name that any of us are going to forget anytime soon. But I hope the names that you choose to remember in all this, no matter what you believe to be the truth, or whether you agree with the verdict that's coming down or you don't agree with it, there are only 3 names that really need to be remembered in this whole scenario. And that is Cora, 5 years old, forever 5 years old. Dawson, forever 3 years old. And little Callan, forever 8 months old. Those are the only names that really should be even spoken about after this case is been handed down. But I know, people wanna still talk about it, and do your thing. No judgment here. No judgment here. We will cover another case. We will move on, just like we've done so many times. Sometimes some of us heartbroken, some of us just going, "Yes, it was the right thing to do." And we will remember this case. We will use this case in many different scenarios with the upcoming trial, just like we have done for the many cases that we've already covered. We will remember this case, and it will also be set into case law, I believe, when it comes to, just like the Andrea Yates is set into case law. So people cite in trials the Andrea Yates case trial because there were some rulings in the court that were made because of that trial. Same thing will go on here. So I'm not saying you'll never hear this case out of my mouth again and Lindsay Clancy's name again when talking about mental health. Just like you hear many other criminals who have gone on to serve whatever they're supposed to serve, whether it be nothing or time served or the rest of their lives. But I'm asking you, please, no matter what, no matter what happens today or tomorrow or the next day, there's only 3 names that actually need to be remembered in all of this. Cora, Callan, and Dawson, we love you. We're here to see this through. I know we never met you a day in our life. Listen, I don't have to meet you to love you. I've only met one person on this channel. One person. And that was just 2 weeks ago, y'all. Just 2 weeks ago. And we only live 4 hours apart. We could have met a lot sooner. So you don't have to love people. You don't have to meet people in order to love them. You know what I mean? Like, you can literally, like, form relationships. And I feel like through this, we have formed relationships with Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I hope we have. I have. not just with Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy or any of the doctors. I hope you formed a relationship with those babies that for whatever reason their lives were taken, whether it was mental health or whether it was malice. Only God knows that for real. And hopefully, whatever the judgment is today is a judgment that you think is coming out of the jury, but God's using their voices. And I believe that could happen. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm saying it could happen. I don't know. We won't know until all this worldly stuff is gone. Will we know what really happened? So, anyways, I didn't mean to get all deep. It looks like Dylan does not want to come up or couldn't take the link or something like that. Listen, I can drop link in chat if anybody wants to come up, has something to say, as long as you're respectful, because I will drop you quicker than any of the mods will ever block you. That's pretty damn quick. So if you can come up here, have an adult conversation with me about your beliefs about this, maybe what turned your head. Maybe you thought one way halfway through the case, and then halfway through the case, you were just like, well, wait, what? Because you might have heard somebody else speak, and you were like, I never considered that. Let me consider that. And it was the piece of puzzle that was missing for you. Let me know. I'd like to know. I'm sure everybody in chat would like to know. Dawn says, I love you, Leaning. I love you too. It's easy for me to love. It is. I'm like my mama that way. Let me take a drink real quick. I really think people that have left home early in their lives or spent more time away from home than they did ever at home, especially people like military members and things like that. I think it's easier for those people to love because most of your life you're not with your family anymore. So wherever you're stationed, that those people become your family. They really do. And so it's easy to love people and accept differences and I don't know, have a more open mind, I guess, because for the next 3 to 4 years, those are your family members. Y'all better learn to love each other and get along because you're stuck together for the next 3 to 4 years. And then sometimes you move on to the next duty station, and I'm only speaking for the military family because I was. And some of those people did you guys see it? You guys, I'm gonna freak out. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna freak out because every time that thing moves, you guys are gonna hear me freak out because that could mean that we have a verdict. So the minute I hear him start to speak, I will shut the hell up. But we did see movement. I'm gonna have a freak out, you guys, and I can't help that. That's who I am. I freak out over stuff and I over exaggerate. And I'll tell you when I'm over exaggerating. Like right now, I'm over exaggerating because I'm excited. We just saw all that just happened is that we saw movement on the camera, which means that people are coming into the courtroom, and that always gets me, like, overly like, I get a rush. I can't help it, you guys. I'm ridiculous. I know I'm ridiculous. I know that. I live it every day. Every day. Up and down, in and out, unstable as water. That's who I am. Personally, I don't think military people love more, especially considering what they do to others while deployed. No, I'm not talking about just a service member. I'm talking about I was never a service member, but I was a family member I was born, raised, married into Army. And I'm not saying they love any more or than the next person who's never left town. I'm just saying that possibly that's why I am the way that I am because we moved around all the time. And so we weren't with our family all the time. So every 3 to 4 years, you made new family. And so that's what I didn't, if I offended anybody by saying that, I absolutely didn't mean to, but that's not what I'm talking about. Second movement. Hi, Misty. Welcome in. I didn't mean to cough. I just realized I coughed too. I didn't mean to do that. I try to always blurt that out. I'm an Army mom, Kristen says. Thank you for your service. Appreciate that. Listen, I bleed red, white, and blue, except for during football season, you guys. College football, I bleed crimson and cream, and football, NFL. Oh, see, it just happens like, let me shut the hell up. Let me shut the hell up.
This court back in session. Please be seated.
Oh my God, oh my
For the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Holy cow, we're going to sidebar. Holy cow, what does that mean? What does that mean? So they are back in the courtroom, you guys. That either means that the jury has come up and said, look, we're at a deadlock. We cannot come to and I'm excited, you guys. I'm excited. I can't help it. That either means that the jury has come back and said, we're at a deadlock, judge. There's no way we can make a decision here. And the judge is going to say, look, can you try just a little bit harder? Can you try? Some judges will say that just go back one more time and try just a little bit harder. Or the judge is going to say, okay. Or the jury could come back in and say, yes, Your Honor, we have a verdict. And you guys, Maggie, I just can't stand it. I don't want to be the one sitting here. I would rather be in the dental chair when this is happening and Maggie be sitting here with you guys. Shout out to our Mags, who I know is listening, you guys, but she had to take care of this thing this morning. And I don't want to say what it is, but it is very important. But I'm just hoping that it's not the verdict if Maggie can't be here, because Maggie has been here day in and day out, and for the first time that she's had to miss for an appointment, here we are. So for Maggie, you guys, let's just hope that they go back in until Mags can get right up here with us. She deserves it. She deserves to see this through, and I know she wants to, and she will be heartbroken. Oh my goodness, you guys, I'm so nervous but excited at the same time. How do you guys feel? Are you guys sitting on pins and needles? Like my whole body is like shaking. But this is how I am in courts. Probably every trial we ever follow, I'm going to be like this. I can't help it. Like just jumpy. Is anybody else like that? Do you get that effect from things that, I don't know. You feel nervous without words? Yes, put it in chat. Let me see. Am I the only one that's like just a nutcase when it comes to Curtis says butterflies. Shauna's nervous. Alice says I should be asleep, but curious to see the outcome. Kristen says I feel gut punched. Sarah said it's going to be the way it's supposed to be. CP says she or he, I'm sorry, is jittery. Brittany is nervous. Dolores says, I feel like I'm going to be pissed. April says, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Melly is nervous. Kristen thinks it's unbelievable. The Wicked Witch, we're all here with each other and for each other. We had Blue Shield. We have Blue Shield Lunchy. That's what Tosh says. Lori Jackson says, yes, she very much so is nervous and jumpy and all this. Misty says, I will be sad whichever way it goes. That's right. Listen, it is a good day for the babies just to have it ended. But it's a sad situation. It's a sad, sad situation. No matter what, these babies' lives were taken, no matter what decision is made today. And I believe that it's going to come today. Lunchy says, I'm hanging out with Maggie at McDonald's, y'all. That's the only thing I would miss this verdict for. Sarah is very sad. Elizabeth said, how long has the jury been in the deliberation? Since yesterday, but we are back in the courtroom right now. Elizabeth, you guys hang out right here. Hopefully I'm hoping Maggie pops on and then the jury comes back with a decision right now. I said it was going to be before lunch. I'm not always right. I'm sometimes right, but what I do know for sure is I don't want the verdict to be called until Maggie is here. Kristen says it will be not guilty by reason of insanity. It's very clear. Kristen, I think that's I don't know. The minute I think I've got it is the minute that it leaves again. Hi, Mama Grace. Hi, Mama Grace. Listen, just for those that are popping in right now, we are in the courtroom right now. They are at sidebar. So something is going on. The jury has said something, or the judge needs to meet with the lawyers, and it's got to be put on it's got to be put in on the records or whatever. It's got to meet in the courtroom with them over something that's going on with the jury. That's the only thing that could be happening. But yes, Melly Joe, let's hope Maggie has us in her ear. Sarah, anything could happen. He could just be talking to the lawyers and it has to go on some kind of record, talking to them about something that the jury has asked or needs, or letting them know the verdict, which I don't think that really happens. Or I don't know why he's meeting with them or why we've got a sidebar, but we've been asking for that the whole trial. Like, why are we doing a sidebar now? Hi, Joyce. Maybe the jury is deadlocked. Maybe the jury has a verdict. We don't know. We've got to wait until the sidebar's over. It's so good that everybody's here. You guys, let's hear it for the mods. Shout out to the mods, you guys, who, you know what, just they tried their best. They really do. It's tough to mod something that's this heated, because you want to be fair, but at the same time, you want to make sure that no one feels disrespected. You know what I mean? You want to make sure everybody's heard, but at the same time, you want to make sure that they're being respectful in the way that they put it in the chat, so that you're not being offensive. It is a hard decision to make when you're a mod and you actually mod, where you time people out or you block them. When you're just a mod because you're a friend over in someone's chat and you don't do shit but hold a shield, I mean, that's how a lot of channels go. That's not what we do here. Shut the hell up. Oh, see, they're fucking with my feelings, you guys. I'm telling you, they're fucking with. Oh my God, I'm gonna have a nervous breakdown right now.
Anything else we have to address? No, Your Honor. All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Oh my God, you guys. They're just messing with me. So the only thing I can think that happened, let me see if I can bring up somebody. Hold on. Let me see what I can find out really quick, you guys, that can give us. I don't want to keep giving I don't want to give what do you call it? What might have and could have. Let's try to find somebody who knows what's going on here. Give me just a minute, guys. Let's run over to Court TV and see if they've got an analysis. I can't even say it's not analysis. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me get this up. Remember, I can rewind it. So let me stop this. We will put this one up. Share screen. All right, let me make sure you guys can see it. No. There. Share with audio. You guys watch your ears. Here we go. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit just so we can hear what happened.
Okay, it's breaking up. We understand it has something to do with medications, and Judge Sullivan has crafted a response from people.
Anything else we have to address?
Telling us, let's go back.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, they shut us out. They didn't tell us what the question was. However, according to our team in the courtroom, they pulled out an evidence bag with some medication in it. Judge Sullivan then was seen crafting an answer, and both parties seemed to be in agreement in the estimation of our reporter in the courtroom. The Commonwealth seemed maybe a little bit happier, a little bit more of a pep in their step as they walked away from that sidebar. Some more questions than answers from the first question. All we know is they've had a question just shy of 4.5 hours. Boy, quick reaction here. Allie, Randolph, and Susan, I guess not much to react to. Allie.
Do we know why they do not have the exhibits back in the deliberation room? That's a question I have. I don't know if anybody can answer that, why they're not sending everything back, because if not, this may keep happening. If they have to come out every time they want to see something and send a note out, that may be a little bit inefficient. I've never seen that done before. Usually everything goes back with them. Curious about that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the volume of evidence here is fairly large. But Randolph, yeah.
All right, guys, as you saw yesterday, I did some digging into it. I don't know who it was, but it was Forecourt TV. There were plenty of channels that actually got a warning from YouTube that we were streaming court TV, and I think it's because maybe their views were down, because usually court TV lets you stream live. Never had a problem with it before, never had anything come away from court TV, from YouTube, anything like that. So I don't know what went on there. Maybe there was just way too many of us streaming it, because let's just face it, there wasn't a whole bunch of people that were covering the whole trial. YouTubers will usually, if they're not really invested in that case, they will just come in like at closing arguments and then start streaming from there. So I think because there was probably a rush to get into closing arguments and start watching for jury watch, that possibly maybe court TV's views were down. And listen, this is how they make their money. So I'm not mad at all. I'm not mad at all. I don't monetize. I am monetized, but I do not. I can choose what to make money on, what YouTube will pay me, and if I want to add ads and things like that to get paid more money. We don't do that here. Not when it comes to crimes that are open cases like this. We just don't do it. I don't believe in making money off of people's tragedies. Now, if it's a closed case, and then also if it's something that happened years ago or whatever, sometimes we do it, but we always forget to monetize, because you have to actually click it to get paid for anything. And so, and I forget that it's always turned off. But even if I remembered, for me, I wouldn't do that. For Maggie wouldn't do that. So every bit of money that's ever been paid to this channel, we've never taken any money out of it. It goes straight to paying StreamYard, so we can keep bringing you guys stuff like this, and crazy stuff and silly stuff, and sometimes the wild stuff. You'll have to come to Leanie After Dark for that. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on here. So all the money goes to that. There have been times that this channel has brought in a lot of money, a lot, for whatever reason. Pardon me. Never did we take anything out of there. In fact, we donated the money because I just didn't feel right with having that money. The money was donated to people who I'm watching as well, you guys. The money was donated, like when we covered the floods from the hurricane that came all the way through the United States and flooded out North Carolina and South Carolina and Kentucky. I can't remember all the states right now, you guys. But anyways, we covered that, and there was a guy who was a YouTuber, and he was boots on ground, going in there with no cell phones and stuff like that to talk to these people. And I got in touch with him, and I donated a lot of money that was given to the channel for those. And then, of course, there's been YouTubers who I didn't have time to ask them if I could use their material. It's their work. I didn't do it, but because I saw it and I was like, you guys, this is really important. They did some great work on this. I'm going to show it. I always went, as soon as I showed it, I went into that YouTuber's channel and I would thank them for it and tell them that I did use it. And then we tipped the channel because it's the right thing to do. It's not my work that I'm showing. It's their work. Maggie is driving. Do not drive fast, Maggie. You slow it down. We are back in the jury deliberating room. Okay. Nothing is going on. Everything's fine. You just heard that lady say on Court TV's panel that all of the exhibits, meaning the evidence and the photos and all that, is not back there. It's over, a lot of it's over there by Red, and she wanted to know, hey, why isn't all that back in the jury room? Because she has never seen that before. Usually, when you send the jury off to deliberate, you just send all the evidence back with them, so they have it all at their fingertips. They can do what they want to do. But for some reason, not all of it's back there, maybe some. And she said it, and I was glad we did hear that part of it, where she said that this could be happening all day or throughout deliberations where the jury sends out a note. So I'm going to talk to myself. I'm going to have a discussion with myself, not to get all like, like that whenever I see the camera move. But you guys, I promise, no matter how much talking I do to myself, it's still going to happen. It's still going to happen because I am a freaking hot mess. That's what's going on. I'm a hot mess. All right, let's listen to a little bit more of this. I have to stop it every now and then to give Court TV their due. So shout out to them. Thank you, Court TV. And please listen. Don't come after me, Court TV. I've been your biggest, like, I've been here for you. We've all been here. Like, we're cheering you on. I'm not even pissed. But give me a heads up before you call in YouTube police to me. Okay? Let's be nice now. One day you might need me. What?
You would think that they could bypass that. Your thoughts of the fact that we don't know anything, really, except that there was a question.
Yeah. Well, and I think to answer Allie's question is there's probably just so much to it. Maybe they have a small deliberation room. Ted, your notes from Rich, the photographer, saying there's something about the medication bag, if I remember correctly, that's something that Reddington brought out during closing. So, again, reading tea leaves, are they going back to Reddington's closing and saying, he made some good points there. Let's look at this medication bag. Maybe this is important to us making a decision here.
Okay. Yeah. And that was in the context of they didn't seize it, they didn't take it, they didn't test it, they didn't do anything with it. In fact, it was found after the house was released, after the initial investigation had released the house back to the family. So let's get a break. When we come back, we got something to talk about now. The jury had a question. We don't know what the question was, but they are hard at work. 4 hours, 30 minutes, almost. A live look outside the courthouse in Plymouth. They're back working inside. We're back right after this.
Discussed in front of us. They're at sidebar, so the white noise is playing. We can't hear exactly what they're saying, but here's what I saw. That the evidence bag, this is the one that I believe Kevin Reddington had in his closings. It's a large Ziploc baggie with a bunch of prescription pills in it, okay? So that is brought up. It's the judge and both sides there discussing. We've got the bags right there. The judge eventually writes something down on a piece of paper. Both sides read it, obviously. They nod their heads in agreement eventually. The prosecutors looks pretty happy after whatever was decided and all of that. And it's unclear whether this bag was taken back to the jury room, but I could infer that their question had something to do with this piece of evidence, the prescription pills.
Interesting. And the Reddington, any reaction? He's kind of
he's
every sidebar. Yeah, he walks out of every sidebar with that look to us.
Yeah, he is. I don't think he's phased. I think he's His feathers have not been ruffled. He's like, okay, accepting whatever the question is. But the prosecutors did look happy.
Interesting. And family, did they get in? Were they in there for the question?
Family was in there for it. And when the sidebar is over, when court is back in recess, everybody needs to leave the courtroom immediately. All the reporters are asked to leave. So we kind of shuffle out. That's why I wasn't able to see, did this go back to the jury room? But I did overhear the bailiff speaking with the Clancy family saying, or excuse me, Lindsay's parents saying, you guys can stick around, hang out for a minute. So they did hang back in the courtroom after all the media was asked to leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sierra. We'll see where this leads. Of course, this was the first of anything since this deliberation began. You did mention, we should go back and remind everybody that when Judge Sullivan took the bench this morning, just after 9 o'clock Eastern time, the jury was brought in, and you did notice some things.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This morning, the jurors came back in. They looked very well rested. I mean, I'm sure that they were discussing things yesterday. It was about 3 hours of deliberations that they had, and I don't know if they talked in the courtroom and said, hey, let's all go to bed early or what, but they came back and they looked very well rested. I also will note that some of the people previously, I mean, most of them were dressed very nice, but very casual. You know, this is just another day. But today, people who I'd seen previously wearing just a t-shirt and jeans now are wearing a polo, now dressed up. People look very nice today. And I know that sometimes that could be an indication. Maybe they're getting closer to a verdict or a decision of some sort. And I mean, you know that they're deliberating, right, Ted? Because they're asking this question about the evidence.
Yeah. And it could, you know, it's Friday. It's a beautiful weekend predicted here weather-wise. They may be thinking, all right, 4:30, we're headed to the Cape. You know, who knows?
They're dressed for it, too. They're just very nautically New England. They look great. They really do. So maybe they want to wrap it up and then head off to the Cape.
Did you notice the foreperson at all? She's my favorite juror, of course, now that we know that she's foreperson. She's the older woman, late 60s, who definitely was engaged through from start to finish in this trial. Anything stand out from her? Was she leading the crew in? Or?
It is interesting that she's the foreperson because she has been taking diligent notes. She's been paying attention throughout all of this. Dressed very nicely today, very put together, not leading the charge to have everybody come in today. She's not like, you know, waving the flag, taking everybody in. But I think you can tell she's the foreperson. She's the one who's going to give us eventually whatever the result is. And I guess she is leading them in a way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The foreperson leads the discussion. And obviously, every jury is different. Every deliberation room is different. But from your vantage point, it doesn't look like there's any issues. People seem, as you put it, well rested and a team. Because a lot of times you'll see factions. One group comes in, the other ones will trail, and you see them interact, and it's little bunches.
It is kind of funny to see because they all walk in line. You know, they haven't until deliberations been able to discuss this case, but you can tell that they're friendly with each other. You know, I'm sure that they've passed each other or had lunch. Maybe they're talking about their kids, things they're allowed to talk about pre-deliberation. And you can see some of them kind of nudging each other or smiling or whatever. They have their little inside jokes. So I do think after 5 weeks, they've at least made kind of friends more than acquaintances at this point. They've gone through a lot together, more than we have. I mean, they've seen the autopsy photos we haven't been privy to, the 911 call. I mean, so they are kind of, I don't want to say trauma bonded, but they went through something big together, and now they finally get to talk about it.
And talking to other jurors that have served in long cases, you can't talk about the case, but you talk about your families, your friends, your shared experiences. These are people that likely, some of them will stay in contact possibly for life. It is a bonding experience, to your point. The crowd, or lack of, outside the courthouse here, this is a different case. It isn't Karen Read by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, not at all. I mean, this is a case that has captivated the world. People are watching from all over, and they're doing it at home. But as far as coming in person, not so much. I mean, we did see more people here for closing arguments yesterday, and that makes sense, right? Today, we don't know if there could be a verdict or it could just be another day of deliberation. So we haven't seen that many spectators in the courtroom. But to your point, Ted, there really hasn't been that many people out here. I mean, last Thursday, I believe it was, when everybody wore the pink in support of Lindsay Clancy, I've seen a few stragglers here and there, maybe 5 people a day who are like, pro-Lindsay or anti-Lindsay, but really not as many as you would think. I think it's just the tone of the case. It's a lot more somber. It's not, it's people are compelled to watch it and they're interested, but it isn't fun,
No, it is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
No matter where you stand, those 3 children lost their lives, and the mother has garnered a lot of sympathy, empathy for different reasons.
Yeah.
And so, yes, you're right. It's just different. And that Thursday was a scheduled event. Here
Right.
we're going to rally and be here and blah blah. It is different, and we haven't really seen. The other part of the equation is the courtroom's huge. They can fill a lot of seats. So in other trials with small courtrooms, people were forced to mill around because there's nowhere to go. Here they have an overflow room and a huge courtroom. So anyway, just part of the scene here in Plymouth County. Sierra's going to be going in and out of the courtroom for us.
I'll be running back and forth all day. Any news, you're the first to know.
All right. Sierra Gillespie, host of Scandal, the podcast. Sierra, thank you. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll continue.
All right, guys, shout out to Court TV for letting us jump in there and take a listen to what they were saying. On screen, it doesn't look like the courtroom is that big, but they did say that they have an overflow room. That's kind of interesting. That's where Pretty Eyes, Brian Enton probably is. That's probably why he's not being seen. He's hiding out. Because as you guys know, I firmly believe that Brian Enton and Nancy Grace, they all know me. Court TV knows me, you guys. I'm a champion for them. And nobody plays their business like I play their business. You hear me? I am in Court TV's business like you never seen anybody in anybody's business. Like I am in that business, right? So anyhow, a lot of people, and they're saying that the back side room is filled up with people too. Interesting. I'm sitting here trying to put all my medicines together while I'm talking to you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. We are at 4 hours and 42 minutes when I stopped. That is where we were at. So we're coming up right on the 5 hour mark that deliberation has been going on. So I guess they do stop the clock. That was one of the questions yesterday. Would they stop the clock after the judge releases the jury to go home for the evening? That proves yes, they do. But now they've been deliberating for 5 hours, we'll say, and they've already asked the judge one time for a question to be answered, and it was one of those false, it was one of those false things that I'm glad happened, because Matt now would be upset probably if Maggie was already here, and that happened. But now that I've been warned, it could happen all day. I've tried to have a discussion with myself not to get so worked up, but y'all, I'm a worked up type of person. I stay worked up. And it is sponsored by Nancy Grace. Girl, you know. So Maggie is on her way, and prayerfully, she is driving very, very slow and following the laws of the land and not getting a ticket or getting into any kind of trouble. Get home safe, Mags. We know you're listening. And listen, I have already sent word through Brian Enton to let the jury know. The Madam Floor person who we just heard was about in her early 60s, y'all. They said, and she is a female. We do know that out of the 12, there were 8 female and 4 males on the jury until they did the poll where they had because there are 18 that were called altogether that sat and listened to testimony. After that, they took out 6 names. They would be the people who are the alternate jury members. And in case one had an emergency or there was some misconduct done or anything like that, then one of the alternate jurors could take over right away. They are in the deliberating room or in a room where they're able to watch what's going on, because of course you don't want an alternate jury to walk in and be like, well, what's been going on in here, y'all? What's been said so far? You know what I mean? You want them to know what's been going on. You want them to be able to go in there and make a decision as well. Lori asked me if I'm able to play an Instagram video here, depending on how long it is. Like when you're playing a video outside of like the news or court TV or people who just they don't they're just not going to strike us, then then I usually let it play through. I'm stopping court TV because of what happened yesterday, not once but twice. Leanie doesn't seem to have an accent, I guess because she moves so much right, but that's true. I've worked very, very hard on my accent because I come from a very, very Southern family, and being in the military, it does teach you to talk a little bit different. But I'm telling you right now, when I get around my Southern family, it comes back with a vengeance. I'm telling you, one day it was so funny because our lunch lady here, who, by the way, has written all of the songs that you guys hear for our channel, we want to give her a shout out. That was before AI was writing songs for people and stuff like that. Lunch lady decided she got sick of hearing my StreamYard music, and by God, she wrote music. Now, she's been doing this since a child. She's a poet. She writes poetry. She writes lyrics. I'm not the only person she's ever written songs for, but for me, it's all that counts. So shout out to her. But Lunch Lady is got a really, really thick accent. She's from West Virginia, by God. And so one day I had talked to her for about 2 hours on the phone. And then my bio dad from Georgia called, and I talked to him for about 5 hours. You guys, by the time I was done, I had nothing but an accent. I couldn't talk any other way. It takes me a while to rid myself of the accent. Not that I'm ashamed of my accent. Not at all. I'm not ashamed of my accent. It's just that I live in Indiana, and sometimes people look at people with accents as they're not as educated. Well, the truth is I'm not as educated. I quit school in the 8th grade to get married. I'm not as educated, but that doesn't make me stupid. So, for that reason, and then it just seems like when I go home, everybody's like, "Where have you been? You sound so different." And then when I come back up to Indiana, they're like, "Where you been? You sound so different." It's just something listen, once an accent, always an accent. You just have to really pay attention. Curtis says, "You live in Indiana, Illinois, people only have an accent down south." Um, yeah, the one I had 2 sisters, one passed away. She still had a pretty thick accent, even though she lived in Indiana a long time. I think she just didn't try to lose herself of it. How old is the 8th grade? In my day, it was 14. So, but my other sister, my oldest sister, she doesn't have an accent at all. Not at all. She doesn't develop one when we get around my family. I say my family because that's my bio dad. We have different bio dads. So, but my mama, y'all, let me tell you something right now. Mama used to be the same way. I think she carried a slight accent the whole time, but whenever she got around the South, ooh, that thing was thick. It was pouring syrup off of it. Really. And so I mean, once you're Southern, you're Southern, and it just it comes right on back to you. Let me take this medicine real quick. Let's check back in with Court TV.
You to go over the evidence that the jury has.
Trying to get to it, y'all. A second. I had backed it up a little bit just so, we don't have to sit by All right, let's get back to these. Oh God, I just can't with her, but we're going to. Ah,
Mental health treatment. So it could cut both ways. It's hard to tell right now.
Allie?
Yeah, I agree. Difficult to know what they're thinking. There was also some discussion about whether she was being dishonest with her providers and that the pill bottles, according to Jennifer Sprague, could provide some insight as to that. Perhaps the jury may be wondering, was she, do we want to compare what we see in the medical records to what we see in those pill bottles to determine whether she was intentionally withholding information or making misrepresentations? Does that matter in their analysis? But I keep coming back to, if the issue really is, was she criminally responsible, there really has not been an argument that the lack of criminal responsibility comes from an over medication, but rather from an episode of psychosis. So I'm not sure exactly what to make of this question, and I know it's not fair that we don't have the actual question, but I agree with Randolph's analysis. It could go one way or the other, and honestly, the answer is we just don't know. But I wonder if it has to do with her disclosure to her providers and her truthfulness.
And Susan, that was a big part of the Commonwealth's case at the end, is that through their experts and then in their close, she wasn't honest. This woman who's supposedly super honest and is a great mom and great nurse, she wasn't honest about something that was very important and you could argue may have saved the life of her children. That was, she wasn't forthcoming about the ideations of harming her kids, except for to Patrick and her mother the one time, but not to the providers. And because she knows the system, the allegation is, if she'd have been honest, they'd have taken the kids. Well, if they'd have taken the kids would be alive. And the jury has to factor that in.
Yeah, kind of putting the blame on her, saying that this was up to her, that she was a labor and delivery nurse for 9 years, and so she should have known better. She wasn't upfront. But also, during the defense, Reddington's closing argument, him holding up that bag, his story was, look, she had a wonderful life. She did nothing wrong. And then because of this, which I thought was powerful, that big bag of pills that we saw, once she met Dr. Tufts, her life was not good anymore. So to me, it would seem like this was positive for the defense, but you never know. As Sierra said, that the prosecutor seemed happy about the question, but maybe Reddington is always a straight face and you never know how to read him. He always seems consistent. But I think it could be a big part either way of the defense. Was it her fault? Did she not take them? Or was she prescribed that medication and she trusted the medical field, which failed her? We've heard that time and time again.
Randolph, if she was the problem in terms of her lack of disclosures, if she made bad decisions during her downward journey, does it matter if at the end of the day she was in psychosis? The jury's got to decide yes or no, are you criminally responsible? And whose fault is it that she got to that point? If they think she got to that point, well, that's really why we're here, correct?
Yeah, and that's a fine line, I think, that Kevin Reddington was trying to walk in this trial. He wasn't trying to hammer the failure of the medical care system and the doctors that were treating him too much. He certainly mentions it. He alludes to it in his closing. But he doesn't want to shift too much of that blame on them, because at the end of the day, he wants to say this is a Lindsay Clancy issue. This is something she was dealing with, and that psychosis came on right at that moment when obviously Patrick had left the house. So, to answer your question, is it something that they're focusing on here? It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Allie, I hate to come back to this, but you are the only one that I know that has a little bit of insight in that you were going through an issue with postpartum depression after the birth of one of your children. The navigation of that journey has to be scary, and there are no clear answers, or correct me if I'm wrong. From your perspective, what she did or didn't do, is it her fault?
So it's not her fault, right? Like, let's start there. It's not her fault. And let's be clear, everybody does not experience any any illness or depression, especially mental illness, in the same way. And so the question is really not about was it her fault, but I think where the prosecution was trying to focus in was she claims to be compliant with her treatment. She claims to be seeking help. She recognized she had a problem, but then when people offered help, she did her own thing. She failed to follow directions. She wasn't taking her medication. And that's why they're trying to put the focus on she's using the cry for help as an excuse for premeditated murder. But at the end of the day, if she was experiencing postpartum depression that somehow turned into postpartum psychosis, and she was not in a place at the time that she took her children's lives to be able to appreciate that what she was doing was morally wrong, that it was against the law, then it doesn't actually matter how she got to that point. The question is, was she criminally responsible in that moment? That's the ultimate question.
Yeah, but jurors likely could get derailed by the thought of, hey, if I was her, I would have, because that's what jurors do. They put themselves, they're not supposed to, but they do it every time. They put themselves in the defendant's chair and say, well, here's why I would never do that. Oh, I would never associate. In this case, there was nothing except that. That is what they could be focusing on, Susan, to say, well, had I been going through that, I would have been honest and I would have told my providers what I was thinking.
Yeah, I've done the same thing, kind of putting myself in their shoes. I remember having my daughter. No one really asked any questions about that, how I was feeling. Fast forward 7 years with my son, and there was a form of kind of a happy face and a sad face, and you're supposed to circle that. But I think that women are connecting online and sharing their stories through this case and saying enough with the shame, because I think women, and it's great that Ali's speaking about it, don't talk about their stories. They feel shame, they feel blame, they feel like something's wrong with them. And that's what I believe that she has come, Lindsay, to represent the truth for many women. And that's why I believe you see women, or you did outside of that courthouse, in pink. And I see online people sharing their stories saying, this happened to me, I'm from this state. So in a way, it opens the conversation around the trial.
Absolutely. If nothing else, this trial has put it front and center, and
I think that's worth me stopping listening to this just a minute, because I knew this was going to come up. So hold on. DM says, welcome. DM says, they never even tested the pills. How do they know that those pills that she was prescribed were the pills that she was prescribed when they were focusing on she didn't take them at all? What if someone added pills to those bottles? Well, so my answer to that, DM, was, that's a great question. Would that be reasonable doubt? And according to Leanie, are you aware caps locks is on? Yes, ma'am. So that's how you can tell the difference between me and Maggie. When Maggie gets here, she is my co-host, so she shows up as typing as according to Leanie as well. I type in caps and Maggie types in lowercase. That's how you're able to tell us both apart. So anything that you can come up with, any, that has anything really to do with this case, and you don't have the answers for, in my book, that's reasonable doubt. Listen, it's very possible they did test the pills. We didn't hear everything in this case. Because, and I was thinking a lot about this when I was trying to sleep early this morning, about, why didn't we get to, why didn't even the jury hear more about the autopsies, and why this and why that? Why wasn't this shown and why wasn't that shown? Well, and then it came to me, well, the reason is because she's already said she murdered her children. So that's not what we're here for. We're just here to find out who takes custodial care of her now, right? Is she a victim in this? Is she a victim as well? Or is she the perpetrator? By reason, not of sanity. I almost said the wrong thing, but did she have malice on her mind? Did she have any kind of criminal intent? And was she pissed off at the world? Was she pissed off at her family? Was she pissed off at the kids? Was she pissed off at her husband? You know? But if you have any questions like that one right there, did they even test the pills? Or they didn't test the pills? Or they did? Or we don't know, because we really don't know. That's reasonable doubt. And that's all. That's what I meant by that question. Is it reasonable doubt? So everybody that I see that puts up a question, I'm always or saying, well, I'm not sure about this. Do you guys know about this? Or well, if it wasn't shown in court and you still have a question about it, is that reasonable doubt? Hello, HRP Fayetteville. To me, what are stable-minded, sane person do this to their children and then jump out a window? That in itself says there's something wrong with them mentally. I think you and Maggie, HRP, are on the same wavelength, because I think that's one of the last points that Maggie tried to make yesterday as we signed off, was that that very same thing, and I'm sure she'll come back with it. This mother, Chipotle says, is more evil than Casey Anthony. She could be. She could be. And with her experience in healthcare, going through nursing school, working in that nursing environment, she's been fine all these years. Abe says, wouldn't it matter what shows up in her blood? Well, it would have been really nice. And I can say this because I've been bitching about it for 3 weeks, because we've heard in court that sadly, not a lot of blood work was done, if any, until she actually went to the hospital after the kids were murdered. And if that's what you're talking about, wouldn't it show up in her blood what kind of pills she had in her system? It did. And it showed that she had 2 times the amount of the highest dose that could be taken for Seroquel. Now, Seroquel, this is just what we heard in court, and that's what I'm going off of. I'm not going off of what I hear even from court TV, analysis. I'm not doing that. Only what because that's what a jury has to do. Now, later when I'm sitting by myself, then I have questions, but they're never going to be answered. They say that they said in court that Seroquel, as it stays in your system, the longer it stays in your system, more it breaks down into different types of medicines that would have that same active medicine that Seroquel carries in it. So was it Seroquel, the actual medication that she had double of in her body at the time they took her to the hospital after the murders? Or was it a compilation of pills? Hello, Maggie. You made it back, my love. You made it back. Are you here, Mags? Are you hooked up? She might have just jumped in so she could hear and getting her.
Hello, sorry, I never had
It's okay.
my phone, sorry. I'm back. I'm just getting myself sorted. I'm here anyway. So, has anything happened? Have I missed anything?
Did you? So were you listening in your ears when they went back into the courtroom?
No.
Oh, that would have been terrible for us to have to tell Maggie that, wouldn't it have been?
Oh my God. I had to turn it off when I got to the house I was going to. That's when I turned it off.
Well,
And
they went back
it wouldn't go on to the Bluetooth. I was fuming.
It's okay. Oh, it would have been terrible having to tell you, Maggie. But they went back into the courtroom. We were all just, I mean, you know how I got. You can only and all my stuff, and the whole chat, we just went like numb and excited and sad, and every emotion was being. So, no, what had happened was they went back in. The judge called a sidebar immediately. So what was said on court TV, we're playing, starting court TV in hopes that they don't catch us. or even want to block us. But anyways, the judge called a sidebar. They went up there, and then the judge dismissed court again. The jury never came into the courtroom. They had a question that the judge had to take and present to the lawyers, and they had to agree on it. And it was something about nobody in the courtroom heard what the question was, but it had to do with the pill bottles. The jury had a question and wanted to know something about the pill bottles.
I
So
bet you it was to see how many tablets are being taken out of them.
maybe
bet
so,
you.
maybe so.
Oh
So we don't know
God.
for sure, but so I jumped on Court TV real quick to find out exactly, hopefully, and they did have somebody come out or in their ear from the courthouse saying this is exactly what just happened. So my first time on this channel, I did not expect a Liverpoolian.
A Liverpudlian, Lee.
Oh, a Liverpoolian. Love it.
Pudlian,
Yes. Maggie, for those of you that are
yeah.
new here.
CP3O. It's not, yeah, are you a Liverpudlian as well? See, people call us Liverpudlians and Scousers, so we get called worse. Anyway, hello to everyone in chat. I haven't had a look yet, but I am looking and I can see different names. So I pray to God that you can understand me. And if you can't, just let me know and I'll talk slower. Okay? Grace. Sorry, Lee.
It's okay. I'm glad
Have you had a
I'm
cuppa?
glad you. I'm still working on it. It's just been a morning, but it's been an exciting morning already. And yeah, I do notice some
Something to do
new
with the
names.
followers.
And
Yeah, there's
so
loads.
we just want to thank everybody who are new subs here, and we hope you find something worth sticking around for. We love
Stick
it.
around.
We love it.
Do you know what? We do all kinds on here. It's like you never know. We follow the court cases, then we get on and make a show of ourselves. That's like embarrass ourselves for anyone who doesn't know what make a show of ourselves means. And we'll sing, get a copyright. We talk about everything and anything. Anything goes on here. Anything.
That's
And
right.
so we'll have serious moments and we'll cry 1 minute and then be laughing on the next. It
That's
all
right.
happens on according to Leni. So please stay for the ride.
Supermom says, "Good morning, ladies. I'm in the bushes again today. All right, girlfriend, you hold them down.
Hi,
Pagan Princess is
Supermom.
in the house. Emma Jones in the house. DM, I think DM is new around here as well. Snorkelfoot is in the house. Just so you guys know, when you see us in chat again, Leni Me is typing in uppercase. Maggie, the co-host from Liverpool, will be typing in lowercase. Maggie and I have been together along with a lot of the mods you see in chat and some of the subscribers you see in chat. We've been together almost 3 years on this channel. We've made a lot of great relationships on the way and very few enemies. We've made a few, but it was for the better. The betterment of the channel. Absolutely. The betterment for ourselves. So we've been doing this for almost 3 years. Coming up on February the 12th, it will be the 3-year mark since I've gone live the first time. I knew of Maggie. Maggie was taking some time off of YouTube. So I think it was about 5 weeks, 6 weeks later, Maggie decided to come back to YouTube, and I snatched her up that quick, you guys. So I had already, we bantered so well. It was like, at first I just had her as a panel guest a couple of times, and it was like God just like the rest of us who have been together since day one, God just shined a light on all of us, and it worked. And it worked
It
really,
was like,
really.
we gel, we should be together.
Yep.
I felt like I knew her all my life. That's how I felt, that I'd known her all my life. There wasn't a bit of awkwardness or anything.
No.
There was awkwardness when I got on panel. I was terrified.
And look at her now.
Just pretend you're on the phone. So I thought, okay, pretend I'm on the phone. But you know what? When Lenie's got to go somewhere, and I get a bag of nerves when I think I've got to run this channel on my own. I'm like, oh, please God, some breaking news come so I can throw it on, please. I'm begging for breaking news. I am.
All right. Kristen, let me say this real quick. I think it was Kristen. Yes, Kristen 12945 just in case there's another Kristen in here. It says that she's new. We appreciate you being here. And I'm going to tell you what, I give props to anybody who is new to any chat, not just this chat, but any chat on YouTube, and will just start getting in there and typing, because
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what, when I first came to YouTube, I was, I was into true crime and different stuff, and I was petrified to type in even in the chat, because you just get blasted, right? Don't you? You just get blasted if you don't agree with somebody, or and they don't even know you. You just, you don't know what to say. You don't want to be offensive. You get blasted if you're not agreeing with the host. It's a terrible place to be. So, I hope that those that are just sitting in the bushes and just are terrified. Snorkelfoot says, I'm new here, but can't get enough now. I'm hoping that you will, find this place safe for you to come down and have an opinion, and just to be heard, and just to um feel safe. The mods do the best they can. They really do, to keep everybody safe. And some friendships, I have to tell you guys this, Maggie can attest to this, and then I'm going to go take a break while Maggie runs this for a minute. Maggie can attest to this. Some of our friendships here have started out with me telling them off like nobody's business. They came in running that mouth, and I'll pull them up on panel and have it out with them. And then we're best of friends. Best of friends afterwards, because we understood each other.
Listen,
and they just
there's
needed...
nothing better than great.
You broke up there, Maggie. You broke up there. Say it again, honey.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I said there's nothing better than a great debate for Lainey. Nothing better. She loves it. Can you hear me okay, Lee?
Yes, can hear you fine. And I'm going to let you answer Megan Smith, who just said that right there. I've got it pinned. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We love you.
Why
you guys
did it
enjoy
take you a
some
week
time.
to answer me?
What are you talking about?
In Liverpool, I asked you a question. You never answered me for about 5 minutes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
No.
Grandma Deanie says, I'm new here and I'm 67.
I'm going to go down and come back.
Oh, hold on. I got to come back to you. I got to watch the dogs. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. I'll tell you guys what's happening in a minute. Listen. Did you hear it? I know, buddy. I know, buddy. Did you guys hear it? Good job. So I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Can you still hear me? I might have run too far out away from my system. Let me make sure. So that was our not our fire alarm, our tornado alarm gets tested almost every Friday. It is at 11 o'clock, and it is our favorite time to be a golden retriever around here, because we all run outside and we stand next to the gate and we just howl at the siren. And I just found out that little Laramie, who is our youngest here, he is going to be a year. He's 10 months now, 10 months. And he's as big as the rest of them now. But anyways, he howls at the siren too. So I always get excited on Fridays when I get to hear my babies howl. I don't know. Anyways, Maggie, are you back, love? Are you back? Did you guys hear him howl? Yes.
Okay, I had to drop out because there was a delay. I was asking you the question and you didn't answer me, and then you answered and said you could hear me, so I knew there was a delay. So I went out and come back in. That's what I was doing. So you were telling me, so they went in, and is he stopped court for the day again now?
No. He released court. He released court because he had to bring everybody back because the jury had a question, and the question was about the pills. So he brought everybody back to court. He had a sidebar. He talked to He asked the question to both sets of lawyers. Nobody could hear what was being said, but because of the pills that they were holding up, they knew that that's what the question was about. Once he got the answer, then he released court again, and he walked out to go give the answer to the jury. So from there, I'm going to let you talk to the chat real quick. Megan still wants to know, just hopped on, what's the Liverpoolism?
Liverpudlian. Okay, just hopped on. What's a Liverpoolism? A Liverpudlian. That's me. I come from Liverpool in England. I'm known as a Scouser, a Liverpudlian. And that's it. So that's who I am, Megan. And I hope you can understand me. And I'm actually talking a bit posh. Would you believe that? I can talk posher, but I won't. I hope everyone can understand me. I mean, for all you guys that have been here the past few weeks, you're going to understand me by now, I'm sure of it. And there's probably loads of words you miss out. But just ask one of the mods, they'll let you know. Or ask me. So anyway, I'll go up and see what's what. Let me read some chat. So there's loads of Lenny going on there. She's saying welcome. She's hoping to get to Boston for the fall. Let me go down. So hello, Supermom. Hello, Pagan Princess. You were talking about accents earlier. Just want to say that I love Maggie's. Thanks, Pagan. I love the American accent. I love Georgie's. They're my favourite. But I love all the different accents. It's brilliant. And we are going to have a panel at some point where people from all over the place can get up and we can all say hello to each other and practice each other's accents. I think that'll be a laugh, won't it? Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Pagan Princess. Thanks for coming in. For everyone who's come in and hasn't hit the like, could you please hit the like, give us a thumbs up, and if you'd be so kind as to subscribe if you haven't already. And you might just like us. If you don't, you can remove your subscription, can't you? But we'll be made up if you stay with us. Oh, we've got Barbara Smith in. Hiya, Barb. Are you going back to bed, girl? You're normally tired by now. So I'm wondering. I hope you're okay anyway. Hiya, Misty. Good to see ya. Hope you're all right. Kristen, April, Megan Smith. I said that before, didn't I? Alice S1 HUZ or Z. Shauna, hiya, Shauna. Lisa Dodson. She knows me, Lisa. I'm sure Kristen does by now. Brissy, good to see ya. HRPF Fayetteville. Oh my God. At least I can read them. She says, and then they give people these medications, and how are you supposed to take care of your children when you're on these medications? I know. Because the way they affect people, do you know what I mean? I mean, you've seen how they were affecting Lindsay. It is scary, isn't it? You know, they need to be very careful. Kristen says, I'm 60 in December. Well, we'll sing happy birthday to you. You get a happy birthday song on here, Kristen. Elizabeth Law, good to meet you. Snorkel Fuss. I love howling at that siren. Melly Joe's in the house. Hello, Mel. I didn't get to speak to you, Mel. I've been up the wall, as you can imagine. I've been running around everywhere. I was going to get flowers today to take to my friends I was telling you about. And I wasn't supposed to go until I'd been for the Botox, and then the Botox woman let me down, as she does. So I had loads of time then, so I was ringing my other mate to go and get them because she picked them up for me and she was going to meet me. I said, well, I may as well come to you and get them off you. I was calling it and calling it and calling it and calling it, no answer. She was busy in the shop, obviously. Anyway, I managed to get hold of it and I went up and got them off her. Then I travelled up to see my friend and we had a little chat for a while. and the traffic is stupid because they're doing roadworks everywhere in Liverpool. So it's worse than when the school is letting out. It was 10 times worse. You're only taking like 3 cars through, and then the traffic lights had changed. So yeah. So that's where it was. Mel, sorry. GM Hub 1967 said, yes, I am. I don't know who's saying that too. CP30, a Liverpudlian is a Scouser. Ah ha ha ha. Someone from Liverpool. I'm from Wigan, round the corner. Stay safe round those tornadoes. Exactly. Cases, Aya Cases, good to see you again. Michael Pagel, good to see you. I've got all these new names. Isn't it fabulous? Seeing loads of these. I've got just don't want to go and repeat myself. If I do repeat myself, please ignore me. Dolores, hello Dolores. Good to see you, girl. Hope you're okay. Carla, hiya Carla. Good to see you too. Shauna, hiya love. When I say hiya, that means hello. And if you hear me saying ta-ra, ta-ra, that means goodbye. Scousers have our own. Well, I'll have to say, I'm not English, I'm Scouse. Maggie, do I hear a bit of Scottish as well? Cases said, absolutely not, Cases. I don't have any Scottish in me. I'm a complete 100% Scouser, as CP30 will tell you. Definitely 100% Scouse. But a lot of the people think I'm Irish or Scottish. But if you heard a Scottish person talking, Yeevie, she's not in yet. If you heard Yeevie talking, you'd hear the complete difference. Elizabeth, I don't think I've said hello to you, Elizabeth. Big John, hiya John. Good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. GM Hub said one of the weird searches was looking up where is the carotid artery, and the carotid was spelt wrong. Being a nurse, that would not have even been a question. See, I don't get it. You know, when everyone says, well, not everyone, being a nurse, you should know this, being a nurse, you should know that. But I don't think they do know all that. I mean, it all depends what type of field you're in. If you're delivering babies and stuff like that, then she's going to be looking into the uterus and the breasts and things like that. Do you know what I mean? She'll be doing IVs, yeah, in veins and stuff if it came. Well, no, she wouldn't. It would be a doctor. So I don't think that they would know all that. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. But that's my opinion. Lisa said, Maggie May, good to see you and hear you. Thanks, Lisa. Barbara hasn't been to bed yet. Probably in an hour or so. Well, I'll sing you to sleep, Bob. Okay? Supermom said, still go back. So he was a tech guy and left the cameras down all day. That makes no sense. I mean, that is a bit crazy, isn't it? Why were the cameras down that day? Were the cameras out in the area? Or was it only his? I mean, like, we're all saying, oh, that must have been looked into. But Red said, didn't he, when he was arguing and like doing his defence bid and all that there was no investigation into anything. They just took Lindsay's word for it that she did it, and nothing was looked into, not a single thing. And that's a bit scary, isn't it? I do believe she did it, but I mean, I could go down a rabbit hole, and I won't at this point because I'll be there forever, and Lainey will never get the mic back because I'll get a bit mic happy and just carry on, and I'll still be talking at 6 o'clock tonight. Supermom, still go back. He was a tech guy. I've just read that. Kristen said, we have wondered off to how old we are and our fur babies. My fur baby just passed away, devastated. I've got pictures all around me looking at it, waiting to go up on the wall. I'm gutted, and I'll never get over it. Barbara says, I couldn't leave before you got here. Oh, Bob, that's so nice.
Maggie, can I jump in here with an update really
Yeah,
quick?
of course you can. It's your channel.
It's our channel. I just got an update from Brian Enton. You guys, I told you guys he's in the courtroom for us. I told you that.
Oh my God.
Just got an update from him. Not only did the juror ask about the pills, they asked to see the knife. So they now
Why
have
would they
the
wanna
knife
see
back
the
with
knife?
them, and they also have the pills back with them. That is where we stand right now.
Now I'm
Going
thinking,
into hour
I'm thinking,
6.
sorry, Lee.
It's
Keep
okay.
thinking
Go
you're
ahead, Mag.
finished. I'm thinking they're looking at the pills because they want to know how many she took, because it's being said that she didn't take them all. She wasn't taking them. So are they looking to see how many's left in the pill boxes? But what if they're new pills recently being given to her? They'll have to look at the date and the knife. For what reason would a jury be looking at the knife? I mean, what could a jury tell by looking at that knife? If that was me, I'd be looking to think, now this is my opinion, size of that knife. She should cut it, with that knife, she should have been able to cut her arm off. But it wasn't supposed to be, it's supposed to be superficial, was it? So that's the only reason I'm thinking. Are they looking at the knife? What do you think, Lee? What do you think in chat?
I have no clue why they would want to actually see the knife unless they want to see the size in person. Because we know in pictures, things can either look bigger or smaller. Do they want to actually see the size of the blade and of the handle? That's the only thing I could think. What
Do you
says you
think
guys in chat? What says you guys?
Yeah, what about, are they actually looking at the knife or the picture of the knife? Because I'm thinking the way it was put down with a left-handed. It's just a funny way, isn't it? If she's right-handed, to put it down. I mean, you could put it down with that hand, yeah. But it's just little things. I'm wondering, why do they want to see that knife?
I don't know. I'm curious. What do you guys think? What do you guys think
Michael,
the reason
she
is?
slit her wrists and her throat. Oh God, yeah. What you all think? They want to see them bottles for the pill bottles and the knife.
Oh,
So
good point,
what?
Alice.
Oh,
Good
what?
point. Look at that. I pinned it, Maggie.
I guess it means they don't want to rely on either the defense or prosecutions. Oh,
Wow, that is a great
oh,
point.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
John says, on the side of the house, the blood stains was all down the sides of the house. I have heard that. Whether it's true, John, I don't know. I don't know if it's come from TikTok, which we can't, it's got to be said on the course. But if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it said on the course?
We were shown
Maybe,
pictures of
yeah.
much.
Maybe she tried to get out that window and she couldn't get out of it, so she went the other way.
Nick says, Nicole Guy says, agree. Pardon me, Nicole. I'm glad they are being thorough. Yeah, it is a big decision. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not doing it.
God,
I used to
don't know how
think,
to cope with them.
I really used to think I want to be on a jury trial, but after this, I'm like, no way, because I would be the one stuck with this, right? It would be my luck. Virgo lady says, just my opinion, but the pills is to see if she was taking them all. The knife may be to see
Yeah.
if the knife was the kind to actually be able to cause that amount of harm. Another good point. Another good point. Because has there been any evidence to prove that there wasn't another weapon involved?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know.
No, I
But
don't know. There's loads we don't know, isn't there?
there's loads we don't know. But is that reasonable doubt? That's all you're going to hear me keep saying. I'm just going to keep reminding you guys. Is that reasonable doubt?
Yeah. Is everyone still in the same minds? Have they changed the minds? Anyone in chat changed the minds about what they think the verdict should be? Is anyone willing to say what
Maggie,
you?
I'm sorry, Maggie. I'm going to pull up our Facebook page that I can put a poll on. If you guys feel like participating in the poll, go ahead and participate there. I forgot to read out it yesterday after the whole thing with Court TV kind of just shocked me a little bit. Sorry.
Isn't the one on here, Lee, on YouTube?
I've got the AP open and I've got Court TV open, but I've been pretty good about stopping it and talking about stuff. I'm going to put it on the YouTube one. I'm going to put it on the YouTube one. Yes.
Okay.
Let me go do that now. I'll be RB.
Okay, so let's have a look in the chat. Let me scroll up there. There's any ideas on what they might be wanting these pill bottles for? I think they're getting, see, that's a bit scary for me. I think up to now, it's conflicting of whether she was taking these pills. In other words, it was premeditated, I don't know. Misty said, as far as I could see, there was blood on the windowsill. Dolores said, a very big knife for such little damage. Well, that's what I said. The size of that knife. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've got knives that big, Dolores, and they wouldn't cut butter. My husband keeps saying, sharpen the knife, sharpen the knife. I say, shut up, because I need to take my fingers off all the time. Shut up, will you? Telling me to sharpen the knife. I won't. I'm all right. But they do need to, but I'm terrified because I'm always taking my finger off nearly. I've took chunks. The blood's been everywhere. Lissy said, Kristen, I'm sorry. I hated not having hair. My head was cold constantly. I probably would have spent more on a wig if I'd needed it for a long time. And you know what, Brissy? Listen, for anyone who needs a wig, right, the places you can go now, but they are expensive. But it'll be the best money ever spent if you was to get one, because they're fabulous. They're just like your own. Absolutely fabulous. Like years ago, they look like they were shiny, weren't they? Nylon. Oh my God, I would never have wore one. You only took a bit of wind and they were knotted. They were all scraggy and knotted. So these ones today, oh, they're gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Virgo lady says, Alice, right? Misty said, but she may have held the windowsill when going out. Well, she had to hold something, didn't she? She must have dragged herself up by something, pulled herself through the window, to try and get herself through. I mean, I can't remember how big it was, can you? I can hear movements, and I am not in control of this, guys.
That's me. That's me. That's me.
Oh,
that's me. I'm watching. Mm-hmm.
Alice said, could it have been too heavy for her to use the way it was? Do you mean the knife, Alice? I keep seeing this. See this DM hub? I keep seeing that as dumbass. I swear that as soon as I look at DM hub, that I see dumbass. Maybe they want to look up the pills on pill identifier on the internet. Well, I think it's going to say that on the outside of the bottles, isn't it? What it is. And do you mean if she's changed any? Call Podhany. Carrie Podhany. Hello, Carrie. She's replying to DM Hub. Yeah, I think she would have too, but during psychosis, would she have thought to stop and leave a note or just acted irrationally? Lisa says, reasonable doubt. It just takes one juror. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Maggie, let's jump back into this really quick. They're showing, Court TV is showing a replay of a little bit of Patrick's testimony. You guys, out of everybody, I think he is probably the top two. If you want to replay any of the testimony to watch in this case, I think Patrick is probably top two. He's always will be my number one person to listen to in this trial because he was the only one that was there, one way or another, whether he was there during the killings or is he the one that found them? I don't know. I don't know. But let's just listen in for a minute to this. Watch your ears, guys.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts.
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Okay. Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen. Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 18.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way. And
Mags, I'm going to stop it right there. I just want to hear little bits and pieces because I just cannot take hearing a lot of the testimony again. Not as too soon. I cannot take hearing the Bow team anymore right now. So, but I did want to ask this question. Does anybody find it odd? And I'm not giving you an opinion one way or the other. Maggie, I'd like to hear what you have to say on this as well. Does anybody find it odd that Patrick seems to sometimes have trouble with his memory? I've got two questions just about that. Trouble with his memory. There's many things that he says, well, I don't remember. And I understand that. I'm not saying he's guilty or not guilty. I'm not using that as that. I'm just saying I understand it could be part of the trauma, and I understand that it could look the part of that he is being very careful what he wants to give away, because we know that there are 2 more trials to follow this one, or at least there are 2 more court or litigations being set up, one by Patrick Clancy against the medical professionals, one by Lindsay herself against the medical professionals. So is he being careful of that? Is he being careful because he was actually involved? That's my question I wanted to ask you guys. And then second of all, here's a part 2 I want to ask you. Chat, please chime in on this. Do you think that Lindsay Clancy, and let's just be honest, do you think Lindsay Clancy had, in the time that the nanny was hired to be there, okay? I think she, for the first month, she was there just to review and to understand and try to get the thing, the lay of the land and how Lindsay ran her home and her children, things like that. And then Lindsay was supposed to go back to work, and then she was supposed to take over. She worked 4 hours a day. We knew that. We know that the nanny sometimes, or one time, maybe it was just one time, we'll say one time for the record, did either drop the kids off or pick the kids up from school or both. We know that the 2 oldest children went to school 3 days a week, part-time for 4 hours a day. We know that Patrick was working from home. He worked down in the basement. So my question is this: did Lindsay have enough help during that month period of time that we at least know the nanny was at least there training? Did she have enough help running a household, taking care of the children, taking care of a newborn baby, that should have aided her to get focus more time on her health? Or what do you think about that? Because that is an argument. Look, the lady had much more help than some of us women had in 18 years of raising kids in our home, you know, for a month, that she had more help than we ever did in 18 years. That is a real that's a real argument in this. Where do you guys stand on that? Nags?
I think what my personal opinion, now you put it to me, is I think, yes, she did have help. She had more than, like you've just said, a lot of people had help. We've all struggled terrible. Obviously, she was struggling more with her mental health at the time. I think the problem was she was reaching out for help to the doctors, and wasn't getting any help. So it was spiraling. And I think that was the problem. Also, a question about the nanny coming in and minding the kids and all that. Patrick put it out there that, about people not coming in. He said no to his mum or something, didn't he, when she wanted to come and mind the kids? Or was it the sister? That Lindsay doesn't like, she thinks no one can do it like her. Well, she let the nanny.
Very, very good. But was it because the nanny was she was gonna be right there in the house as a nanny? That's a big question.
But still,
Mhm.
she still took the kids away from her.
That's
She
true.
took them
That's
to
true.
school,
Mhm.
and they were away from her when they were in school. But again, I have a problem with this speaking when she threw herself out the window. That's where I'm stuck. Did he lie? Because why weren't we even told that, Lainey? Why didn't Red or someone say? Well, he did basically say it wasn't said.
Well, because I think a lot of the Red didn't say, which we were calling the defense attorney Red. His last name is Reddington. Because we're all familiar with him. He knows us, you guys. We're on first name basis here. And I think a lot of things he didn't say is because he knew that the prosecution was burying themselves and they were just leaving
Yeah.
holes everywhere. Let me say what Nicole Gray says here. She says, I'm a widowed mom of 4 with no help, so I can't weigh in on this. Besides, I don't think it had anything to do with this. It was a chemical negative reaction to the medication. Bless you. And listen, I think no matter what, no matter walk of life you come from, no matter what the reason is, true heroes are single mothers and fathers that do the best they can to raise their kids and still provide a home for them. True heroes in my book. But then he let the nanny go. Okay, so that's another question right there, Misty. Thank you for saying that. If you know your wife is struggling, why let the nanny go? Why not just say, well, it's the least we could do? I see people in chat that are saying, look, money wasn't an issue. He earned $400,000 a year. We could tell money wasn't an issue by the way that they lived their lives. They were country club people. He was a golfing person. She was a nurse. They made good money. Why would he let them go? But they didn't even make that decision until they walked away on their own. Remember, they went for a walk and they came back,
Yeah.
and then they ended up telling the nanny, they ended up telling her that we were going to go ahead and let you go. We'll give you
Let her
2
go.
weeks to find another job, because Lindsay is not going to be going back to work. And if you remember, now this is just me looking in from the outside. You may not agree with me. When Patrick was given that testimony and he said Lindsay was not going back to work, and then before they asked him, did Lindsay ever go back to work after the baby? And he said no. There was just something to me that came over his face, and I'm being judgy. To me, it came over his face like he was disappointed in that. Does that make him a killer? No. But was there trouble in paradise? Was he we already know by testimony that Lindsay,
You're breaking up a bit. You're going a bit robotically. You moving?
I'm sorry. Yeah. There is a bit of testimony that yes, Lindsay was worried about other people taking care of her kids. She didn't believe that anybody else could take care of her kids. She was petrified to let anybody else with her kids. But yet she was petrified herself of being alone with the kids, or just being alone, period. Listen, I can relate to that, and I'm really hopeful that as time goes on, more parents become this way, because there are too many kids being abused in this world, because parents are just like, "Oh, well, you babysit my kids? Great, come on over." Don't even know who they are. All right, so there's a lesson to be learned in all that. But was it possible? We don't know. Was he controlling behind the scenes? Did he expect Lindsay to have the perfect beach body, as they say? Did he, I mean, we know that he's very athletic himself. He ended up marrying
She went
somebody who
running
was
when she just had the
also,
baby.
yeah, and she went running the day she went in to have the baby. Now, us as women know that sometimes it's time to have the baby and our bodies are not working it out, so we get started on it, right? We'll go take a walk. We'll sit on a ball. I don't know. Some of us will take a bath to relax our muscles. You know what I mean? Just to calm our bodies down and let it do what it's supposed to do. So, but it's still weird to me that a woman would be running just because of the extra weight. And if the baby's already dropped, you as women know how that would feel. I ran not on purpose, but after a toddler running out the store when I was like 9 months pregnant. It's terrible. What says you about all of that, Maggie? I mean, it could have been coercive control, and
Who
we just
knows?
don't know.
Who knows?
We just don't know.
I just don't understand why he was telling people that, she didn't want help with the kids. Basically, let anyone take the kids. But the nanny was there. I don't understand it. They was saying that the mum stayed, but there wasn't much said about anyone else. Like,
Mhm. Well, even the sister on the
think
stand, they were questioning her about how, she said that she
done
knew,
more.
yeah, that she knew her sister was in a bad way, and they said, "Well, how many times did you see her?" "Oh, well, I went for Cora's birthday party. That was the last time I saw them before their deaths." No, it wasn't
You're
their
breaking up.
deaths.
You're
It was
going in and
their
out, Lee.
Sorry. It wasn't I don't like people that say, I understand they're probably just, Maggie, trying to be sensitive by saying the children's deaths. We need to call it what it is, the children's murders. They didn't just die. They were murdered brutally by somebody I believe to be Lindsay Clancy. You don't have to agree with me. I won't argue with you. But regardless, those
Yeah.
babies were murdered. They didn't go to their death. Or the deaths of the children.
Which brings me to, if I put this to the new people in chat, because I've already spoke to others, she was an absolutely devoted mum. She adored her kids. Now, me as a mother, I could never even think about killing my child. I'd literally have to be out of my mind. So I'm thinking, if I'm going to take my child out because I'm going to kill myself and I don't want him to be here without me, then I'm going to, now this sounds silly, I said this yesterday, please understand what I'm trying to say. I'm going to do it in the most gentle way I can do it. I don't want to see my baby suffer. If I'm of sound mind, I'm going to kill myself, so I'm taking the baby with me. Then, I mean, to me, you're not in sound mind if you're even thinking about it. But the way she did it was the cruelest thing ever. And the time it takes. So it tells me she wasn't in her right mind. She was an absolutely devoted mum. So there's no way this woman that was the most loving mum, every person that got up on that stand who knew her said how lovely she was with her kids. She was trying to give them the best foods, the best education, the best everything. And to do it that way, it was cruel. She had to be out of her mind. Go on, Lee.
Somebody had said something, said something earlier before you got on here, Maggie, that was very much like what you had just said. And I told him, I said, Maggie, we'll cover that again because that is one of the last points that she was trying to make when we shut our lights down yesterday. That was the last question you wanted to talk to the chat about, and I think it's brilliantly put. John says, we don't know how they treat each other behind closed door 100%. Yes. I want to apologize to, Justin. But you promised not to make that sound as you did. It totally made me look at the screen. I was excited, but to no avail. Justin, I'm sorry. I'm telling you guys, I am, yeah. Maggie, do you see that in back chat? Do you see that in back chat, Maggie?
Yeah.
Rachel, I've never seen your name before.
How did she get up here though?
Because I had dropped the link.
Thing in chat?
I dropped the link
why I
over
hate
an
it.
hour ago. So, Rachel, you're going to have to show me your face or something, or you're not coming up here on the panel. I've never, ever remember seeing your name. That doesn't mean that I haven't seen your name because I'm forgetful as hell.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, we are. It is.
Oh, we are.
I thought someone was going to show me the willy. I thought someone was going to show me the willy, guys. It's happened before.
Rachel, you could turn off your camera if you want to now, honey. I appreciate you doing that for me. Go ahead and turn your camera off. We're going to bring Rachel up. We appreciate her coming up. We're going to add her to stage right now with us. Hi, Rachel. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Where are you from?
Hi, Rachel.
I'm from Michigan.
Michigan. We're neighbors. This is Maggie. I'm Leanie. So glad to have you. Thank you so much for coming up. What you got for us, girlfriend? Tell us what you think. Tell us what you think.
So my concern is like I worked for the crisis hotline. I was in the chat as Pagan Princess.
Okay. Okay, now I understand.
Yeah,
okay, yes, we know you well. We know you well, honey. Yep.
Now,
keep going.
the thing is, what I'm concerned about is that they mentioned that was on all these different medications. Now, how is it that she's on all these medications? It's like the doctor didn't realize some of these medications don't mix well with another.
Yeah.
So the thing is that if the medication's not mixing well with another, it can cause dark thoughts. I was on a medication that wasn't suitable for me, which caused me to have dark thoughts, and eventually I did something that could have had a different outcome. And the thing is that
take your time. It's okay.
It's hard to say because a lot of doctors, it's like they don't realize. It took me multiple psychiatrists to go through to figure out what medications were more suitable for my bipolar disorder, because I have bipolar, PTSD, borderline personality disorder. I have all these different things, but the doctor that I have now actually did what they call a gene site test, which means that the medications, they put like a red, a green, and it would be like a yellow kind of line in between where it says this medication might work, might not work. And what it does is it goes off your DNA. And the thing is that the medications that were in the red would cause someone to have suicidal thoughts, homicidal thoughts, and some of the medications I believe that she was on might not have been suitable for her and would have caused these negative thoughts, but it seemed like she was just pushed aside. They weren't listening to her. Like, nobody
Very
was
nicely
listening to
put.
her.
Very nicely put, and we appreciate you coming up here and telling that to us. Listen, I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad that it sounds like things have settled down, at least for a little while in your life, and we pray that you hang on to that success and that you're able to stay as healthy as possible. Where do you stand? Now, I don't want to put you on the spot, honey. I don't want to put. I understand that you are questioning the doctor, so I'm wondering: are you standing on the side of this was medical malpractice? Before I say anything else, if you want to say what you do, then I'm giving you the floor to do that. If not, I totally understand because some people would be uncomfortable saying it.
See, the thing is, like, I'm going to be a whistleblower, and
Mm.
it feels like a lot of things can, like, I stopped doing what I done for so long, and if they were to know that what I'm saying, it would be blasphemy. But the thing is that a lot of people come through the crisis hotline, and if you don't, we have to go through a certain ladder. You know, we have to know what kind of thoughts these people are having. Are you having suicidal thoughts? What are your do you have a plan? Do you have a time frame? And now they fixed it a lot. It used to be like if you didn't have these thoughts and you didn't have a time frame within 24 hours, okay, now we're going to move you to, let's find a way that can help you cope throughout this time.
Wow.
And
That is something that we hadn't heard. Now, we've heard this stupid ass statement. I'm calling it stupid, and I'm glad to hear that things have changed a little bit. But up until Lindsay Clancy murdered her kids, people were still asking her. We know of at least 3 times if she had a plan. And because she says no, then she didn't meet the requirement to have a checkup done on her, an ambulance sent out on her, or anything like that. Even the ER asked her that, and she didn't meet the requirements to be hospitalized at that time.
yeah,
So, how long have you worked, or are you still currently working for a suicide hotline?
I took a break because to me, I feel like if you are not mentally capable of handling, you know, because I'm struggling with I have MS
Mhm.
along with my mental health, and my mental health has been declining because I don't sleep like I should.
Mhm.
And with that, I can't pour from an empty cup per se. You know what
Right.
I mean? I can't sit here and help somebody if I can't help myself at the time. And so right now I've taken a break. I've taken a step back. Um, and the thing is that I don't have a degree. I do not
Mhm.
have a psychiatry degree or therapy. You know, I haven't been a licensed therapist. It's a volunteer basis.
Mhm.
You know, so you do like I think it's like a 6 to 8 week module of like training and scenario based. Like, okay, we're gonna give you this scenario. How would you handle this? And it's a pass or fail. And
Mm.
the thing is that if I took my mental health and I transfer it to, I understand what you're going through. It's easier to have somebody that understands what it means to have these negative thoughts instead of being like condescending where it's like, just don't have them. It's simple as that.
Yeah. You know, I brought that up yesterday, and you were probably in here when I brought it up that, we've all had no matter what kind of, there's all different types of mental health crises, right? Like I've got generalized anxiety disorder. I'm going to worry about you worrying about something. You know what I mean? It's just a general thing. You know, I just always got to worry about something and get excited about something and be overwhelmed about it. It's just who I am. But we've all had well-meaning people in our lives that have said things like that to us. Some of them have been very condescending. Some of them have tried to be very kind, like, just don't worry about it. Just here,
Oh,
let's
I
watch
cannot
this.
stand that where they're like, just relax. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
just,
do that.
yes,
If
it
I could
does
do that, then
become,
I'll be good.
right. It does become very frustrating. And it's been done to me a lot. And my dad would say, what do you have to worry about? And then he'd say, he'd be like, Lainey, come over here, let's do this, that, and the other. And then I've gotten to where I'm not mad about it anymore because I understand that, you know, I've got children now that I have passed on this stupid generalized anxiety disorder to. And I do believe that it runs in families.
Hmm.
And so I have to be careful because of my own words, because I want them to be better so bad that I'm just willing to say, hey, you want to go to dinner? Or, hey, I know you're not feeling good, but, you know, think about this, you know, think about the bright side of this. And then I just catch myself. And so I don't get so upset about it now. It used to really upset me because I think I know now, having done it with my own kids, that we are well-meaning people. We just we don't know what to do to help. We don't know what to say that will help. All we see is this unbelievable suffering, and there's nothing we can do about it. There's not a damn thing we can do about it. And I want to see if Maggie has any questions for you. Maggie also, I don't know if you heard, Maggie also worked a suicide hotline, which has been very helpful in having us understand things about it, what you guys are allowed to say, what you guys are not allowed to say while working these hotlines. Listen, I don't blame anybody that's on the other end of the phone. I blame the system that, like you said, you have modules that teach you what to say, what to ask, and what decisions to make according to the answers, right? So I
Right.
don't, it's not that I blame the person on the other side of the phone. I blame the system. Maggie, what says you, love bug? Maggie may have walked away just for a second. If she did, that's okay.
No, the thing is that it
No,
also
no, I'm
depends.
back.
Oh,
Okay.
Maggie.
Hi, Rachel. I'm just wondering, how long was you feeling like that for? And did you feel that you were getting the help that you needed? Was there ever a time you were just handing you drugs all the time and anything like that? I know I've asked you about 12 questions there, but can you answer any of them?
Yeah, so this is the thing. It's to me, it's a very, not everything is black and white, and that's what people want to know. They're like, well, it's either she's a murderer or she's not. It's she's guilty or she's not. To me, it's very gray, and the reason being is that not many people who haven't been through inpatient mental health or have been through that side of things on that side of the fence. They don't understand how difficult and frustrating it can be because let's say now I'm very close with my psychiatrist. He has told me, like you're one of my favorite patients, like because I know what I have, I've researched it, and I'm very knowledgeable, and I'm willing to listen. And I was in inpatient mental health because I declined really fast because of medication that wasn't suitable for me. He wanted to put me on a 24-hour, like a 72-hour hold to try and adjust my medications where I would be able to leave and be safe. And the thing is that when I'm in there, it's not the doctors always the problem. It's the people that work on that floor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I was put in a state where they do a strip search on you, and then they put you through different. We didn't. They said, "Oh, we have groups every day." They don't have groups. And I told my doctor that. I said, I haven't had a group meeting since I've been up here. I haven't showered in 3 days because the shower's not working. And nobody was communicating that to the doctor. And then I had
Did you have blood works, Rachel?
Huh?
Did you have blood works?
Mm-mm.
Can you understand me, Rach?
I'm having a hard time. I'm sorry, man.
I know. Don't worry. Just say it honestly. Did you have bloods taken? Did they check your blood to see if it could be anything, medically wrong with you? Did they do your blood?
Yeah, they check your blood and everything. They check it every day. Well, they did for me. They checked it every day.
Yeah. Did you have children at the time, Rach?
So I made the choice of not having children. And it's, because I know my mental state.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I have to be realistic. Am I capable of taking care of a little life? I'm going to be taking care of this innocent child that is going to be absorbing me like a sponge. And the thing is that am I capable of handling that situation, of taking care of somebody? And I made that choice that
Is this been ongoing for you? Is this ongoing for you?
I've dealt with childhood trauma growing up. I had an abusive father. Also, the thing is that I believe that the doctor told me that it is hereditary, my bipolar disorder, and he was also bipolar, untreated. The thing is that I also have narcissistic personality, where it's the thing is that all those kind of diagnoses is that I'm going to be passing this on to my children, and it's not just the genes of them forming a mental illness. It's also what are they going to have to deal with me? I don't want to think I'm being a good parent, but somehow I want my children to grow up wanting to become a therapist, not having to see one because of me.
I want to jump right in here because I pulled myself away from what I was doing really quick. I want to tell you something. Out of everything you said, that brought tears to my eyes. Seriously, when you said you made the choice not to have children, based on what kind of a mother you could have been and what kind of trauma you may not only have passed on genetically to your children, but like you said, you wanted them to have the choice if they wanted to go be a counselor rather than being a counselor to their mother. And I want to commend you for that. There are so many people out there. We see it every day in even our regular lives. It leaves someone that we're all going, what the hell? Why did you even have that child? You don't even love them. Or maybe they love them, but they don't know how to love them, or they don't know how to take care of them because they didn't make a right choice. And I think I'm hopeful that through not just this case, many cases that we're seeing in the courts right now with all this child abuse and filicide and kids being killed and all this other stuff, that people will evaluate their life and know that it is a decision that you have the power to make. And no matter if family members try to shame you or whatever for it, you know what's right for you. So I just want to let you know that touched me so much that you came out and said that, because a lot of women will actually use the excuse, i.e., my sister-in-law, that she wasn't able to have children. But she told me personally, and I told her brother, who I'm married to, that it was a choice she made. but because the choice she made, the people who knew about it condemned her for it. Like, you're a woman. This is what your husband probably wants kids. You're being selfish, things like
Exactly.
that. And she knew, not because of mental health. She knew that she was a princess and she always wanted to, this is her own words, you guys, and believe me, I could back it up, that she was a princess. She always wanted to be treated as a princess, and she did not want to compete with a child. So she made the decision not to have kids. And you know what? Even though to me, I'm just like, you old selfish bitch, you're going to be a selfish bitch your whole life. Not over that part of it, because she wouldn't have been a good mom. And so I want to commend you for that. And I want to thank you for your honesty, because
Yeah.
more need to hear that. More people need to hear that's okay. That's really okay. And it's okay to say the real truth as to why you decided, made a conscious decision. I'm not having kids. I'm not bringing kids into this right here. And we need to make that okay for everybody, for men, for women. We need to make that okay.
Because my main thing was that I have, like I said, I have narcissistic tendencies. And the thing is that, you know, you have these parents over TikTok saying that, well, I had my child. They need to respect me because, you know, like, I'm the mother. But the thing is that when you become a mother, that was your decision to have that child. They didn't choose to have you as a parent. And the thing is that I know what I'm capable of being, and even though I'm working on myself, I'm like not, you know, people that are narcissistic don't want to admit that they are a narcissist. And but I'm willing to admit that I am, and I'm willing to try and work that out. I'm working with a therapist and trying to figure out, I'm like, I need to be held accountable until I can hold myself accountable. Because being a narcissist, you will sit there and you will fight and play victim, and you will argue how you're not, you know, you're not at fault. Everybody else is the problem. You're not. And I'm going to be, realistically, I will be reflecting that on my children and manipulating them. And, you know, I don't want to do that. I don't want to make that child have to fear me because I chose to have that child. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I understand. I think it's a really, really huge, massive decision, and the most difficult decision a woman could ever make. And it's so sad.
And
It
luckily, I
really is
have a
so
partner.
sad.
And luckily, I have a
And
partner
you
that agreed with me. You know, he sided.
yeah. How old are you, Rachel? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 36.
Okay. And so when you met your partner, you didn't want children either.
Well, he did, but he also knew he listened to me. You know, like,
Yeah.
because I even made a, you know, because he's a recovering alcoholic, and I
Yeah.
told him, I said, realistically, do you think we're capable of taking on a life and raising them to the best of our abilities? I don't want my child to become screwed up because of me.
So let me ask you this question real quick, and then we'll move back into the Lindsay Clancy thing. Did you have that discussion before you got serious with your partner that, hey, like for me, it's a negative. I'm not going to be having children due to personal reasons. Or was that decision made after you became close to your partner for him to be your partner? I mean, the reason why I'm asking that is because I think some things need to be talked about before you get serious. You know, now him being an alcoholic, I mean, somebody had to have the right scruples to be able to say, wait a second here, like, no, we're not bringing a child into this. This is terrible. We've got we got mental health going on here. We've got some bad addictions going on here. This is not a healthy environment for a child. I think that's commendable. But I'm curious as to if you had told him prior to you becoming a couple that you had no plans on having a child. That way he could decide, well, am I willing to not have children, or does this make a
To
lot of
get
sense?
to
And
the
she's right.
relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, first it developed before we were to before we were together. So he knew coming into this relationship that there's a possibility we wouldn't have kids. And
Okay.
the thing is that what scared me was when I was younger, I was 21 at the time, so I'm still an adult, but my brain wasn't fully developed. A female's brain isn't fully developed until 25. Well, a human brain isn't. And the thing is that I had a therapist tell me, because I said, I want to have children. And she says, honestly, now, I don't know if this is right or wrong, but she told me, she said, honestly, I think that if you do have children, then most likely you're going to kill them.
Well, that's kind of harsh, but I
Exactly.
mean, that's kind of really, really harsh. I mean, I could see it coming from a doctor, and I would respect a doctor saying that. I really would, because some people don't get the beat around the bush thing. I'm the type of girl that says, put it out there, put it out strong, let them get it the first time. There's no questions to be answered, because they know exactly what you meant. You guys, we're going into the 7th hour, I think. I just want to say this real quick. We're going into the 7th hour, I think. 6th or 7th, I'd have to look at it to be sure. The jury is still deliberating, you guys. Earlier this morning, about 2.5 hours ago, I just want to give an update to those that may have just come in. The jury did go to deliberations yesterday. They were released at 4:30 to go home. Everybody was back at 9 o'clock. About 9:10 this morning, the jury was sent back to the deliberation room. About an hour and a half after that, the judge pulled court back together without the jury in there, and held a sidebar with the attorneys, and nobody got to hear what was being said, but it was understood just by what he was holding, what they were talking about. They were holding the medication. Which one? I don't know. Maybe all of them. Brian Inton says that it was a bag of medicines. So there was that, and that the jury also wanted to personally see the murder weapon, which is the knife. Well, the murder weapon was the bands. So they wanted to see the knife. Now, not everybody, but a lot of people did speculate on, and I
you're
asked.
going in and out late.
I'm sorry. And I asked why they would want to see the knife. A lot of people came up with some really great answers. And then I thought, do they already have it? Like now they're just trying to figure out, since they wanted to see the knife and the pills. That's been the only thing that the jury has asked from the judge so far. Um, do they already understand the murder part of it? Like, was it premeditated, or was it done in a psychosis state? So now they're on to the knife and the pills, and was she really trying to kill herself, or make it look like she was trying to kill herself, or possibly had been coerced into killing herself? I just got to thinking about that for a minute, so I wanted to throw that out to you guys. Hopefully, they have already bypassed the whole thing or already gotten through the whole beginning of this, and now they're trying to get to this is the only place that we're going to be able to find out if she's psychotic during the time, or if there was any malice going on in her heart, or evil intent, or something like that. So the judge spoke to the two attorneys, 3 attorneys altogether. They were talking about the items that the jury asked about. Attorneys turned around, went back to their seat. The judge closed court again, and he left the courtroom. So that's where we're at. We are still in deliberations right now, you guys. I think for being here for 6 to 7 hours, I have to look up the right time. If somebody wants to do that for me, then that'll be great. let me know what hour we're in of deliberations. I still think that's a pretty good, what do you call it? Time that we haven't had more questions come from the jury. That I think that's pretty good. I mean, because I listened to a couple of people who have prosecuted these types of cases. I've listened to a couple of experts, and they said I wouldn't be surprised if constantly we were hearing from the jury asking questions. So in and out of courtroom, in and out of courtroom. We are still on jury watch. We are watching, even though you're saying Patsy, forgive me. I call him Patty, Pat, just because I just think he's weak. As a husband, that's my opinion, and I'm allowed it. So I call him Patty, Pat. But I wouldn't call him Patricia. Maybe I should have. That would have been a good name. But anyways, I didn't. We see him on the screen because that's where Court TV was interviewing him. But I do have it in the background. We have not moved off of the Massachusetts emblem, so nothing is happening in the courtroom. Nobody's in the courtroom. So we're right here on the on panel. We have myself, Maggie, the co-host from Liverpool, the Scouser, and we also have Rachel. I wanted to read what the Wicked Witch of the Midwest says. She says, Rachel, I truly believe by choosing not to be a parent, you've made the absolute most responsible parenting decision. I'm so proud of you for realizing your worth and what your boundaries are. And I agree 100%. Carry on, ladies. I just wanted to jump in and give and go ahead and give the update of where we're at in this.
So you said you come to that decision, Rach. Was that? Did you stick with that decision because of what you were told that it'd be best if you didn't have children?
Yeah, it definitely did stick with me throughout the years after. Truthfully,
Did you ever ask anyone else about it? Sorry, did you ever speak to anybody else about it? In the medical field, the doctors. And what did they say to you?
Oh, they told me, logic. I don't know why she said that to you. That wasn't appropriate, but at the same time, it's also medically that I have these diagnoses. Now, it doesn't really refer to if you're a good mother or not. It could be a completely different outcome from what she told you it would be.
Yeah, I see. I commend you, I really do, because I think for a woman to decide at the age of like 21, what someone's telling you, not to have children, I just think different. I just think if it's managed, if your health, if your mental health is managed with drugs, keeps you level.
Like I wanted to say though is that I don't want. I said that I'd probably be a whistleblower for the crisis hotline, but I don't want to be. It's just from my experience from working with them, that they've changed a lot with the hotline, like what they do for the people. That it's not so fine lined. I mean, they're putting into account of people that are not just suicidal, but they're also being like, hey, have you had thoughts of self-harm? And they're doing a lot better. To me, they are. But the thing is that like any other I have to say for her though, for Lindsay, that it depends on who was in her support. Was her family there in support of her? Was like if she told them, hey, I'm having these thoughts, there should have been a lot more being done.
Well, I think so. They should have definitely got her put into a hospital.
Because
there's no doubt about that.
But if they felt that those children are in, if she said, you know, like my children are in danger because I'm having these thoughts, there are so many different, you know, they don't understand is that there's so many different programs out there now and different tools to use.
I think when she said she's had thoughts, I think at that time herself, she didn't think she'd ever harm her kids, but she was shocked. Oh my God, I've had thoughts of harming the kids, and maybe herself, she was shocked at the thought, but she in her heart she thought she'd never ever do it. If you get what I'm saying. Obviously, because people are saying, well, why didn't she say, ask to get her kids out? There's two sides. There's like, it's just so difficult. It's a real difficult thing. But Rachel, thanks very much for coming up today and for being very open and talking about it for all to hear. And it's been lovely to speak to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We thank you for that, and especially for your vulnerability and sharing your story and taking the time. We appreciate you so much. And next time we will remember, next time you come up here, I'll remember your name, but you can understand. I mean, people, they try to do stupid stuff. And so we just have to make sure that, whoever's in back chat has great intentions. So we appreciate you so much, and welcome back anytime. We hope you stick around. All right, so there we go, you guys. That was Rachel. What did she say her name was in chat, y'all? It was something Princess.
Oh God, I forgot already. Begins with a P.
Yeah,
it's or R. Oh, let's go up. Let me have a look.
If not, I'm sure she's going to jump back in chat and she will let us know.
To her, yeah.
See, there's April. April knows everything.
Pagan princess, is it? I'm right at the top.
Thank you, Snorkel. Thank you, April. Thank you, Celia. Thank you, guys. I'll forget everything. I forget everything.
Hiya, Kristen.
What, man, that was a great interview. And listen,
honesty as well.
Honesty.
It's hard, isn't it, to be honest about stuff like that?
Absolutely. Oh man,
is that
it is sad. And but man, has she made some beautiful decisions for her life? Beautiful
I think it's really sad.
Life.
I think it's really sad. Like, I'd have to look into it and say to everyone, listen, she says I shouldn't. What do you think as a professional? I'm terrified I would harm my children or whatever. I'm sure if they sat down with her and said, listen, this can all be managed, to make that decision because of what a person says. I just think it was wrong what she said.
Well,
I think, but is it being managed?
Right. And here's the other thing, though, that was said to her in her early adulthood, right? Since then, she has come into a relationship. She's come into herself. She's grown up quite a bit and made her own decision that she never wanted to have kids that had to take care of their mom, because she was not well enough to take care of them. And because she is with a man who is, by her own account, an alcoholic. So yes, I think it is a beautiful decision she made for her life, and for, I mean, what a testimony.
It's a big brave. It's very brave of it. I'm just thinking, I'm not saying
You feel like she
saying,
was told to.
Yeah, I feel like that made a decision for her. But you know what? If you feel like you feel, then like I said, I commend you. Whatever you decide in your heart, and I think by now at 36, that you'd know if you'd made the wrong mistake. Do you know what I
Well,
mean? And I just
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
the
Max.
wrong mistake. That didn't sound right. Is it the wrong mistake? I think by now you'd know if you'd made a mistake with what you've decided. You know, from the age of 21, being told that, and then, you know, so it's a really big decision that you've made, and it's been the right decision for you.
Mm-hmm. A beautiful decision for your life.
Use that that says an all selfish decision. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people can't make that. And then
Yeah,
Kenneth,
it's hard,
Russell, and
isn't it?
Jennifer, good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming
Hi,
in.
Japan.
Absolutely, Blair says, right decision if I had only known what she recognized, what she has recognized. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are so much more in tune to people outside themselves, even ones that haven't been born yet. They're in tune to, like, how am I going to affect this person or that person or a new baby,
Yeah.
right? When
It's
some
like women
people,
who've got no problems at all decide to have, they don't want children. They just don't want children, and that's the end of it. And they get done. They get the womb removed, whatever. You know, I, I think that's unbelievable and a very strong belief that they must know inside to do that. Do you know what I mean? For whatever reason. I don't know.
no, I get what you're saying completely. I get what you're saying completely. You know, it's just like we say, everything can be, people can take stuff and make arguments for both sides, but I think Rachel said it the best when she said, I made the decision not to
Yeah.
have children. And then there was some backstory to it where somebody was not exactly kind to her, but as she
Oh,
came into
that's
her own, she I think she made the right decision for her, and I wish more people could hear that
yeah,
story right there. I think it's very important to say, no, no,
yeah,
this is not going to end well, and I'm not willing to take the risk.
yeah. I also just don't have a support system that would even allow me to even try be a good mother. Alice said, "Oh,
Wow.
no."
Wow. All right, you
And
guys,
again,
go ahead, Max.
no, I'm just saying. And again, that she's had to take that decision. What she's took, obviously, is not to have any because of that. It just breaks my heart that if you just had support, you know what I mean? And you know what? I don't know your age. So, because you could be young with, one day you will have that support and you could be a lovely mum.
Yeah. All right, you guys, let's jump back into Court TV. I'm still watching on the big screen. We are still seeing the emblem. And let's go ahead and jump back in, watch a little bit more of Patrick Clancy's um, testimony on the stand. We will be stopping it to commentate, you guys, because we sure don't want to happen what happened to us yesterday and to many other creators that it happened to yesterday. So shout out to Court TV. We appreciate you not bothering with us, little tiny channel over here. We ain't bothering nobody. We're not out running the channels or trolling anybody or trying to discredit anybody. We give you full glory for your work. We appreciate your work, and we appreciate you sharing it here at According to Lainey. But I ain't mad at you for trying to give me a copyright strike yesterday. Not once, but twice. I ain't mad
Yeah,
at you.
really. I'm just going
Okay,
to
honey.
spend a penny.
Okay, I ain't mad at you for it. None of us are mad at you for it. We dig it. We understand it. There's money to be made. We get it. And a bunch of other YouTubers jumped on this just during closing arguments. So yeah, you guys probably lost a whole lot of views. And for that, if this was my money making scheme, maybe I would have copyrighted everybody too. All right. Watch your ears, guys. I cannot control your volume. Let's check back in with Court TV.
You look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
Okay. What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
As the jury deliberates 5 hours and 42 minutes in, we're taking you back. Key testimony here. This is from the now ex-husband of Lindsay on the stand, Patrick, talking about what he noticed after the birth of each child. Right now, they're talking about cleaning out the garage. What will that lead to? Was it mania? Were there signs? He also discusses firing the nanny. Don't go anywhere. More after the break.
Great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
This is one of the faces that got me. This is one of the times in trial that got me. Just seeing it, just the way his body presents and his facial looks when they asked about her going back to work. Repeat the 19th Amendment. No more excuses from women. Man bad, women innocent, no matter what they do. Women want equality. There's consequences. Repeal the 19th Amendment. I said your name wrong the first time, so please forgive me. I'm curious if you'll come up on stand and talk to me, or come up on platform and talk to me. Not that I want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with you at all, but sometimes I think it's easier to understand, especially if you're a man. I really would like your take on this, and I would like to discuss it with you. So let me know. Let me know. Listen, I'm not going to judge you. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to fight with you, and I definitely don't want to bash you. As long as you remain respectful to me, Chat, and Maggie, then I'm going to be respectful to you. But I really would like someone that has your type of opinion, a man that has your type of opinion, to come up and have a discussion with me, an adult discussion. I would absolutely love it. Let me know.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and.
Curtis, would you come up? We'd love to have a discussion with you. You've been here quite a while through this trial with Maggie and I, and we would love to have you come on up and talk to us about your feelings about this. Would you mind if you'd like to come up? I absolutely will drop the link for you. I'm only asking one person at a time to come up just so that we can give our full attention to that. Plus, we're trying to watch chat. Plus, we're watching court to make sure that nothing is moving to get us prepared for that. When we host quite a few people on panel, it's too hard for us to keep control of everything that we've got to keep control of to keep us up to date on what's going on. Plus, I keep checking updates and stuff like that off the channel so that if anybody comes out and talks about from what's going on, what they hear, little chatter they're hearing and stuff, that I could bring you updates. All right, Curtis, I'm dropping this link right now. I'm not sure what it looks like to you. Everything looks different from my side. If it's not blue, you will have to copy and paste that into your search engine, and then it will prompt you, and just follow the prompts. If you do not want to show your face, which if you don't, we're absolutely fine with that. We know you well enough in chat. Then just make sure that your camera is clicked to off. Just make sure your mic is clicked to on so we can hear you. But yes, just go ahead and follow the prompts after you copy and paste that. Let us know if you need some help with that. We would love to talk to you. Repeal the 19th Amendment says, I don't do technology. I don't have an opinion. The fact is, if this were a man, there wouldn't be $2 million GoFundMe. Not a lot of. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have a lot of respect for that answer. I don't. I think
And
it's
that
a
is
cop.
an opinion.
I think it's a cop out. It's really easy to be a keyboard warrior. Really, really easy. It's really easy to be negative when all you got to do is type it. But to be able to speak it out of your mouth in an adult way that you are trying not to be offensive, it would be really easier to take it more seriously. But I don't buy that answer right there. I'm not saying you can't stay. You're welcome to stay. As long as you're respectful, you're welcome to stay. But I am just letting you know, repeal the 19th Amendment, I think is a cop-out. my opinion. You're trying, it's not working. Where is Pagan Princess? Maybe I no, I know I got to do it from here. Let's see. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Let me do it again. See, it used to be different. We used to just be able to post it. Well, not on StreamYard though. All right. So, hey, voting. What does that mean? Hold on. I don't know what voting means because we're still seeing the emblem up. So you would just click on that, put it in your search engine, and then follow the instructions there. Like it'll ask you after you put it in your search engine, you hit enter, then it'll ask you, do you want to open it through Google or Chrome? It really doesn't matter, whatever you use. Then it's going to take you to a site called StreamYard. And then once, thank you, Misty. Thank you. Yeah, that might be easier. Curtis, go ahead. Misty, will you hang on to that for me? So if I ask you to drop that, you can just drop that again too. Yeah, that might be a little bit easier. Curtis, go ahead and just go to that that live that Misty Blue just posted, and you just click on the blue link. It'll bring you right to back chat. Why should women not vote? I don't even know what that's about, so I'm going to leave it because obviously I think you're talking to somebody else. Yep, there it is right there. So just click on that link. It'll bring you to another live that'll look just like this one because we're running 2 lives. It's going to be in blue. Click the blue, follow the prompts. Maggie, what says you, love bug? You got anything? I'm going to go ahead and pull this back up because I want to be able to not keep turning around and hurting my back. But we could still watch what's going on here. Okay, so let's do this while we're waiting on Curtis, hopefully to join. We'll go ahead and listen to a little bit more of this. We're getting closer to when he talks about finding the children. Listen, y'all, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell you 100%. I hope somebody, if they're not going to release the 911 tape, which I don't think they would release it unless the 2 lawsuits that are being filed by 2 different people, Lindsay and also Patrick, they won't release the 911 tapes until those are over. Now, if they go ahead and do a settle out of court, then I think the 911 tape actually will be released, hopefully, unless he gets he goes to court and has it taken off the internet. If not, y'all, I'm hoping that that somebody leaks it. That may sound weird and mean, but I want to hear it.
Birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work, she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch, or just to say hi.
I was waiting on the ugliness to come out. Repeal the 19th Amendment says women overwhelmingly vote Democrat, and that is a statistical fact. Democrats allow faggots to dress and to participate in women's sports. This is why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I tried to be kind. I watched you in chat. I watched chat try to be kind. I've seen them try to reason with you. Calling you out as a pussy. You won't come up here. You'll say anything you want to in my chat. You have totally gone backward 100 years in some of the things that you're saying. You're a misogynist. But you're the biggest pussy I've met today. So congratulations. You get the award for that. Okay? Repeal the 19th Amendment. I'm talking to you. So to that I say, find a chat that a support team, find a chat, they're out there, that will agree with everything you say, that will be misogynistic just like you, that will set women back over 100 years, and that will make this totally about men versus women instead of about 3 children that were murdered by their mother for what reason. And for that, you can leave my channel and not come back. Have a nice day. Stage right, y'all.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at this time?
I want to bring back in trial attorney Krista Ramey to get her take on the now ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, and his testimony. How pertinent is this to the case, to the prosecution and to the defense?
I think his testimony cuts both ways. It really, really does. I think that he has provided the prosecution with some very good testimony in terms of, how she was, in the months leading up to the suicide attempt and the killing of his children. So he talks about how, she was, calm and she doesn't want to go back to work and she has anxiety, all of these things, right, that we've been talking about. But that also cuts the other way. And so when he talks about those things, on cross-examination, we're hearing more, about how prolific this was in her life, that she couldn't go back to work. She didn't want to leave her children. There was that's kind of almost manic, which feeds into the bipolar diagnosis. Okay. The, keeping of all of the detailed instructions for people that are watching the children, that kind of fits in with manic. And so his testimony does cut both ways. And it also became apparent that at the end of the case that Reddington finally kind of maybe was listening to some of the conspiracy theories out there, but he really questioned the veracity of some of the things that Patrick said in terms of could he actually, does Lindsay actually say to him, I tried to kill myself and the kids are in the basement? I think that we all kind of thought, how is this possible? I guess with this thoracic spinal cord injury, you probably don't have that serious of injuries to your throat. Maybe you can talk, but there was, evidence of injuries to her throat as well from the cutting and so I think that it all became very clear that his testimony could also play into not just a not guilty by reason of insanity or lack of criminal responsibility, but maybe also a not guilty verdict, a straight up not guilty verdict that the prosecution has not proven their case. Not that she's not guilty in terms of they didn't think that she did it, but has the prosecution proved each element of first degree, second degree, or manslaughter?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I thought that was masterful on the side of the defense, what we saw with Kevin Reddington, because he didn't necessarily have to say anything. He just kind of stood back and said, wait a minute, why? And this was a line he said that, why would she do it now when she has a couple hours when you're out running errands? Why not when you're out with the guys, throwing in a ski trip, planting seeds of reasonable doubt? And you're absolutely right in terms of speaking. Could she speak? Because all of the first responders said no. They heard grunts and groans, but he was able to do that. And in his opening statement, he spoke fondly of him, saying, Patrick does not have to be here. He is. You'll hear about what a great mother she is. And then out of the gate, he kind of turns on him and puts him on the defense of like, wait a minute, how could you talk to her? And the timeline into question. So I thought that was reasonable doubt as well without actually saying it, right?
Absolutely. And you don't have to, feed into the conspiracy theories. I think that, we've seen, in Massachusetts itself, we've seen, defense attorneys lean into conspiracy theories and, with moderate success in the Karen Reed trial. But I don't know that, as a serious defense in a case like this, that leaning into a conspiracy theory that it was the husband that did it is really the way to go. Right. But I think that you call into question, what, where, like you said, there was all these other opportunities for him, to be gone for a long period of time, for him to do this if it was something that she was thinking about and planning. Yeah. And that is why I think that a lot of us feel like that the psychosis is so believable, that she became a puppet at that moment, just following the instructions of the voices that she was hearing, and make it so compelling, because why would she pick a time when she barely had any time at all?
Yeah. And he makes you think about all of that without actually saying what no one really wants to say, just planting seeds of doubt. I'm going to take a quick break. Absolutely. Krista, we are 5 hours, 57 minutes in. We are on Jury Watch. We'll bring you any developments as they come in. Stay with us.
Sorry, y'all. I've been running around here trying to find my phone. I can't find it. I know I just by looking at my iPad, I can see my granddaughter's been trying to get a hold of me, and she told me to wake up. That girl knows I've been doing this. She knows. She knows. You guys, we are behind on court TV, just so that I could fast forward through things that we don't want to see, through the standbys, through things like that. And I'm going to stay this way. So we are over, I want to say, the 7-hour mark now, coming on the 8-hour mark of deliberations. I will check that to be sure. Curtis, listen to me, love bug. Did you click out of this stream altogether and go to my other stream? There are 2 streams. If you go to my page, there are 2 streams running. It looks like you are in the vertical live, which shows the little phone next to your name. If you go to the other stream, it'll have 2. One will have the phone next to it, one will not. And the one that doesn't usually has a lot less people in it. Click on that one. And then once you get in that one, scroll up, look for the link in blue, and just click on the blue link, and it'll bring you right here to me. Thank y'all so much for being here. Appreciate you guys so much. I need to go and make a phone call. I'm still watching. I'm still listening, still watching the live part of it on the big screen, and watching this on this screen, because you guys don't need to hear me and Maggie talk all the time. I hope Curtis gets it figured out. It would be so nice to host him here and to actually formally meet him. Um, um, if anybody else feels like coming up and having a discussion, go ahead and do the same thing that I asked Curtis to do, and we can host 2 of you up here at least. If you have something to say, come and say it, and we appreciate you for doing that. Just be respectful with it. That's all I ever ask. All right, so yes, we would absolutely love to meet Curtis. He's been in here the whole time. Okay. Okay, Maggie, I got it, honey. I got it. No problem. So what I'm gonna do real quick is go ahead and keep going with this right here. We'll listen to some more of the court TV, and let me call this grandchild and see what is so important. It's probably a boy. She's 18, y'all. It's about a boy, and she always has to call her mammy and tell me about it. And I'm so grateful. Those kids like me, y'all. They think they call me mammy, you guys. They think they have the coolest mammy in the whole world, and they're not just lying to me. I can feel it. All right. I'll be right back. Maggie's on Be Right Back. We'll be right back.
It's confusing that the psychiatrist said that Patrick said she did.
I wouldn't believe him if he said in the middle of a blizzard that it was snowing out, okay? So I don't care what the psychiatrist said. You heard that, well, no, you didn't, unfortunately. If you were in the courtroom, you would have heard the tape. She was unable to speak. She just moaned and made grunting noises, that's all.
So why would Patrick say that?
How do I know?
Defense attorney Kevin Reddington doubling down there, talking about Patrick Clancy, the witness on the stand, the now ex-husband of his client. He's saying, I wouldn't believe him. And the cross-examination there was masterful. So he also testified in terms of what he saw at home, how Lindsay acted throughout the years when having her first, second, and third child. We're on verdict watch, 6 hours, 2 minutes in. We'll bring you back when we hear anything or see anything. We're live inside of the courtroom there in that picture. Ted Rollins, of course, is outside of the courthouse there in Massachusetts. Meanwhile, I want to take you back to the testimony of Patrick Clancy. Take a look.
During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is the Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Can y'all hear me? Can everybody hear me? What I'm going to try to do is call Curtis on my iPad because I don't know where the damn phone is. I have no clue. It's probably got more time on it. I'm going to try to call Curtis on the iPad and just put it on speaker. So let me try that real quick. We've never done this. It's the first time that we've done it by phone before. So hopefully it'll work. Let's just see. Where the hell do I make calls on an iPad? Oh, I found it. Oh, look at me. I'm learning so much, you guys. Can't
Oh my
believe it.
gosh, all tech help and everything tech new game now.
Maggie, I'm telling you, I'm just getting smarter by the minute.
God, you really are.
Can you add that to my resume, please? That I'm techno.
Of course I will.
I'm techno now. All right, let me call Curtis. Listen, let me call Curtis real quick.
Who are you phoning, Christian?
Curtis. We're gonna call Curtis.
Okay, Curtis. Okay. Maybe you can get a Google number and do call-in shows.
Oh
yeah.
God, we tried it.
Yeah, it didn't
Remember, we were just like, what the hell, you guys? We don't know what we're doing. All right, let's do this. All right. Here we go, guys. At least we know he can't porn bomb us. Well, listen, Curtis, if you're going to do any kind of porn bombing, honey, just send it right over to my email. I'll be happy to look and share it out with all my friends. That's what we do here. We share. We share.
I thought we were getting porn bombed before. I thought, here we go.
Okay, can you guys hear the speaker?
I'm
trying to keep it.
You got to speak it
Okay,
on.
let me shut up.
Hey, there you are.
Hi, Curtis.
Hi.
How are you?
I am as good as can be expected.
Well, that's better than not expected.
I love Casey's
Let
voice.
me give you a little background of myself.
Hold on just a minute. Let me make sure everybody can hear you. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah.
Let me make sure I've got you up all the way. Okay, go ahead, Curtis. By the way, this is Maggie, too. She's my co-host here. And say hello to chat. Everybody knows who you are.
Hello, chat. Hello, chat. I am Curtis Baldwin. I live in Western Illinois, about 4 hours away from Laney. And I have had, it's a great big story, but in the last 2 years, I was in a near fatal motorcycle accident. 1 year to the day later, I lost my only daughter and a granddaughter in a car accident, which is coming up on a year here in a few days. And I've suffered so much depression and mental health issues because of it. It's just been a wild ride. Now, background, I grew up in a home with 6 sisters. And I always say my mother raised 10 children and 3 husbands because, I have 3 brothers as well. And I have advocated for my sisters who suffered from postpartum and then ended up with all kinds of mental health issues because of medication. I have one sister right now, my baby sister, who's 60, who has been struggling for a long time. And Seroquel, Trazodone, all the same medications that Lindsay Clancy was being prescribed by providers who were not communicating. And it made her crazy. I had to advocate for her. She was in a mental health institution situation. It made me dig into the DSM-5. And when I told the group chat we were having a Zoom meeting, they told me, "Hey, you nailed it." The sad thing about this whole DSM-5 business is they don't deal with postpartum psychosis. It's not even mentioned. And this Dr. Mack really made me angry when I watched him. And I heard yesterday that he's totally retired from the Dietz outfit. Rightfully so, because he was a terrible witness. And I've watched Reddington do a fantastic job of defending his client. Knowing what I know about women's mental health, and I know a lot because I'm 69 years old and I've seen all of my sisters, my wife's entire family, all of the females suffer from mental health issues, including her grandmother and her mother. And watching all these different women be medicated to the point where they didn't even know who they were. Her mother, my wife's mother, died in her, I guess, insanity. And, my wife struggled for a long time. And when they had her on the Haldol and Risperdal and all the different things they had her on, we finally just took her off of everything. And she's probably, I always say she's the sanest, crazy person. And she's a mandated reporter. And she deals with people with dementia and mental health issues on a daily basis. Plus, she deals with me. And I'm probably her most difficult patient. I don't like taking all the pills they give me. I don't take any. The only psych med I take at this point is Ativan for anxiety. And I've suffered from a generalized anxiety disorder for 30 years before it was even really a thing. So I have a lifetime of experience. When my nephew self-immolated, it broke my daughter's heart. And he self-immolated to destroy the demons. And I also knew a beautiful, wonderful woman who couldn't have children and ended up with MS. And she self-immolated right on her front lawn. And it was such a terrible loss because she was a wonderful human being, but the demons got her. And I've seen it just so much. I could go on for an hour about all of the people that I've known who have suffered with mental health issues and who I've tried to advocate for. There need to be more people with their eyes open and their ears open. Because if that had been the case, I think those 3 children would still be living. I have a real problem with Patrick Clancy. I can't watch that guy.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Let me stop you right there before we jump into Patrick, and I'm gonna let you have your say about that. But I do want to talk about your experience, sadly, with the different mental health issues. First, kudos to you for advocating for your sisters, your wife.
Yeah.
Kudos to you for trying to understand what they were going through, especially as someone that is physically unable to give birth. You're a man, you cannot give birth. So you don't understand postpartum depression. But because of that, you chose to do the research. I think every person in chat commend you for that, because that's what it's about. And if more people look, we all as people who have a mental health issue, no matter what it is, from the smallest to the biggest, all we want to do is be heard and try to be understood. That's it. That's it. And because you did both, you heard and you understood that there was a need for you to understand as much as you could in order to advocate for the women in your life is very commendable. And I know I say that word a lot, but I mean it with my whole heart. It's probably one of the only smart words I know. I could say you rock the Casbah, but that's my real talk, but I'm trying to be professional. No, commendable really is the best word I can come up with for that. So I want to thank you for that. But as a man, we would love to hear your take on Patrick Clancy.
Well, I don't hold him in a high opinion.
Okay.
At all. I don't believe a lot of what he said. I see him as I see a lot of men who are so sucked up in their own hormonal difficulties, beating their chest. I'm the man. I make the rules. Blah blah blah. I see him as someone who was even more controlling than Lindsay was, and with the kind of money he made, she should never have had to leave the home. She should never have had to deal with these things. Sounded to me like a lot of it was on her own, and he failed her terribly, terribly, and that's why I don't like watching him speak. I think he's what is it Reddington called a journalist, a weasel. He's a weasel, and he's moved on. He got all the GoFundMe money. He's got the lawsuits, and he's moved on with his life. And this woman, regardless of what she did, and we all agree it's a terrible thing, I truly believe that if her husband had been more attentive and cared more about her than he cared about himself, she might have had the help she needed to overcome the voices and the scrambled thought process. And I've seen women go through it. Having 6 sisters, at least 3 of them suffered postpartum and suffered greatly. And they didn't know if they were coming or going.
Yeah.
And as far as Patrick goes, I wish there was a way to hold him accountable. It probably never happened because he's the victim. He's the victim. I don't, again, it's such a tragedy. Watching my daughter try to deal with her cousin, my nephew, who self-immolated, that was one of the last things that we went through together before she was killed in a car accident. She struggled. She tried to help Nathan. He was schizophrenic. He heard the voices, and he ultimately went into his shed and screwed the door shut and self-immolated with gasoline.
Wow.
Right down the street from her house. And while it was happening, I was on the phone with her. And then Kelly, of course, wonderful human being with MS, couldn't bear children. She ended up doing the same thing right in front of all the neighbors. And I advocated for Kelly as well because she was such a dear, dear person. And My opinions matter not at all, but I do have them and I do voice them. And sometimes I get people's dander up because I talk to a lot of people who have no clue what they're talking about, yet they have an opinion, which they're entitled to. But if you're uneducated and you have not taken the tack that I've taken to try to understand and help, then I don't think you should really have a lot to say. I think you should sit back and watch because you might learn something. And that seems to be a big problem. I see in these chats, and I love you guys' chat, by the way.
Why,
love
thank
Maggie.
you.
I love you. You guys are doing a thing that, someone told me a long time ago that I should start a YouTube channel, and I never have. I have a ton of grandkids, and I got about a dozen cats now. After hating cats my whole life, I'm now a cat dad, and they give me a whole lot of peace, and they need me. My wife, she's off doing her career. She's nearing the end of her nursing career.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to her being retired so that we can spend more time together.
Oh, nice. Can I ask you how long you've been married?
40 years. Yes.
Wow. It's so nice to hear someone say they can't wait to spend time with their spouse after 40 years
Yeah.
of marriage. Some
But
of the
you know
chat
what,
wants to know.
Yeah, you broke all the women's heart in the chat. They're all in love with you, Curtis.
Yeah,
They're all in love with you.
I don't know if you're able to watch the chat because I've got you on the phone, but the chat is just adoring you, and I think you are definitely I didn't realize you were as old as you were. Not saying that you're old, but I didn't know you were as old as you, but you sound just like what you type. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
knew
you're
you
lovely.
had to be I knew you had to be an intellectual person because just by the way that you put things out there, and we appreciate, but the chat is thrilled that they are hearing your voice and hearing your take on this. I want to ask you something again, and listen, we're so glad that you're a part of this channel. So glad, and your support for the channel has been tremendous, and we appreciate you for that. I want to ask you. I know you don't have much respect for Patrick. That's perfectly clear. Do you think had do you blame him as being okay, he wasn't like you? Well, first, let me ask what I saw chat asking. A couple chat out wanted to know how many brothers you have. You have 6 sisters and how many brothers?
3.
3. So Mama had 10 children?
Yep.
Oh, dear God. That poor woman. Our heart goes out. All of us women's heart goes out to her. God bless her.
I always say mom raised 10 children and 3 husbands.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good because, well, we'll talk about that later about how I raised my boys and my girls slightly differently. I think they have to be raised slightly differently, not so much in the discipline way, but the things that you tell them and what's important to be a man and what's important to be a woman. But that I'm old school and that's the way that I believe. Anyways, but I want to ask you this. Do you think that Patrick could just be just ignorant to the whole thing, not realizing how much because I play devil's advocate, you know that here. Patrick could just be ignorant to it. He didn't realize how much education was really at his fingertips just by having a computer. And he just didn't think that that's what he should be doing. Or do you think he just didn't care enough? Because before you answer that, I just want to remind everybody how many times Patrick Clancy said on the stand that he didn't know when his wife started certain medicines. He didn't know how much his wife was taking of the certain medicines. He wasn't sitting there with her telehealth doctors. But on the other hand, He is the one that said, one time that we know of, no, you do not need to do telehelp. We need to go see this person. We need to go see the psych in person. So I have to give him that. Now, was it a control thing? Was it a coercive control thing? Was it like, I'm sick of this? Because he even said that on the stand. He was good and tired. He was just tired of it. He said, let's go to the doctor. So what in your mind happened there? What could have changed the outcome? What do you think Patrick as a man is thinking?
I think Patrick is a narcissist. I think Patrick, because of his income and his station in life, the whole country club, upper class, whatever, thought that he shouldn't have to be dealing with a mentally ill wife. I think he checked out long before the bad things started happening. I don't think what I did notice about his testimony was his selective memory when it came to the medications. And it's funny that her medications were found in his truck. I think that he had much more control over the situation than he is trying to portray at this stage. And it's going to be interesting to see with the lawsuits what the discovery will bring out, because those drug companies aren't just going to lay down. Those doctors aren't just going to lay down, and they may pay out just because they don't want to deal.
That's right, and they know they were wrong.
Yep, and so again, a discovery in that case would give us all a lot better insight into Patrick and his, in my mind, not doing what was best for his wife. When my own wife started menopause, I watched a program on public television about menopause, the entire reproductive cycle of a woman. And then I watched that same program again that night. It was a 2-hour-long program, so I watched it twice in one day so that I could help my wife. And I think I was a help to her during menopause. She's through menopause now, but she still has all of her parts. So she still has the hormonal difficulties.
Sure.
Every month I can look at the calendar. It's the 4th. We're either going to be crying or angry, or I'm going to the garage just to get the hell out.
We understand that.
What a guy. And, men, I say this a lot. Men are stupid. Okay? Men think about what men think about. And I watch so many men, and I get into back and forth with men because they beat their chest like they're a gorilla, and it's all testosterone, and they don't have a clue. They don't even understand the simplest things about what their wife is going through, whether it be the reproductive cycle or pregnancy or what comes after. And I feel so bad and I've seen plenty of it. So many women who just wish that their husband would at least try to understand. Google something, you dummy.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I know this. Patrick Clancy desperately failed his wife. Failed her in every way possible.
I agree. I want to
go ahead.
I want to ask you one more question, and then I'm sure Maggie has something she wants to ask you as well, and I want her to be able to talk to you as well. And I just wish you could see chat, honey, because listen, I'm not saying all, but most people are loving this and very much agreeing with you. Some are not agreeing, but that's just the way it rolls, right? Not everybody's going to like us. Believe me, I'm well hated, and I know that, and I'm okay with it, but it's not going to shut me up. Okay.
Right,
But
that's me.
I want to say I can verify that for you, because I think that some people would say, okay, yeah, right, Curtis. Yeah, okay, we believe you, honey. We believe that you watched that program about your wife and what she was going through and what you could do to help her and try to understand her. Yeah, we believe you, Curtis. We believe you, being facetious. But I believe 100% that you are telling the truth, and here's why. I had to have uh, um, a full hysterectomy. And there were things I didn't study. What all I knew is they were just going to rip the shit out of me, and that I was going to be okay afterwards. You know, I was going to feel like $1,000,000, right? But I
Nope.
didn't do any research on what it was going to do to my body, my mind, I didn't care. I just knew I was in trouble, and like even if they took it out of my forehead, my uterus and everything else that they took, that I was going to feel better, right? This is a God's honest truth. There were things I didn't know that my husband
Sure.
had already set in place, uh, and already knew about. I was finding it out as I was living it, and then my husband's telling me, and I was like, "How the hell do you know about that?" Like, I don't know. And he's like, "Because I read a book on it. I read a book
Yep.
on women who have total hysterectomies." And he said, "I wanted to be prepared." And he said, "I wanted to understand what you were going through. So I didn't want to be a dick to you. You know, if this is just something that happens to women who either go through the change or have to go through the change early, or have to have all their parts taken out, that it screws up their hormones even more." Because I will tell you this, even though I have nothing, left as far as anything that's reproductive, and your wife does, believe me, we still have that bitchiness going on too here. So, and you're right, it doesn't end. It does get further apart. We're not
Yep.
having it
Yep.
every day, but now I've just come to the conclusion, Curtis, that it's not so much that I had a hysterectomy and I've been through the change. It is just that I've been in a very bad mood for 40 years, just like Weeza said, and I'm just a bitch, straight up a
Yeah.
bitch. So I'm not even going to claim all that, but I know that people do. I want to say thank you very much, and before I hand you over to Maggie, I want to say thank you very much, and you are honored here. And I really want you to know that. And I am so happy every time I see you in chat. Not because I mean, I didn't know who you were from Adam. You could have been a woman for all I know. Hell, I don't know. And you could have been a troll for all I know.
I'll tell you, I've discussed this being in this chat with my wife.
Oh,
So she knows everything that I put in the chat.
oh, bless
And
her.
and she would attest to the fact that I did watch that program twice. And back when she was having difficulty earlier on, before menopause, I bought a book and I put it in the chat. It's called Surviving Schizophrenia.
I saw
It's
you put that in there. I didn't know what that meant, but yes, okay.
That is an excellent book. And I will tell you, I read it back to back as well. And I learned more about myself than I did about my wife. And
Wow.
they put her on Haldol, Risperdal, Trazodone, all that crazy stuff. And ultimately it came down to how much did I love our relationship? How much did I love my wife? What was I willing to do to help her as opposed to oppose her? And you know, guys are stupid. I say it all because it's okay. You can go out and do a brake job on your car. Can't you read a book? Can't you Google something? Can't you at least try to understand females? And I have a ton of granddaughters as well. And, you know, as a matter of fact, our 10-year-old granddaughter just started her cycling.
Lovely.
And I'm telling my son, they live right next door to me. I'm explaining all of this to my son. I've taught my sons, hey, be that guy.
Be that guy.
Take your phone out, go to the week they start, and then go back a week and set an alarm on your phone, because then you know it's time to go to the garage and don't say anything.
Don't say anything.
Let them have their emotions, and then when that other week comes, do the dishes. Do a little.
Wow.
Pamper them. And my 4 sons, 3 of them are that guy.
Wow.
And I'm so thankful that I was able because I had one who was very resistant of that. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
It's not a
And I was
thing.
like, oh, it's a thing. And now he's like, Dad, thank you so much for that, because it has made my life so much better. And, that would be really the only thing that I would have to say to any man is, if you don't understand the cycle, if you don't understand postpartum, if you don't understand depression, if you can't crack the DSM-5 and understand the basics, then just go to the garage and shut up, dude, because you ain't got a clue. You ain't going to help. You're going to make it worse. And, I've just been really blessed with an ability, a comprehensive ability, to internalize what I read when I read it. And if I don't quite get it, I'll go back and read it again, because I want to understand. I'm a lifelong learner.
Yeah.
And I'm nearing the end of my road. I know that. I'm 69, and I've had a lot of health issues, bad injuries, heart attack, stroke, motorcycle accident, and then the loss of my dear only daughter, who was my mini-me. And I miss her so much every day. I look at her picture every day. I talk to her, and my wife sees me struggle. And she still has to go to work every day. She's nearing retirement, but she still has her job.
Right.
And so every night we talk about what kinds of things I thought about and did during the day to try to restore some normalcy to my everyday life. And I have an awesome primary care physician who gives me an hour every time I go see him, which is about every 6 weeks now. And not everybody has that. Lindsay Clancy did not have a bevy of people who were really listening to her.
No.
And that, I think, contributed to what ultimately happened. When you got 5 different, and my sister did it. She went to, if she didn't like what she heard from one doctor, she went to another doctor. They prescribed more pills, and pretty soon she was on 6 or 8 medications and didn't know who the hell she was. And I had to try to intervene and advocate, which I did, and she's doing much better now, but she still struggles and will struggle. And, I'm always talking to her about, okay, what medications are you taking now, and who prescribed that? And I just think that there were just a ton of mistakes made in this case, in the case of Lindsay Clancy and her mental illness and issues. Just so many mistakes. And it's a shame, because we lost 3 beautiful bits of our future.
That's right.
And that's the tragedy. But the cause or the causation has to be at some point. That's why they, when they back during the Reagan administration, when they started gutting all the mental health funding and closing the warehouses, as it were, I saw this coming, and I've been talking about it for years. And we've got to get to a point where mental health funding is just like universal health care, is just part of who we are. And I think that it's predictable, it's foreseeable, and it is very definitely something that people like you and I, who actually care, have to make that change. And I see the pink shirts and the white shirts, and I see all the different pundits and sayers, naysayers, whatever. And I listen to everything. I watch everything. And I'm highly politically involved. I've served in public office, all those things. You have to crack a book or a Google. You have to open your mind to all the possibilities. It's not just, well, my dad said blah, 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 because maybe your dad was wrong. And
preach.
And my boys, when they have a problem and they're in their, spousal interactions, they call me. They come to me because they know I know, and I'm able to give them resource guidelines because they're out there. Again, if someone is in a relationship or married to someone who's having mental difficulties, I highly recommend reading Surviving Schizophrenia and understanding codependency. They have a ton of books on codependency too. And if you can read and comprehend, there is no excuse for you not trying to understand that person you claim to love.
Wow. That's incredible. Well, Curtis, I thank you so much for coming up, for sharing with us. You're always welcome here. And guess what? I've got your phone number now and you've got my phone number, and not many people have that. And there's not many people I would have called, but I trusted you that much. And I had no qualms about calling you. I hated that you put your phone number in chat just because, I mean, you may get some troll calls. So be prepared for that.
Yeah, if the mods say it, they can move it. Remove the number from the chat mods.
Let's do it. I don't have a problem because I ain't afraid of nothing. And
so you going in and out.
The difference is I have what's right and true on my side. And I have an open mind, and I'll listen to anyone until they start spouting. That's why I can't listen to Patrick Clancy, because I believe that he is a deceptive, narcissistic self-dealer. And I can read people pretty well. I didn't live 69 years and not learn how to read people. And having owned my own business, having advocated for people that I love and for strangers, I've learned people. And hey, bring it, because you might get an education.
I'll agree with that.
And I love you guys. That's why I'm in the chat. You can only put down so many characters, and I have fat fingers on a tiny keyboard, so I'm just pounding away. And then I look at what I wrote, and it's not spelled wrong, typos, whatever.
I know.
I'm a spelling champion, though, in school, so I know what I'm saying. It just sometimes doesn't come out right on the chat. But I'm here because I care, and I feel like I have something to offer. If someone is really seeking answers, I'm here. And if you got questions, there's my phone number.
Wow.
And I will try to help you.
That is so kind, Curtis. That is very, very kind of you. Listen, I'm going to let Maggie say goodbye to you real quick because we've got to get back to this, start watching some more stuff. But you are welcome to, you've got my number. If you see me online, you want to talk, go ahead and call in. If it's a good time to talk, we'll do this together. And then maybe offline, when we're offline, I could show you how to get actually on panel with both of us.
Okay,
or
well,
one of
I
us.
want to truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for allowing me to participate in what is such an important subject that we need to help other people understand better. And like I said, I'm here. My number's right there. If somebody wants to look it up and call me. If you're genuine and you're seeking genuine answers, I will do my very best to help you get there.
Wow, that is incredible. I love you, Curtis. Thank you for your support. It has been an honor meeting you, and please give the missus our love as well. And listen, she picked a keeper, and it sounds like you picked a keeper as well. I'm gonna let you talk to Maggie just a minute here, and give me a call anytime. If I got time, we'll sit around, we'll chit chat together. All right?
Thanks so much.
You're welcome, Curtis. Here's Maggie.
Hiya, Curtis. Well, I think, right, just let you know that you probably
Hold on
called
just a minute. Maggie, hold on a minute. I got to figure out how to make him hear you. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry about it. I'll type in the chat.
You got things to do. I understand.
Okay. Maggie said that she will talk to you in chat. We love you, Curtis. Thank you so much, my friend.
Bye.
Thanks for including me.
Absolutely. It's been an honor.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, love.
Y'all, how blessed are we? Maggie?
I know, how lovely. I wouldn't, it's the man we dream of. I'm not being funny, Lee, but it's going to cause misery in this house on Sunday.
I know. I'm going to go in here and have a discussion with
Yeah, but at
Beefcake
least
becoming-
Beefy read up about you when you had your hist.
He did. He did. I didn't even think
Well, I wouldn't dream of that.
Yeah, I didn't even know that my body was going to change or anything. I just knew that the problems I was suffering that caused me to have a hysterectomy was going to stop. But honestly, I had no idea what was going to happen, but he did, and he had it all figured out. So when I would say, "Oh God, I feel like this," because I still had to, even though everything was taken to me, and I want to explain for those that don't understand and still are old school. I've had to school a lot of people on this. When it comes to hysterectomies, you guys, there is a partial hysterectomy, there's a total hysterectomy, and there is a radical hysterectomy. I just gave you the 3. You guys go look it up and find out for yourself. I had what was called a total hysterectomy, which left my ovaries because my doctor said that I was too young, that he wanted me to produce as many of my own hormones that I could, and my ovaries were the ones to do that. So he left those, but took everything else out. And I really just had no idea that it was going to change me so much. So I still went through the change because my ovaries were left and I was still doing my own hormones. So I still had to go through that. But I mean, the early days after the hysterectomy, your body goes through so much change and you feel changed and everything else. And, parts of your relationship changes as well. And my husband knew all about it. And I was like, how the hell do you know? And he's like, I read a book. Didn't you read the book? And I was like, I didn't read a book. All I know is that those problems stopped. Now I got a couple other problems, but they're not as detrimental as having to have a serious surgery. Listen, Kristen, God bless me. Curtis is a love bug. We completely know that now. The good thing about hearing people's voices, you guys, is now, like, when they come to chat, we know exactly who they are because we've heard them and we can actually hear them talk. And I think it's fabulous. Somebody was in back chat just a little while ago when I first started talking to Curtis. I still would like you to come up. I know it was a lovely lady who had come up. I don't know if Maggie saw her in back chat, but because I was doing a phone interview with Curtis, there was no way I could do.
I did see it, and I can't remember. I might have looked through the chat.
There was just no way I could do like panel and
Tammy.
the phone.
I think it was Tammy.
So if you're still in here and you still want to come up and have a discussion, obviously you know how to get here. Come on back up. We'd love to hear from you as well. Anybody else that wants to come up, let us know. It is pinned over in the other live chat that we have going on. I think Mary Jane told us that. I think our Misty put it out there for us. If you need the link, let us know. One of the mods will gladly put it in for you. Listen, we love open panels. Shoot fire, what time is it? I gotta go, Maggie. I forgot.
We'll never open panel if
My
ladies
teeth.
going, guys.
Yeah,
Go on, you go.
Yeah, we're not gonna do an open panel until I get back. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
thank you so much, Mel. I just heard Beefcake yell it to me. All right, I gotta
Go
go.
on.
I'll be back in about
See
an
you
hour.
later.
Love you all.
Bye. Bye. Yeah, please remove the link, mods, because I won't do it on my own. Oh no, I'll ball something up or say something wrong or something and the channel will be taken down.
Hey, Maggie.
Cases, listen. Hello.
Maggie, really quick though, I need to tell you, so I am presenting everything. You need to bring up stuff to present because you need to be able to watch Verdict Watch. So I have the AP pulled up which is on YouTube, and I have
The AP, the one I had yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
AP,
I have that.
hang on, let me look.
And then I also have Court TV where they're doing split screen. And if you want either one you want to put up is fine. I think the AP though was not doing split screen, and so that worried me a little bit.
I'm looking.
But you know what you're doing. I just wanted to remind you that let me
Can I
take
show
off all
you?
my stuff. Yeah, I'm going to take off all my stuff.
Okay, we'll check mine out then when I put it on.
Yep. Oh gosh, I can't believe
it's what I can see, Gail.
That's perfect. What is that? The AP? Yeah, that's the AP.
Look on the right hand side.
Yes, I see it. I see it. You can leave that up and then just make sure that you're on there and you've got the what do you call it? The volume going so that if you happen to miss it moving, that you'll hear that. You already know what you're doing, Maggie. You don't need me.
Yeah.
Here I go, guys. I get to go try on my teeth.
Have I got to talk over this, or am I all right putting that on the screen?
You can leave that on the screen. Just talk over it, and then when you hear them come to court, or you see it moving, then mute your mic. You guys, I'm gonna go try on my brand new teeth. I'm so excited. Bye.
Don't forget the picture. Bye. So, Curtis, if you can hear me, if you're back in chat, you're gonna have to scroll right up because you got so many comments from the minute you came onto the panel. So you need to scroll up and read everyone's post to you. You're a celebrity. You've caused murder in here, but you're a celebrity everywhere. Just wanted to tell you that. So I'm going to be looking for a new husband, I think. One like you will read a book and not call me a crank when I have a moment. Do you know what I mean? Sick of it. But he's very good in other ways. So I have to give and take, don't I? Do you know what I mean? I'm fair. I am. I'm fair. So guys, I can't be coping with this, waiting for this verdict. I can't. I'm fed up now. And how long? What's the longest anyone's ever waited? What, MJD? Shout Nethel. That means shut up. Oh, Maggie, shut up. I've just... You bish. That's my bish telling me to shut up. Guys. You shut up. Anyway, what's the longest you've ever known? A verdict. What's the longest verdict watch there's ever been? Okay, MJD. I heard you. Yes. Times. So, don't tell me that you can wait like a week. So are we gonna wait now all weekend and it's gonna come back on Monday? Is that what happens? I can't be coping with it. So they must be all very unsure if it's taken this long, I think. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, MJD? I'm gonna have a bite of my apple, so I'm turning the sound off. Oh, Curtis, the minute you came in here, you were part of it, but I knew you'd be trouble. You've caused a divorce in here. But you know what? All these lovely people that we've all met, because we've been a community on here now for years, and all the people that we've met throughout this trial are all wonderful. They all get us. You come in and you chat with everyone, and oh, there's Melly. Hang on. It's that time again. It's 3:39 a.m. and my bed is calling me. Have a great day, Maggie. If a verdict happens, I'll let you know. Good night and God bless, Gail. Love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Nice. There's Melly Jo going to bed. 3:39 a.m. Oh, she's going to have bags under her eyes. The jury has a few questions, just came out. Yeah, apparently, Wild Angel, we heard that before, and they took the pillboxes, and apparently they want to see the knife. Oh, so we were thinking, why would you want to see the knife? Why would you want to see the knife? So do you talk? Do you do talk text where you talk and it types it out for you? I've tried that in one of my apps and it doesn't understand me. It does everything wrong. I've got to talk posh because then when I talk like that, I'm pronouncing my words properly. So then it'll do it. But I'm not posh. I'm Scouser. And it's dead hard to keep posh. So, yeah. So everyone in here is welcome and everyone's been absolutely great. And we're a bigger community and it's just amazing. But if there's anyone in here that hasn't hit the like, please hit the like. And if you'd even be kinder and subscribe to our channel, let us get out in the algorithm. I've just need to choke myself. So, what's the longest we could wait for a verdict? I've never known anything like this. I thought you get the verdict like at least in a day or two. It's so rewarding to think your opinion. It does matter, cases. It does. You're a lovely old-fashioned man. The way the men were years ago, the way they was years ago, like my dad. And it's lovely to think that you totally, respect your wife and you can't wait for her to retire so you can be together. I mean, that's just like a love story to me, a fairy tale. I can imagine what you were like when you were younger. Oh, all that canoodling. I can imagine it, cases. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. And you just don't deserve that heartache. And I'm really, really sorry for your loss. And I hope you get extra strength these next couple of days to get you through the anniversary. So sad. Yeah, so please in the chat, showcase us some love. Mary Jane Doe said, my mum just retired. Unfortunately, her husband had severe dementia, so she's just taking care of him now. Oh, that's so sad. How sad is that? My mum was in a wheelchair and my dad retired and he was telling her he was going to take her everywhere. And then he found out he had lung cancer. He was dead 4 months later. It was just the worst. Isn't life cruel, eh? It's just so cruel. He was 58. He was only a young man. I was a touring musician for many years. Oh, what's your cases? Wow. God, you've got loads of stories. You're going to have to come up and tell us them all. Wait till I tell Leonie that. Lisa said, of course, your opinion matters, cases, and we appreciate all of your experiences. Much respect. MJD said they go back and forth to their lake house. Luckily he's still mobile. Do you know, if you just told me that lake house had to be in, like, imagining all kinds in my house. But when I went to Canada, we went to one of our friends' relatives' lake house. We got there on a boat. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I felt like a proper American. You just don't understand. We don't have anything like that. And we spent the whole day at the lake house. The things that people have. Oh, I could only dream of stuff like that. Honestly, I only see stuff like that in movies. It's a camp, a small house on the lake. I wouldn't care if it was a little tiny cabin. The fact that it's on the lake, I'd be made up. I'd just sit on a blanket on the lake. Oh, MJD, love that, says Lisa. And Cases is thanking you all. No, thank you. I'm going to have another bite of this apple. Hold on. I'll have to look that up. Lake Champlain. Is it Champlain? Am I saying it wrong? Lake Champlain. Is it Champlain or Champlain? New York. I can't believe you live in New York. All the high buildings. People go there on their holidays all the time. I want to go. Well, no, I don't, because I'm terrified to go on that plane all that way. But my son and my husband want to go to New York. And my son's wanting to go near Christmas. Shauna said, did anyone else see the Lake Ontario is now Lake America? What? Why? How come? Champlain. Is that right? Lake Champlain. 4 months it was out of California. I'm sure Leanie said to me, it's less hours. Because when I look up to go to where Leanie lives, it says 15 hours. And if you look up to go to, where's the other part of Canada? Is it Ontario? I don't know. Is there any, what's the other one? What's the other one? The other airport? Is it Ontario? Well, anyway, it only takes 7 hours to get there. Oh, I can't believe how big America is. I can't get over it. Yeah, guys, read the screen. This should be a message to all men to educate yourselves. Because you know what? Truth is, if that was my husband going through something like that, I'd Google it. MJG says, I'm trying to Google that and it looks like he's trying to change it. But has it been changed already? Yeah, Nikki, I know. I can't believe it. How big it is. And Australia's even bigger. Oh, England's is like a little dot in the ocean. Honest to God, you could drop it in one of the ponds, the lake. That's how small we are. Alison said, murder is murder, and 3 precious babies lost their lives. We all agree with you, Alison. Absolutely heartbreaking. Absolutely. But is she guilty of murder with a sound mind, Alison? Or postpartum psychosis? Men have cycles too. Typically, 2 weeks for their hormones to reload. Really? Yeah, never knew that. I'll have to read up on that. Like Obama. True story. Lisa said, Shauna, he tried to turn the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I've not got a clue with all that, guys. Not got a clue. I hope I'm not sounding rude eating this apple, but I've got to eat it, or I'll go sick. MJG said, I like all the Native American names of our lakes and cities. I love the names of all your cities and states. It's fabulous. It just reminds me of movies. No, I don't think either. You should change them. Oh, don't worry about your typos. I don't put full stops or nothing. I just get it down what I need to say, because otherwise I'll forget. Alison said she knew she needed help, so she should have just walked away. Well, in my opinion, she didn't realise because she wasn't in the right mind. But the Patrick should have stepped in when she told Patrick she had thoughts of harming the kids. I think that was Patrick's, red flag. He needed to do something right then to get them kids out. He was in sound mind. She wasn't. And that's just my opinion. Alison. Mary Jane Doe says, if they can't pronounce Onondaga, maybe they should practice. I'm going to practice now. Onondaga. Is that right? Onondaga. Onon. Or is it Onondaga? Onondaga. He did let her down. And people are thinking, we all agree, she's a murderer. She's a murderer. She's admitted she killed the kids. But this isn't what this is about. OMG. Shona says, if you look at current map of the United States, I believe it says Gulf of America. Oh. Guys, it's near 7 p.m. here and I needed something to eat. I'm really sorry if this sounds terrible. I'm eating an apple. I'm trying to push the mic out my way. The ignorance here is appalling. Curtis said. MJG says, I don't think anyone should be able to change the name of places that are already established. It's crazy. It happened round here. We lived here for, I think it was 49 years. And then they changed 2 streets here. And we were like, oh my God, we still call it the old streets. Because the new names just won't stick. It was awful. It was just alien to us. Miss Tweedy said, I've just realised this jury are looking deeper into this than the police did. Exactly. MJD, can you hear me eating this apple? I'm getting paranoid. MJD tells me about the noises. She says, Maggie, I can hear you typing. Said it one time, I wasn't even on the mic. Mary Jane Joe says, if I were on the jury, I would want to know all of their phone and computer information. What was going on at the time? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Sit there and read it all. I'd delve, see what the marriage was like. You need to look into stuff. Oh my God. Oh my God. Good job you said that. Oh, I forgot it was a Betty. Hang on a minute. Let's get the Betty cake swirling in the corner. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Charlotte Tweedy. Happy birthday to you. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Happy birthday, Charlotte. I'm so sorry I forgot. My mind's not my own. Happy birthday, girl. Oh, if only we could have a little birthday song. We can't have nothing with this copyright. Can't have nothing. Wouldn't it be nice if they let us do that so you could play happy birthday for people? I mean, some people got no one. They don't even get a card. So they could come to our community and we'd sing happy birthday to them. Swear to God, it makes me dead sad. So I think they should let you have a happy birthday music and don't strike it on it. What do you reckon? Do you think the same? Excuse me. Oh, look at all the happy birthdays you're getting, Sean. What are you doing? Are you doing anything today? Or tonight? Or are you like me? You don't even bother? I do go out like for something to eat. Oh, she's had a great day. It's same time for her, you see. 7 o'clock in the night here. So she's had a good day, eh? John sent a party hat. Got a party hat now, Char. How old are you today, Charlie? Are you, Davy? Talking about you before, someone asked me if I was a bit Scottish. I said, definitely not. I'm 100% Scouse, but people do think I'm either Scottish or Irish. I said, if Evie was up here talking and then I spoke, you'd hear the complete difference. That right, isn't it, Eve? Oh my God, may I change it? Cheek Tawaga, Kanachahari, Manhattan, Poughkeepsie, and Ticonderoga, Ticonderoga. Did you hear it? Oh my God, we've got really thick accents, but you can tell the difference. So, it's only 2 for you guys now. Let me see. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, 3. 3. Oh, was I good? Was I, MJT? Oh my God. I'm normally terrible pronouncing things. Evie said, my family came for lunch, so I was late. My grandson is 17 months and into everything. Oh, I remember it. I remember you've got to have eyes in the back of your head. Haven't you? Thanks, Lise. Thank you. So, will they only, for as long as they be here today, if they're still deliberating at 6 o'clock, is that when the judge will say, no, leave it now till Monday? Is that what will happen? Do you know what? This apple seems to be, because I'm paranoid about it, that I wear I'm crunching on the mic. It seems to be lasting forever. I keep looking at this apple going, sure it's going bigger. Let me have a drop of coffee. Evie said, girls are easier. My granddaughter is 9. Because you can play dress up with a girl, can't you? My mate used to have a little girl. I didn't have any children at the time. Oh, I used to dress her up and everything. I loved it. Used to do all her hair up. Oh, she was so pretty, like a little doll. Used to get little high heels and everything, and it was all like long dresses, so she looked like a little princess. She loved it. I put all lace around her, like she was getting married. She loved that. I said, do you want to wear a wedding dress? She said, yeah. I love dressing the kids up. 55 today. Oh, still young, Shaw. You're still young. And I love the name Charlie. I think it's a really young name. Oh, good night, John. Thanks for coming in again. We love having you here, John. See you soon, mate. See you tomorrow. Let's hope we get a verdict tonight, John. Take it easy, love. See you soon. There's a song, Big John. Big John. Is it? Am I saying the right way? Shauna said MJT records an Uber off the train in Poughkeepsie to head over to CIA, I believe. Ale Tawerner, Ala Tawerner, 348. Hello. Alex here from Prescott, Arizona. Hoping for a verdict of not criminally guilty for reason of insanity. Same. I agree. That's what I'm open for too. Welcome to the chat. Please hit the like, Alex. And you're welcome. Just chat away with everyone else. Everyone's lovely in here, Alex. You're all welcome. Good night, John. Laura's coming back to check in a while. Have fun, y'all. Oh, John. You don't have to do that. Oh, thank you so much. That goes towards the channel, towards the paying for the StreamYards. So Lena keeps it to pay off, so she doesn't have to pay for it. Thank you, John. That's really, really appreciated, but you really don't have to. We don't expect that. But thank you so much, and I'll tell Lena. God bless you, John. Oh, we're doing it. You're so nice, John. Aren't we dead lucky? The people we've got. JT, do you feel that? Do you feel we're dead lucky with all the people that hopefully we seem to attract? I love it. Except for yesterday. Everyone come in like the devil, didn't they? It's like they've been sitting on the sidelines, not agreeing with us. And when it went to verdict day, they all zoomed in like them flying ants and bombarded the chat. We are blessed. We are missed. I thought you went before, Misty. Do you know why? We are some lovely people. We've met some really, really nice people. I think a lot of those men are just finding out about the case and don't really watch the trial. You'll find a lot of people coming in haven't watched the whole trial. They don't know things. They start saying stuff and you're like, where did they get that from? You know. So it is crazy. They should find out first and then by all means have an opinion. I think I've just ate loads of pips. I used to think if I ate a pip, a tree was going to grow in my stomach. Did anyone else think that? When you were a kid, if you ate a pip of an orange or an apple, that you were going to grow an apple tree or an orange tree. I was terrified. It was subscribers only. How desperate those trolls were if they wanted to subscribe exactly. I wonder who they were. Yeah, MJG they did. I couldn't find how to do it, but you can't do it on StreamYard. You've got to do it in YouTube. Yeah, the tree grows inside. Misty, I always thought that. But oh my God. I can't keep waiting. You know? I don't think I've seen the telly for 3 weeks. I've been coming down the stairs, getting everything ready, getting this on charge, going on it, getting off it, going upstairs, getting ready, and going to bed. That's what my life's been like for over 3 weeks. Where's for God? I don't think I could do another trial like this every day in my life. It's not the fact it's every day. It's the fact how long it is. I mean, you see all these people who get, what is it called? Monetized. And then what monetizing this. So it's like a job to them. Even they don't do it as much as we've done it, do they? I just babble and shout now. I kind of get nervous on my own. Right, so I'm going to throw this away because it's grown. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Shauna said that's why Leanie wanted you to be home before they gave the verdict. So now, because you've been dealing with it every day. No, you know what? Of course, I'd love to be here for the verdict, but I wouldn't want to feel bad. If she was here and I wasn't, honestly, I wouldn't. I'd go mad. I wouldn't be one of them who'd be like, oh, I've done it. And she wasn't even here sometimes. No, I don't play like that. Leanie is, do you know what I mean? I wouldn't bother me as long as Leanie had seen it, I'd be made up as she would be to me. Oh, talk of the devil. She's sure to arrive. Whoopee, y'all. I can't wait to try on my Hollywood teeth. Are you there? Are you there, Lee? All I want for Christmas is me two front teeth. Me two front teeth. Me two front teeth. Woo! All I want for Christmas. Excuse me, guys. It's going to be crisp soon. Can't bear it. Leanie loves it, and I'm definitely not getting the tree out this year. Do you know my son's got a cheek when I think of it? I go, I'm not putting the tree out this year. And he goes, what? I go, I'm not putting the tree out. He goes, why? I go, because you aren't. You don't even come down the stairs. And we're sitting doing it all. It's an ordeal. Making it all Christmassy. And you don't even come down the stairs and then you complain when I say I'm not putting it up. Leanie, where are you? Are you there? Let me know. What's that saying across the bottom? We will be here the minute we get a verdict. Please be kind with your opinion. Oh, is that what Leanie's put on? I switched to a little tiny tree a few years ago, a tabletop one. I don't blame you, MJD. Do you know if he came down and, honest to God, he stays down Christmas Day. Him and his dad watch the same movie, me too, which is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. My husband's got the shirt, the glass, you know, the moose glass. He loves it. It's his favourite movie, so we watch it every Christmas with our dinner. We sit and eat our dinner on our knee, on the chair and the couch. We don't bother sitting round the table. That stopped years ago because we were all eager to get in the living room and watch Christmas telly. And it's the way we all enjoy it. We all get on our little specs and eat our dinners on our knee. But if he had a big family, I'd be around the table. I'd love it. But you know, when you've got your husband and your son and you're sitting at the table and the faces are tripping, they're on the floor because they've got a cob on, which means they're not happy because they're missing it. So in the end, and I was missing the telly as well. I want to snuggle up in my PJs and watch the telly. But I thought, no, it's Christmas and we're a family. We should be around the table. But it got that miserable. It was ruining Christmas, so I give in. What's funny? What's funny, Evie? Shauna says, I've got a tall, skinny tree. It takes 2 seconds to put up and deal with it. Have you seen the pop-up trees? I don't like them now. I don't know. I know you can get one but I think there's some now that are going more realistic, the pop-up ones. I mean, my tree, it's 2 pieces. As soon as you put them together, the lights come on. You don't need to decorate it with anything, although I do, but only a tiny bit. I don't think I'm going to do a tree this year. I don't have any children living with me. And my cats will destroy it. Oh, leave it, MJD. Just put some little techies up. Some little stars and little Christmassy things. Can you crochet, MJD? Possum said, "Hiya, Poss." I know, just wanted to say pocket teeth. National Lampoon. Oh, Yevie, isn't it funny? So funny. Do you know what else? Has anyone seen Juice Bigelow, the American Gigolo? Oh my God. Guys. Casey said, I'm back. I got to share my excitement with my wife. Did you tell her you're a celebrity now, Casey? You're a celebrity on the According to Leanie channel. All the women love you. All the women love you. No, I need to learn. Oh, do you know what? MJD, listen, we had Lizzo. I taught her, well, I never taught her. I talked to her that much about it. And I sent her the links to teach yourself. And she picked it up dead quick. Now Mary Jo's on it. She sent me a picture. She's done a granny square. It's easier than it looks. Trust me, for me to do it, it's easier than it looks. It's dead quick as well. Where knitting takes you a week. I was going to say get a bar of wool. Get a ball of wool. Get a hook about a number 6. And let me know. And I'll send you the link. And you'll have to watch it. And Lizzo, if you'd ever speak to Lizzo, if she ever speaks to you, I don't know, just ask her and she'll show you some of the things she's made. She's like ahead of me. Shauna says, I used to have one that pops up, but it was too see-through for my liking. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I don't like all them holes, them gaps. I can't stand it. You told her, Cases? Oh, we'll have to get, what's your wife's name if you don't mind me asking, Cases? Is there a thumbnail so I can share it with my wife? Hang on a minute. Let me put one up. You'll have to take a screenshot. Are you okay taking a screenshot? Do you know what I mean? Take a picture with your phone. Will that do? Cases. Oh, yeah, Shauna. Yeah. Oh, well, she'll show you. Okay, hang on then. I'll put one up now. Let me find one for you. Can't do that one because that's a video. See, the thing is, we don't have our faces on here. They just we do, but they're cartoonized, so it's not like a proper photo. But there's Leanie with her dogs. I'm looking to see if there's anything else. There we are. There we are. If you want to take a picture, let me take that off the screen, the banner. I'll take the banner off for you. Wait, I'm looking for the new banner now. Okay, there you go. Take a picture of that. Let us know when you've done it, and I'll take it off. Alan says, you sound like where I'm from, Huyton in Liverpool. Hi, Alan. This isn't my channel. It's my friend's channel. She's American. So it's she's Leanie. I'm Maggie. So you're from Huyton. Wow. And you found this channel. Unbelievable. Nice to meet you anyway, Alan. So guys, we've got another Scouser in the chat. Alan talks that's exactly the same as me. Exactly the same. Only he's a male. And he comes from Huyton. It's dead posh there, guys. Huyton. I'm the co-host, but the host is Leanie. And she's at the dentist at the moment. She's going to be about an hour. But there's Leanie on the left of the picture there that's showing now. Maggie's the co-host at Channel 2. Terrifies me. Here she is. Oh my God. My teeth are gorgeous. Squirrel. Have you sent me a picture? Because you promised me. Or Alan, give us a like. And thanks for coming in. And we hope you stay. We're all around the same age in here, Alan. If you don't mind, how old are you? I'm 35. JT said, sorry, I'm using the microphone. It likes to add different words and change the spellings. So imagine what it does to mine. Hi, Lottie. Have they come back yet? No. 39. Are we all? He's 39 and I'm 35. I'll send it. They are so white and straight. Oh my God. Send me a picture. Let me know when you've sent it so I can get my phone. Cases, have you took a picture? Oh my God, my phone's just pinged. Oh God, let me take this off. Let me take this off in case the verdict comes on. Hey, Alan, look at the screen. Us Scousers, you know, we like to look good. Leanie loves that. Hang on, let me go and check my phone. Yeah, I'm a little older than I look. 35. Can't believe it. I'm 35 already. Done. One more second and I get him 2 weeks. Oh, he's pushing it. He's pushing it. Can't find a gift. You can't use gifts on here anyway, can you? Right, let me go and have a look at this. Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Leonie, they said natural. Oh, I wish I could show everyone. Oh my God, how did he? You want to see the smile she's doing? How did he feel? Oh, I love that little smile. But I missed the gummy one. Oh, I love this one. This picture's the best one. I love the shape of them. I'm zooming right in, Lee, if you're still there. Yeah. I am telling the truth. Oh, Lenny, I love all the shape of them. The lovely colour. I love them. And you would not know that they were false teeth. It feels like I have a mouthful of trash. Well, what's new? What's new? Oh, Lenny, you must be over the moon. I can't get over that they're fake teeth. You must be over the moon with them. They are gorgeous, girl. And considering that you've only just got them in your mouth, you're not smiling all awkward. I'd be like, my face would all be down one side. They are fab. You look like you've been to Turkey, Lee. You've got turkey teeth, dead white. They are fab. So natural. So natural. I love the shapes of them. Love the shapes of them. I want mine like that at the front. Gorgeous. She said, thank you everyone for putting up with my list. That's what she says. Thank you, youth guys, for putting up with my list. Or in American, thank you, y'all, for putting up with my list. Oh, I hate these headphones. They keep falling off my head. I keep thinking, I can't hear anything, and they're not even round my ears. That's why. And I'm a bit made up when I find out they're not round my ears because I think I've gone deaf. Alan said, I have watched every minute of the case. She will death out. Postpartum psychosis, so not guilty Yeah, you're on board with us. The phone call makes me think Patrick Clancy death have had something to do with it. We're all thinking all mad stuff. Honest to God, Alan, I swear down, we are. I've been on this for 3 weeks solid. I just can't do another case as much as this ever again. We've been here all day, every day, from 2 in the afternoon till 9 at night. Honest to God. We've been eating our dinners and everything, watching it. We haven't budged. Shauna says, I didn't even realise, Lainey, until you said something about it. I told you, like, I'll still have one until I get used to speaking. Yeah, well, you'll whistle, won't you? Did you try speaking with them in, Lee? Was it weird? Did your mouth feel dead good, girl? Because you told me you can't shut your jaw. I can't bear the thought that you can't shut your jaw. Yeah, it's mad. The phone call is the biggest thing for me. Which part of the phone call, Alan? What I want to know is did he lie? Because Reddington, the lawyer, Lindsay's lawyer, said to that doctor, he was questioning them, who told you that she said those words? Because he said, did you see, did you read and see what damage she done to herself? She couldn't speak, all she could do was grunt. She's absolutely shattered everything in her throat and everywhere. So he's obviously lied and said she told him the kids were in the basement and that she tried to kill herself. That's what she's supposed to have told him. But Red, which is her lawyer, so she's obviously told Red, I didn't say that. And he put it to the doctor that she didn't say it. So I found that weird. And and that no fingerprints on the exercise bands. Only one of the kids and his. Okay, he was the one that took them off them, so his prints had been on them. Yeah, 100%. But you would think his would as well. Laurie said, Mary Jane, I don't believe the Apple Watch was on it. A heart rate of 55 while she's supposedly strangling with an exercise band. Yeah. Sweater to be in team and out to me because that's some work in that with an elastic. Do you know what I mean? She's definitely been out of her mind. There's no way you could take your kids' lives like that. That cruel. No chance. No chance of she being in her right mind. So Laura said, okay, I have to be gone, getting ready for the pageants for the grands. See, why don't we have them? Okay, Dolores, thanks for coming in. And I hope you don't miss the verdict. I hope you're here. Yeah, 100% with you. I know. Alan, there's so many ifs and buts with this. And so much missed out as well. I mean, do you think Patrick should be accountable? I mean, I don't know what way they could do it, but surely he's accountable. He should have got them kids to safety. People are saying, well, she should have got the kids out, but she wasn't in her right mind. She was thinking she was okay. She was probably saying, thinking the kids are okay with it, but saying to Patrick, you know, I've had these thoughts, I'm going to harm the kids. Oh, imagine, I'd never hurt me kids. You know, you just don't know. But that was his red flag right there. Get them out. And if she'd have carried on now, I'd have said, I don't care what you've got to say. The kids are going. While you're feeling like this, and we need to get you back on track. We're going to go and see someone and you need help. You need to go into a hospital. He should have done that. If that was my son I'd have to say, she needs to get help. You need to take the kids away. Do something. We'll take the kids. You take Lindsay to go and get help. End of. So Laura said, okay, I'm into computers. It hit me yesterday. Lindsay supposedly messaged him off of her computer. Well, like yourself, you can write a message and put it in. Oh God, it's going on. Where is it? And put it in vote to go off anytime, Lisa. Patrick's story is... Hang on, let me read that again. Who came into computer sim yesterday? Lindsay supposedly messaged him. Yeah, I know she's supposed to have messaged him. Like yourself, you can write a message and put it for it to go in, Lisa. Yeah, I get what you mean yeah, I get what you mean now. You can put thingy it to go at a different time. Yeah. Yeah, just loads saying that to Loris. I never really took the time in. The time, because my brain won't hold it. With this menopause, it just won't hold it. Tinandes said, if he took the Apple Watch, it would show a different location. Well, apparently they've worked out where he was at a certain time, so it couldn't have been him. But according to Red, there was no investigation done at all. They just took Lindsay's word that she'd done it, and it was never looked into any further. Lindsay was also controlling of who watched them, but still controlling MJD. Once you hear her talking about harming the kids, she's getting feelings, thoughts, whatever. Love, you don't take that chance. I understand he must have thought she would never in his dreams harm them kids because she was a really good mother. But you know what? We know the outcome. And it's sad because he's got to live with that. He must know that he should have got the kids out as soon as he heard that. And God help him, he's in his own, he's in his own hell right now. But I don't know how we moved on so quick. Yeah, she thought nobody could care for them like she did. And that's what Patrick said. But she let a nanny come in and care for them. Yubi said he was the first person that should have known the signs that she wasn't okay. Yeah, when your partner is not right. But if you're just playing it every day and thinking, well, she's all right, she's still seeing to the kids, blah, blah, blah. But it's when them words are spoken, Yubi, that have frightened the shit out of me. That's when I'd have to sit down and say, well, first I'd have to have a word with my mother or whatever and say, look, can you look after the kids? I need to speak to Lindsay. I just need to know if you'll be able to look after the kids if you have to. And then go and sit down and say, Lindsay, look, you've said that. What if you lose control? What if it spirals and it's not? You don't know. You're not in your right mind to know what you're doing. We can't take that chance. You're obviously getting worse. That's what he should have done. Misty said, you can rely on the person who was suffering. He should have... Ooh, chat's going wild. Hang on. Oh, bloody hell. Where am I now? God, it hasn't gone that fast, has it? Can't find where Misty said... There we are. You can't rely on the person who was suffering. He should have protected them 100%. Nicole, is that Nicole Gray? There's a difference between organised and controlling. Yeah. Tinanda said, and if 3 years later, because someone told her, keeps moving fast. And if 3 years later, because someone told her she didn't know, one in her life would stood up for her and say she didn't do it. Hang on. And if 3 years later, because someone told her she didn't know one in her life would stood up for her and say she didn't do it. I'm a bit confused as that. It's probably the way I'm reading it. Alan said, what do you think of the closing arguments? Oh, this keeps moving. I've lost you again. Yeah, okay, I've got you. What do you think of the closing arguments? I think Kevin Reed was so good, pointing out Lindsay Clancy and saying a kid, Ellie calling Lindsay Clancy a kid, like it was his daughter. Oh, yeah, he said he loved her, didn't he? He said she's lovely. She's lovely. I do believe it. I do believe she is lovely. And I just don't understand, and this is what I've said, Alan, for like a long time now. She was devoted to her kids. You can tell, you can see, you know, when she's with them, you can see the pictures and all them years. You can't lie on all them pictures. Everyone who got up on the stand said she was the best, the loving mother. She did everything for the kids, blah, blah, blah. Now, if she had a plan to take her kids out, and it wasn't because she was getting voices in her head, she wanted to end her life for whatever reason. So, because she wanted to end her life, she was taking the kids with her. There's no way, if she was in the sound mind, Alan, that she'd have done that to the kids, strangled them with them bands. That's cruel. That takes time to die. You do it in the most gentlest of way. Now, that sounds terrible. What way do you take your kids out gentle? All I'm saying is, if you're going to take them out, I'd have to give tablets. I'd crush the tablets and give them to make them go asleep and not suffer. Do you know what I mean? So I know she was not in the right mind to have taken them kids' lives the way she did. I mean, she's admitted she's done it. She murdered her kids. There's no getting away from it. But it was definitely, in my opinion, postpartum psychosis, because there's no way she'd have took them kids the way she did. Dolores said, I still said he set it up, maybe a good cocktail. We'll never know, Dolores. Spot on. Telling you, Alan, there's no way you could take your kids out like that, is there? If you were in sound minds. No. If you just say, like, if we said she wasn't a good mum and things like that, and she just done that, I'd have said she's fucking evil. That's evil, but she wasn't. She was a good mum. She worked. She was a midwife, as we call a midwife. They call it a delivery nurse. There's yeah, postpartum for sure, definitely. Laurie says, doesn't make sense at all. A neighbour woman reported to police that the window was open before 5. Oh, that's the first time I've heard that. Where did you hear that, Laurie? Hiya, Gemma. I'm just home from work. Missed so much today. Well, you've missed nothing. You've missed nothing, because nothing's happened. But you know what? Do you know cases, Gemma? Oh my God, he got up, you know, he phoned Leanie because he didn't know how to get up on the panel. So Leanie gave him the number and he phoned it and we could hear him. Oh my God, what a gentleman. He even read a book, right, to learn about menopause and what his wife was going through. Hello. And he said she's retiring soon and he can't wait so they can spend time together. Oh my God. Oh my God. Isn't that amazing? And always so lovely. So lovely. So run it back and listen to cases. How long would you say that was, girls? That cases was on? How long? JG said my midwife was excellent. Well, when I had my son, I don't know if it was a doctor because I had a cesarean. And they all came out to congratulate me. They were lovely. The hospital's closed down now. It was called exactly. Laurie said technically she didn't admit it. She accepted what she was told. I don't know about that. I don't know when she ever said anything for the first time about it or when they ever put it to her. That's what I want to know as well, but it doesn't look like we're going to ever find that out. We heard that her first words, well, she wrote it down on a whiteboard, was, do I need a lawyer? Now, if you're asking that question, you know you've done something. And obviously, no one had spoken to her. She just woke up. And that's what she wanted to write down. She was trying to get it out, but couldn't speak. So, where are we? Is Lunchy in here? Lunchy, where are you? Rubs oil on me so I wouldn't tear. Oh my God, is that what you do? Say you don't tear? I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that, MJD. Has anyone had a home birth? Be terrified. I'd be terrified having a home birth. I'd love it. I would love it. If I was going to stay in the house forever, I would love it. Till my kids know they were born here and everything. So Laura said no, she was told she did it. So still coming off of drugs, you'll believe anything. Wait and see, Karma will get him. But her first words were, do we need a lawyer? She'd only just woke up. So how would anyone have said anything? Because there was someone in the room at all times. She was handcuffed to the bed, wasn't she? So we don't know about that one. But it is possible. Of course it is. We're never going to know. He's got to live with it. He's got a lot to live with. Dolores said, yeah, the lady minister that was giving her last rites, the minister told her she did it. Hang on, have I forgot that? Was that said in court? Because I forgot. Tell me, Dolores, what exactly, how did she come to, in what context, how did she come to tell her that? Hi, Roz. Hope you're feeling okay, love. Hiya, Lunchy. Have you got 11s today? Yeah, first thing she wrote was, do I have a lawyer? And 2, is my body broken? Which doesn't sound normal. That doesn't sound normal, does it? Is my body broken? I'd be like, have I broke my neck? Have I broke my back? Whatever. But is my body broken? So maybe she wants to know if all of her was in bits, basically. And when can I see my family? Yeah. And then wanting to call them to see where she stood. Where they stood. See, that makes me think she wasn't in a full mind then, when I think about that. To say to her about a lawyer makes me think she knew. But the other stuff she said makes me think she didn't. Oh, I'm so mixed up. I see I'm going all over there again. I'm going to be ending this where I say I can't make a choice. Sandra said she woke up handcuffed in a hospital bed and was told she killed her kids. Do I have a lawyer? Is a perfectly reasonable question. Well, I don't think... who told her she killed her kids? Who told her? Don't have it on Fridays or Mondays. Are okay, Lunchy. Are okay. Dolores says, when the minister said in court when she was testifying, that's what I mean, I can't remember. I can't remember how she come to tell her. But did she already know then? How long has she been in the hospital when the minister come? Dolores, see, I can't remember anything. She was totally into health and fitness, so her body being broken would be a big crush to her, it seems. Oh my God, yeah. You know, going from being totally 100% healthy to running, that's an impact in itself. Alison said, I broke my spine and no way I could even sit up for weeks. Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. Laurie said, I don't remember who they said told her. Probably the cop that was sitting in the room, but I didn't think they were allowed to. I didn't think they were allowed to. MJD, I was wondering who told her that she did it at the very beginning of the trial. I was thinking maybe she overheard people talking about it. Yeah. But I don't know. I haven't heard who told her that, you know, she did it or anything about the events of what happened. Only her saying, do we need a lawyer? When can I see the family or whatever she said, is my body broken? I haven't heard her mentioning anything about murdering the kids. She has no memory to contradict it, and she knew something was wrong with her. Oh. I mean, let's be honest, guys. We've heard of this before, you know, where someone's being stitched up to take the blame, and it hasn't been them. You know, it can happen. Shauna said Dr. Zed talked to her within 3 days after it happened or something like that, and she admitted to it from his testimony, right? Or am I remembering incorrectly? I wouldn't know either way. Shauna, I can't remember. I cannot remember. Does anyone? MJD is normally good at remembering if she's airs or lunchy. Even Misty, did you hear it? Can you tell us? What about her mother's sister? What about it, Fernandez? What about her? No, I don't. I didn't think anyone could speak about it to her. I didn't think she'd be able to talk. And if she tried to talk about it to someone, they wouldn't be able to, to talk with her over it. Fernandez says, even if nobody told her she did, no one in her family said this doesn't make sense. Even if nobody told her, she did know. She did. No one in her family said, hey, this doesn't make sense. Yeah. Well, she wasn't in her right mind. Being she was a nurse, I would think she would have killed different to make sure she was a goner, says Dolores. To be fair, I didn't think jumping from that high could cause the damage it has, and I'm being honest. But I mean, I don't know whether the American houses are taller than our houses. I'd say, yeah, you might break your leg, even your back, maybe, whatever way you landed. But she totally broke her body, didn't she? As she said. But I didn't think that if I was to jump out the bedroom window, that I'd end up with that much injuries. Dolores, she said that. Laurie said, first she said she was horrified. Then she asked if she had an attorney. I didn't hear them say that. I heard them saying the first thing she asked was did she need a lawyer, and about the family, and Fernandez has just told us, and it was right. It was the three things that she said. I didn't hear that one though, Rory. MJD, it wasn't only a second story window, right? I don't think that's actually as far full. So what? So was it? Oh, tell me then, MJD, because I'm thinking it was a second story window that she jumped out of. Sure, it was. What's to do with Misty? Let's see what's to do with it. Oh, let me get Misty. I can't find Misty. What's wrong with her? I'm scrolling and scrolling. Here she is. Sorry, I'm in and out. I'm so tired. I can't keep my eyes open. Go to sleep, Gail. Go to sleep. It doesn't look like you're going to miss anything. Sleep. I need to know now what. I always thought it was a second story window. Oh yeah, you said that. I thought you were saying, MJD, it wasn't a second story window, right? I thought that's what you're saying. So it was, yeah, and I didn't think that was a far fall. But I don't know whether your houses are taller than ours. I'm sure they're not. And it all depends. I don't know. See, I'm going to be looking into that now. Laurie said, Maggie, what's the ground floor in the UK? Is that the first floor? Yeah, the first floor, the ground floor. And then you go up and that's number one. But we don't go up further than that. We go up the stairs and the bedrooms are there. I mean, some people have loft bedrooms, we don't have it. Let me look up. Hang on a minute. Just chat amongst yourselves. Let me look up. Oh, hang on. How high is the first floor bedroom window in a typical So it's saying here, on a typical UK house, the first floor bedroom window sill is roughly 2.6 to 3 meters, which is 8.5 to 10 feet above the outside ground level. So 8 to 10 feet here. So yours is 15. It was a second story window. I believe someone said it was 12 feet. A fall from 15 feet is considered a traumatic fall and can cause serious injuries. That's what I mean. I thought it had to be higher than ours. Because I wouldn't have said that you could do that jumping out of our windows. I'd say maybe you know, depending on what way you fell, I suppose. I mean, I think that's all in it as well. She fell on her head. I heard that in course because we've been waiting to hear that because Lainey kept saying she wanted to know if she landed on her head, because if someone wants to do away with themselves, they'd make sure they landed on the head, and she did. And let's be honest, she did die. She did die, and she was resuscitated. So she did plan, because they were saying no, she knew she wasn't going to, kill herself. Well, she did. She did die. So that's the answer to that straight away. She did take herself out, but they brought her back. They resuscitated her. Shauna said there was a second story window, I believe. Oh, I've just read that. Yeah. So here is 8.5 to 10 feet. I just want to make sure that this is still moving. We're still live. Yeah, we're still live, guys. Nothing's happening. Can you update me on your time? So I know what time. I'm just going to read the comments. God, so I've just been looking at chat, and looking for new comments, and there's none there. Now I can see them all. It's not the height necessarily, it's how you land. I agree, Nancy. I agree. You know, if you land awkward, that's it. It all depends on how you land. We usually only have 2 floors, downstairs and upstairs, says Misty. Yeah. Gemma said it was 13 feet based on testimony. So it was 13, but she did land on the window. Hang on the window. Well, on the basement. What that mean? But she did land on the window. Well, okay. Oh, did she? See, why do I forget all this, Gem? It's not good, is it, the way I'm forgetting? MJD said, yeah, I think she might have fell on her head. Well, she did fall on her head. That was said. Red told us that in the trial. She landed on her head, which compacted her neck and spine. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Laurie said she landed on her head. If she had any control of her body, she would have been able to stop the reflex to catch herself with her hands. MJD said so many things make me go back and forth on thinking whether she was in active psychosis or not, or being there. Shauna says, Gemma, I thought they said the Winterwell was not involved in her injuries. Oh, God, got me thinking again now. And she had no blood. No, she had no blood on her head. No concussion reported. No, she didn't have anything on her head. You couldn't, can't believe that you could fall from that height and not have a cut to your head. Teen Donovan said, Paul, what's RC guilty? What's RC? We'll never really know, Lisa, now. We'll never really know. Arlene, he said, headed back home. Has anything happened? No, girl, not a thing. The emblem hasn't even shook once. It is now 14:51 currently. Thanks, Shauna. I fell from about 20 feet, said Nancy, but landed on my feet. Oh, God, what happened, Nancy? I mean, see, I thought that could break your back and your pelvis and everything with the impact. Thank you, Lunchy. MJG says, I mean, playground equipment is like 8 to 10 feet off the ground, and children jump from that all the time. But kids are supple. Kids, it's even when a baby, they seem to land it. They don't get as much impact, do they? So I think with kids, I mean, how many times have we fallen as kids? All the time. You'd have bruises on you all the time. So once a CPS wasn't in all our houses, our knees were always in bruises. Casey says, I now have you on my iPad trying to find the live from earlier. You're trying to show your wife it's the first one that it'll show, live. It'll say live because we're still live on that show. So if you run it back, the little line that goes along cases, just click on it and pull it back to where you were up on panel. So we're still on the live now. This is the actual one that you were on, if that makes sense. Gemma said, truly, Sir, I'm like Leanie with a reasonable doubt when I say we've been left with more questions than answers on this case. I know, Gemma, you can go round in circles, can't you? You can literally go round in circles. Misty said that's how she got the Jefferson fracture. What's the Jefferson fracture, Misty? Yeah, just rewind it back. Misty said the same. MJD said she could have had blunt trauma to her head without getting cut. Yeah. You'll have a big headache, I know that. Chinanza said not reported, MJ. Lunchy said, I fell off out of a tree about 5 feet up and broke my arm. Boom, went right through it. Oh, I think it all depends how you land. I agree. It definitely depends on how you land. MJT said there are 2 different live streams running simultaneously. You can control the speed on the non-vertical live. Thanks for coming in anyway, Nancy. It's good to see you. We like to see all the new people. Could you please hit the like for us? And even if you'd be kind to Nancy, if you like the channel and you subscribe, we'll be absolutely made up. So let's see what Nancy said. Let me read a post. Lineman for the phone company fell from a pole, broken back, ankle, etc. Unconscious a while. No serious head injury, thank God. Wow. Oh my God. Broke your back. And how long did that take you off your feet? God. Lisa said, I kind of fell off the bumper of my car trying to pick mistletoe out of a tree and broke my right something. She broke let's all guess what she broke. Arm. Where am I looking here? You don't need a link. Right, so God, how do you explain this? So you know when you go in YouTube cases and you type in where you search for channels, type in according to Leanie, and then when you go, it brings it up. Click view channel, and then you'll see all things going across like community, post, live. Click live, and you'll see it live. It'll say live on it. So go to YouTube, type in according to Leanie in the search field, and when you get there, it'll all come up. Click see channel or something like that. Go there and click. You'll see a load of things running across. Choose live, and then this live will come up, and all the other lives that she's had. So it's the top one. And if you just scroll over it, click it on, and if you scroll over it, you'll see the red line coming, show you at the bottom. And then just click on that red line, the little dot at the end of the red line, and pull it right back. So just keep going back until you find out where it is. I mean, MJD, did you say that you got his number? I'm thinking, would you be able to text him, be able to send it to him? Anyone? Did you get his number? I mean, don't put it in here again, cases, whatever you do. We'll get it off Leanie. We'll get Leanie to send you it if you can't do it. He's on it. He's typing on it. I'm confused. Oh, God. Oh, God, yeah. Oh. Cases, if you're there, you know where you're typing. Do you know where you're typing, cases? And you can see the screen where the emblem is on the screen, the course. If you hover over that, you'll see a line, and just pull that line back bit by bit by bit until you find where you are. No pop nos, I mean. What do you mean, Lee? Hang on a minute. Alexa, turn the lights on. Thank you. Sorry, guys, I needed a drink. I'm just going to have a little nosy around just to see if anything's going on YouTube. Anyway, let's find out. Let's see. So Court TV is going over it again. Worldwide attention on Lindsay Clancy trial is latest example of forensic fandom, expert says, and that's the CBS Boston. As Lindsay Clancy's triple murder trial unfolds, people outside the Plymouth, Massachusetts courtroom have been reaching their, I don't know what it says because I haven't clicked on it. I'm seeing if there's any updates by anyone. And I don't know if anyone's got one, so bear with me. Lawyers critique defence attorney. I wondered if we could watch that. I'll have to ask Lainey. Judge tells jury what will happen if they find Lindsay Clancy not guilty. Lindsay Clancy is likely to be committed to a state hospital in Massachusetts or another mental health facility. Fox 9, that's the same as what we're watching. Now I can't see like little shorts, but everyone's just on verdict watch like us. I've never seen so many lives at once. I think everyone is live. And do you know what? There's loads got Patrick showing. Loads looking over Patrick again. So let's see some shorts. Hold on. I'm just going to check this out. How did it be? Miss Lainey's still in the chat. Lee, am I alright to put this on? It's oh, I can't see. It's got the 3 lines over it. Something news. ABC News. Do you think I'll be alright to play that? Yeah, it's not working for me for sure. So you know where you're typing now? Are you on a laptop, Curtis? Susan says, I broke my index finger closing the boot of my car. Had my hands full to put stuff on the back seat, so used my finger to shut the boot. But my finger didn't stop when the boot was shut. Oh. Oh. 1 more hour and we'll be waiting over the weekend. Ah, sassy here all day again, guys. Haven't you? Just waiting for nothing. Oh, do you know what? By everyone's post, I'm seeing 8 p.m. It was wrong before. So it's saying 8 p.m. by Lisa Dodson. And Gemma, it's saying 0759. Real Lunchy, it's 0759. How mad is that? 0759. and Lisa's got the same time as me. Cases is 1 minute 8:01 p.m. Why is everyone showing different times? But my time, if you get me. So, and Charlotte Tweedy, it's got 08. Hang on. Oh yeah, same PM on hers as well. Your cases read that. I'll put it on the screen for you. Terrified to come off the court, guy, because if I do that, I'll be the unlucky one. I'll be showing you something, and then it'll come on. I'm not going to take the chance. I'll wait for Leanie to come back. I'll be able to keep my eye on the course, and Leanie be able to bring something up. Lunchy, it's been done. I don't think he knows what to do. This is going to be a learning curve, isn't it? Hey, Leanie's getting tech now, and so is Cases. I wouldn't put ABC News on. Leanie said yeah, but I'm not going to put it on anyway, Lunchy, because I'm terrified I'll miss something. It'd be my luck. Oh my God, she's terrible. MJD, did you have his number? You can't get nothing past MJD, guys. Oh, he's found it. Thanks. I'd be terrified too that they strike us down. It's just a short. It was only a short. I wasn't sharing the beta watch. It's just a woman talking about it. Evie says if you're watching it on your phone, you can press share and send it to your iPad cases. Shauna says I've got Court TV on my TV currently while watching you all on my phone. Well, when Leanie comes back, she can have a look and I'll keep my eye on this on my phone because I can watch this in back chat here, in back screen, whatever, backstage they call it. They've got a little tiny, like what you're seeing now on the screen. I've got a little square one like that, that we can see. Now, I think if Leanie starts sharing something else, that'll go off, so I'll have to check on my phone. When she says, oh, I missed that part. I'm having a very confused day today. I don't know what is wrong with me. Menopause, Lunchy. What you've got, menopausal. So what have you forgot? What parts? What are you talking about? Shauna said, Gemma, I'm only able to do it because nobody else is home. Soon as you go in, the remote control's gone, isn't it? But you know what? I've always got the remote control in here for the telly. I can watch anything I want. My husband's dead easy like that. I can watch whatever I want. Because he's always on his laptop with headphones on, watching movies or series. He even takes it to the gym with him. He watches a series while he's doing workouts. Punchy Lunchy. Aye, Punchy Lunchy. 1 hour. We're on the final countdown. Final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Wish we could sing or play music or play all the oldies from the 70s and the 80s. That's what JB keeps telling me. I'm telling you. Can't concentrate at all. And you keep forgetting things within seconds. It's scaring me for real. Listen, I am convinced there's no one forgetting as much as I am. But when I tell my mate, she says, I swear down, I'm exactly the same. Everyone I speak to says it, so it's making me feel a bit better because I thought I was getting dementia. So much so that I went to the doctors and had a test. And he said, if it gets any worse, go back. I thought, I don't like the sound of that, the way he said that. Why didn't you just say, okay, everything's fine, see you again, bye? He just went, okay, well, that was okay, he said, but if it goes anyways, come back. It's just the way he said it. Just a certain little twang in his voice. Just, you know, the way he, oh, I don't know, I thought, oh, hang on a minute. You'll be telling me bad news. Long-lasting effects from COVID, that's what they reckon, yeah, long COVID. It's horrible. Absolute 70s is a great radio station. Is it you behind me? Is a good radio station in my car? Because they've all gone shit. Thanks all. Happy to be here. Oh, Nancy, lovely to have you. They're a great bunch in here, Nancy. You'll be fine. They all have great debates once the channel starts going. They're all slowing down now, and so am I, because we're fed up waiting. Oh my gosh, Maggie, I told my husband that yesterday. I said, I'm so scared I'm getting early onset of dementia. Honestly, Lunchy, I promise you, I've got it. It's terrifying. I forget in a split second. I can see a number in my phone and go to write it down or whatever, and I'll swear to you now, I will have to check that number out 4 times. I'll go back to it and back to it. Oh, awful. Lisa's the same. We're all in it together. Do you know what I've got? I've got the clothes maiden. Do you know what a clothes maiden? A clothes, it's like this is plastic, but they used to be wood. And it's plastic and it's got all like, oh, let me take a picture. Hold on a minute. Let me see. It's got the fan on it, Blair, when it's in the hallway. Let me take a picture. You put all your clothes on it, like a rack. It's like a rack. And I've got the fan underneath it because we don't have a dryer. And the clothes. Hang on. I don't know whether you're going to get that. It might be a bit close. It looks really grainy. Because it looks like the house is tidy. That just doesn't look it. Let me try and put this up to show you what I'm talking about. Or to you now. Yeah, like a clothes horse, but this is a bit, it's a big thick plastic one, and it's long. That's why we have to put it down the hallway. It's long, and it fills up and goes away when you finish with it. A drying rack, yeah, a drying rack. We call them clothes maidens. Let me see if I can show this picture. I've got enter studio. Let me go. I'm just going to turn my mic off because I get feedback. Can't put it up. Ooh, we're getting feedback. Told you, that's what happens. I've had to turn it off dead quick. Just replying to a message. Sorry guys. Let me just reply to this really quick. Laurie said, Gemma, did you have a Sphinx cat named Dexter? My cousin had 2 Sphinx cats, but one passed away. She's got one left. He's gorgeous. I love them. I was terrified of Sphinx cats, you know. I thought it wouldn't fancy touching the skin, but they have got hair. They feel like velvet. It's very, very short. Gemma's in Belfast in the north of Ireland, lunchy. Reading your message, please. Hang on, just let me send this text. It's a reply to Leonie, wasn't it, before? Nice and done. Sorry about that, love. I do not, Laurie. I did have a dog called Theo, but sadly my ex won't let me see him. Oh, that's awful. What made you think she had a Sphinx cat? Laurie, have you got one? Evie said, my dad was born there, Gemma. We came from am I saying this right? Sligo. Oh, I love sphinxes. I have 1 sphinx and 2 Peterbilts. I know a Gemma that lives over there that has one named Dexter. Laurie, if you look at my channel, you'll see the sphinx cats on there, my cousin's cats. One's passed away, but the one that's on there, chasing, bringing the lollipop stick back. You flick the lollipop stick and it brings it back. It's like a dog. He was gorgeous. He'd always rub his head against Jetta. Very loving. The one she's got now, we call him an old man. He's not an old man at all, but he's like an old man. Is Leanie.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm back. Back.
Oh, Leanie, your teeth.
I'm so excited.
Tell me, right, how did it feel?
Well, I still have
because you were made up?
Yeah. I still have quite a few shards, bone shards, and so it kind of hurt a little bit. But I'll get through that. And but I couldn't believe how they looked exactly like my teeth.
Don't they just look so real?
Yeah, the only difference is that, my eye tooth that was turned just a little bit that used to bother me, like that's straight now, but it looks like the same eye tooth. It's amazing to me. And then the front teeth, they don't have my tiny little gap in them that they used to. But the gap, it was so tiny, it didn't bother me that much, but it kind of did. So I'm glad it's gone. But
they're gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, so natural. So natural, Leanie.
Thank you.
The colour is absolutely
it is your color.
Yeah.
It is your color. I asked them. Yeah, it's your color. Yeah.
I thought
so we
it's
did
lovely
the right
colour,
thing.
Lee. They're not like that. I mean, sometimes I look in the mirror and go, ooh, they're a bit white, but
that's because
I've seen
dark.
whiter.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've seen much brighter. I love the colour and I love the shape of them. like properly real teeth, the way they should, just gorgeous, lovely.
Yeah, they were definitely worth doing it the way that we did it. And
100%.
I mean, I just couldn't believe how much they looked like mine. And he's like, well, that's why we sent them all off to him. So, you know, basically they just recreated my teeth and made them straighter and much whiter and without the gap. But anyways,
Just
I heard
so
you
natural.
pardon me, I heard you wanted to play something. As long as it's news, we can play it absolutely.
Yeah, I just was scared to play it. I mean, I don't know whether it's any good, so I was just thinking to break, but I'm thinking now we're getting near the deadline. I'm scared to do it, Lee.
Well, it's 3:22, so we have if they go as far as they did yesterday, then we've got an hour left of this.
So
I would like to be honest and say the deadline for when you know, because we
oh,
asked everybody
hang on,
about
there's
how
my
long
battery.
we asked everybody about how long they thought it was that the jury would come back, and I said that I thought the jury would be back by lunchtime today. So I lost that bet. Thank God I didn't bet money because I'm as broke as a joke on Diet Coke. I'm not kidding you at all. So I don't know who is still in the running for not that you get any prizes or shit here because we're cheap as all get out. You know that. We run a very,
Oh,
very,
Lee,
very cheap
let me
program
tell
here.
you before I forget, John, you know Big John?
Big John.
Yeah,
Sweet Big John.
sent £10. Oh, John, UK John, he sent another £10. I said, John, you don't have to do this.
No.
Thank you. I thanked him. I told him it'll go towards the StreamYard as
Yes.
always.
Yes.
And we were really grateful. And I told him I'd tell you. So there you go.
Such a sweetie. And I mean, we never really know much to say when stuff like that happens. I
I know.
definitely don't. So all I can say is thank you. And that's all I know how to say it is just thank you.
Curtis is showing his wife and everyone. You can't believe it. He
He's
feels like a
famous.
little movie star.
You know what? He was precious, wasn't he?
Oh, wasn't he lovely, Lee?
And
Such a gentleman.
Just a gentleman.
No fashion gentleman, like years ago. I remember gentlemen like that.
And also having all I know about is precious.
Donated twice today.
Oh, see, I only saw once too, but we're so grateful.
Oh, well, if you saw it, maybe that was the first one then, Lee, because you were out when he sent the other one. Oh, God bless him.
Lori said Tuesday afternoon, so Lori is still in the running.
God, it's in the running.
Has anybody
Tuesday?
else's time that they thought expired already? Because I'm out of it. They went real past mine. Maggie, what did you say? Do you remember what your timeline was on the jury being out?
I said yesterday. I never done one today, did I? I haven't given time.
No, we were just given a time for the whole thing, how long the jury was going to be out.
I thought we were going to be done within a day, Lee.
So you're out. Misty is out. I'm out.
Yeah.
Shauna said most likely Tuesday. Lori says Tuesday. You both are still in on it. I just didn't think it was gonna. I really just didn't. I really just didn't. But that just goes to show you they're doing their job. Because if I was over it, I'd be like, look, y'all. Listen, Blondie's tired, so we're gonna have to just work through this. Let me. Beefcake is calling real quick. Give me a minute.
Yeah. Oh, John, I can't get over him. If you're listening, John, thank you. Say I didn't know he'd give it again. God bless him. God bless him. I said by the end of today, did you, Misty? Or tell her when she comes back. I said the same day, it was yesterday. I've well been here. I'm well out of it. Leanie's back home already. I know. Charlotte said Monday after lunch. Oh, God, we're not. So it doesn't look like we're getting another one today. Well, listen, how long can these go before the judge says, look, you're going to have to, what is it they say? Is it majority? That's what they did on the one I was on when we couldn't come to a decision. they said you're going to have to go with the majority. And is that what they do here? Gemma said, can I ask a potentially stupid question? No, there's no stupid questions in here. We're all around the bend. Is there a bank holiday in America on Monday? There is here. Yeah. So is anyone, I don't think they have them like us, Gem. I don't think they've got the same bank holidays as us. They have, what do they call it? Like Labour Day and stuff like that. But they don't have, I'm sure they don't share the same bank holidays as us, but I could be wrong. Bank holiday for Labour Day. When's Labour Day then? Is that Monday? The next Monday? So not this Monday? September the 7th is Labour Day, Shauna said. So there's no bank holiday then for you on Monday coming? I forgot about that, Jem. I'm glad you said that. Because when my husband comes home on Sunday, he's going to be shattered, and I'm thinking, oh, we'll be in work tomorrow, he'll be dead. But he's got the day off. Thank God. Oh, we love you too, Jem. No stupid questions in here. Listen, there's no one worse than me. I'm as thick as two short planks. I really am. And these know me now. I can't say certain words. When I'm reading out off the screen, I'll miss words out because I can't say them. So the 4th of September, Laurie said. Sorry, the 7th of September. Yeah, that's what Shauna said. Yeah, the 7th is Labour Day. What's that mean, Labour Day? Yeah, see, Gemma? These are probably all going, what does Labour Day mean? Shit, just pulled me wool then and pulled it all out by accident. Gemma says, I work in banking and have to work, but all you offering to steal my dog back got me emotional. Oh, I think, do you know what? That must be broken heart. Break your heart when you break up and they take the dog. It's like someone taking your child, isn't it? What dog did you have, Gem? And how old was he? And have you had him from a puppy? Or hey? That would, see, I'd hate my ex if he done that to me. So obviously it wasn't an amicable or a nice breakup then. Oh, I'm trying to think about going over there, Jem, knocking on the door and saying, aye, what's going on? Stopping and seeing the dog? What's wrong with you? Or imagine the dog as well. It says, they don't only hate you, they're hating the little dog as well. How long has it been since you've seen it? Oh, do you know what? I can't bear it. I was only thinking today, I haven't seen my Jessie since April, guys. The 2nd of April. And I just, still to this day, when I realise she's gone and I'm never going to see her, I get this overwhelming pain in my heart and I just can't stand it. So I don't think it's hit me. I'm looking, I wish I could show you it now. Show you the picture. So do you work in a bank or online banking, Jem? I'm getting off the subject because I'll be crying all over the place again. She died in bed with me, can you believe it? I can't get over it. Shauna said, so CTV said Dr. Mack is no longer employed, but someone in chat said he resigned. So do you think he was fired or he quit? Which one's that? Who's Dr. Mack? Gemma said he's a border collie. We rescued him at 14 weeks. Oh, He needed to be taken because I had my mental break. I haven't seen Theo since the 26th of June last year. Oh, girl. My heart's bleeding for you. Would he let you go and see him? Or would that be cruel with the dog like? Oh, I don't know, Jen. The skull cap guy? Shawnee. Oh, he was very much a baby. I understand that because Jessie was mine. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That. Oh. Oh, let's find out. Let me see if I can look on my phone. Let me go and look on my phone. Do you know what? You don't realise though when you're a doctor, it doesn't just stop you in one place, does it? You've got to go to course and stuff like that. Let's have a look. Doctor who testified in the Lindsay Clancy trial quit. Here we go. Oh,
Sorry
it doesn't let
about
me
that,
read.
y'all.
It doesn't let me read it. I can't stand it.
What are you trying to read, honey?
Oh. See if you can get it up. Do you reckon Dr. Mack, you know the bald fella who was smirking on the
Oh, I can't
stand?
stand him. Y'all really want me to watch him?
He's either quit. No, listen. He's either quit. I don't know whether it was a Sean. Yeah.
Oh.
CTV said Dr. Mack is no longer employed, but someone in chat said he resigned. So do you think he was fired or he quit?
So
See
I
if you
seen
can
a couple things this morning, and I'll try to find something on it really quick. But I did see two things this morning in chat that said one said that he resigned, the other one said that he was fired, the other one said that he retired. He was already on his way to retire. Maybe that's smart. That's why he made an ass of himself. I don't know. Let me see if I can find any information on it.
I can't get anything up. It just says I've got to subscribe to everything, and I'm not doing it. So
Yeah, let me see real quick.
Go on. Let's all scroll down. Let's see what everyone's saying. My hot dog was a border collie. I love dogs. Nicole, is that Nicole or Nicole? It's Nicole, isn't it? I've seen you before, Nicole. Thanks for coming in, Nicole, by the way. Please give us a thumbs up if you don't mind. And subscribe. I probably asked you this before. Not open the expert for the prosecution. I didn't mean open. I meant expert. Sorry for typo. Don't be sorry. I do it all the time. Expert for the prosecution. I know. As soon as he said smirking, Nicole, I knew who it was. I get sad when my son takes his dog back and forth from my house to his dad's. Oh, Sean said that. Do you know what? They're angels, you know. The dogs are angels, I'm telling you now. There's just something about them. I don't know if anyone could harm one. No, Shauna.
Right. The consensus that I'm seeing is, I mean, most people don't know. There's rumors flying. The consensus that I'm seeing, though, that most people are saying he resigned.
It's just different. And that Thursday was a scheduled event. You know,
What is that? He said that he.
That's you.
Oh, well, I took it down. He said that he resigned a few hours after his testimony was completed. But like I said, the consensus doesn't know. I mean, everybody's just making it up. But he does. All it says is he no longer works for whatever that place is he was working at. So I don't know. I don't know. Good to see everybody here. Thank you guys so much for sticking it out with us. We appreciate you so much. It looks like we've got less than an hour to go here. It just seems like the time is slowing down. I need a nap like nobody's business. I need probably another breathing treatment. I can hear it. Let's check in real quick, Maggie. Let me look real quick and see what's going on here at.
Go on. I think we'd be stupid now to put something up, Lee, wouldn't we? It's getting too close. Laurie says, I have super cheap airfare to the UK. I'll come get your dog. Just say the words. Ha. How do you get super cheap airfare to the UK, Laurie? We had someone come in one time, sent me tickets to Lainey's email, give me vouchers to get cheap airfare. I'm still waiting.
Okay, so let's bring this up, you guys. This is Court TV again. Hold on, with Vinnie Politan, I think. So shout out to Court TV for not striking me. If you could take that one down for me real quick, Max. I'm gonna put this up. They're interviewing some people on there, and I want.
Go on, I'll open it on my phone to keep my eye on it.
Okay. Well, they're double screening it, so we'll still be able to see it.
Well, I can't see it.
Oh, okay.
Can you?
Hold on. Watch your ears, guys.
I had this gut feeling that
not right now, Maggie. No,
and that she was really
no. I'll watch it.
Safe.
What did she say?
I have to show this to you guys. So between the 2 days, you guys, they have already deliberated for almost 10 hours so far. That's much longer than I ever thought it would be. All right, let's keep going.
She said yes at that point. At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
This is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone. Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid. She was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me. Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside the courtroom. In an adjacent room, 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating for almost 10 hours now over the course of 2 days. And they're getting down to the wire in terms of deliberating on this Friday afternoon. Will they come back with a verdict just before the courthouse closes in about an hour from now? Or will they take the weekend to be back Monday morning? We'll soon find out. With us, Matthew Timpatic here outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Pelotan also here. Vinny, the idea that Lindsay Clancy was not honest, even though that, yes, leading up to this, she checked all the boxes, great mother, nurse, stand-up person, but once she was going through this experience, she did withhold information from her providers, even her friends. She wasn't completely honest with. She was honest with Patrick at times and her mother. But to what extent does the jury take that into consideration when, in reality, her criminal responsibility revolves around whether they think she was in psychosis, and how she got there doesn't matter. Whether she contributed to it really shouldn't matter.
Right. It's really three levels of three different ways of looking at it. One, the way the prosecutor sort of couched it was she didn't release that information because she was still in control. She was not out of, she was making specific decisions about what to reveal, what not to reveal. She didn't want family services involved. She didn't want to tell a mandatory reporter that the children were potentially in danger, right? So that's what the prosecutor was arguing. I think the prosecutor was sending another message, though. I think the message the prosecutor was sending was one more of a moral responsibility that a mother has, that if she's having thoughts about harming her children, she needs to do everything and anything she can to prevent that from happening. And this woman did not do that. And I think sort of sending a message to the jury that maybe they'll be a little upset that, or a lot upset, that these children could have been saved if she had just spoken out to her providers. And maybe the level of care would have changed, the level of alert would have changed, red flags would have gone up, and the children would be alive. And then the final way to look at it is the legal way to look at it, which is what you said, which I think is true. Does it really matter? I mean, the fact that she's not revealing this could actually be, I don't know, maybe a symptom of the illness itself, arguably. But the bottom line is the law doesn't distinguish between, lack of care because of the actions of the defendant themselves. It's just the state of mind of the defendant. How she got to that state of mind shouldn't technically matter. But I think morally, in a case like this where three children are dead and the mother's the one responsible, it may matter to one or more jurors.
Yeah. Here is one of her friends on the stand saying that, yeah, I kind of knew Lindsay was going through some stuff, but no, I was never worried. Take a listen.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
Matthew Timpatic, withholding information from friends, okay. But from healthcare providers, what effect should that have on the jury's decision on what to do here?
It's along the same lines what Vinny was saying, is that at times she had control, but when it mattered, she didn't during the crime. But immediately after, when she's talking with her providers, she's able to say some things as well as after. She's saying what she can, but she's also holding things back. So the jury is thinking to themselves, it's like, okay, there's no proper way to deal with trauma. Everybody deals with it differently. Does that mean that she was in control at the time of the incident? Or is it that she might have forgot when she's talking about it? It's something that she didn't see as important. So that's why the jurors are the fact finders, because they decide what weight to give that fact.
Jennifer Tufts has been was the target of the defense during her testimony. Kind of backed off of it a little bit, did Reddington, but brought her back up in the closing arguments here. She is saying she never told me that she was having thoughts about harming the children. Take a listen.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
4th question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself, and the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The 5th question is made a serious suicide attempt, and the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The 6th question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
7th question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroy property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Julie, Janae, where do you weigh in terms of Lindsay keeping information from healthcare providers, including Dr. Tufts, and the jury grappling with potentially her responsibility?
Potentially her responsibility and her truthfulness, because they have to believe that she was telling the truth then, maybe wasn't hearing voices, maybe didn't have intrusive thoughts about her children. But then also they have to believe that she was hearing voices like she reported after. Not saying one can't be true, they both can't be true or not true, but it seems that Kevin Reddington would need for all of it to be true, that she was not having those situations, was not having those voices at the moment that she was talking to her psychiatrist. So that really shrinks this window of time in terms of when the psychosis happened, when she was dealing with the symptoms. Was it, as the prosecution tried to argue, that it was one voice and she responded in this horrific way? And back to what you were talking about whether or not this is something that she malingered on. Did she not do enough to get herself better? Does it matter with the psychosis how it was reached? Was it because she wasn't taking enough of her medication, wasn't complying with the doctor's orders, or was that all part of her psychosis? I do think there's a question not only in the law, but also in the minds of jurors, where if it is a self-induced mental incapacity, it's treated differently. I've had this case before where a client would seem to be mentally incapacitated, had to be admitted to hospitals and couldn't take care of themselves. But the other side argued that they had this history of drug abuse. They had this history of illicit narcotics, and that couldn't be an argument that they were incapacitated in order to benefit them because of that. Of course, we argued the opposite, but I think that is a question that jurors may have, and certainly the prosecution tried to lean into that she gave up, that she should have done better, she should have tried harder. But I think that is really hard to do when you're talking about someone whose mental capacity is damaged.
Yeah. Are you getting word that there is some action outside the courtroom? The family has just entered the courtroom, which is, of course, the first step as they fill the courtroom. Almost 10 hours now. Rich, our cameraman, is in the courtroom. That's his camera. That's the seal. Likely, this is it for the day. That's what we would probably bet. But who knows? It's a Friday. Let's get a break now. Let's find out what's happening. Will the jury be going home for the day? Do they have a question? We'll find out right after this.
All right, let me fast forward it really quick. Get us caught up and see if...
Did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
What was her demeanor during the call?
She's pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. That's a live look inside the courtroom where the parties are assembling. 10 hours and 3 minutes, the jury has been out in the case against Lindsay Clancy. And according to our photographer, Rich, who is in the courtroom is filling up. The family is in, the members of the media are in, and now members of the public are just filing in. We are anticipating it is the end of the day for deliberating for this jury of 9 women and 3 men. We're expecting that Judge Sullivan will take the bench and allow the jury to retire for the evening. Now, whether they have sent a note to that effect, or if Judge Sullivan is just telling them enough is enough for the day, we'll find out eventually. But 10 hours and 4 minutes, they've been at it a while, but this is a case that is not only complicated, but we're talking 4.5 weeks of testimony, 80 plus witnesses took the stand, countless exhibits, and medical records. There's a lot to mull over here in this case. They had one question that has this jury. It was about seeing the medication and the knife. We can dissect that all we want. Bottom line is they are hard at work and they're going through the evidence. Matthew Paddock's outside the courthouse with me in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Pautan in the Court TV. Julia's in the Court TV studios. Vinny's in his studio for VPI. And joining our conversation, our friend Dr. Judy Ho. This is, I'll cut you off, Doctor, but if as soon as Judge Sullivan takes the bench, which could be any second now here, thoughts, 10 hours over 2 days, where's this going in your mind?
Well, I think the jury has quite the stakes set aside of them, because right now we're trying to decide exactly how much criminal culpability Lindsay Clancy has. And I know that there's been a lot of evidence presented. It can even feel confusing, especially as the public is taking everything in. There's a lot of different pieces. There's people who are advocating for her innocence, or people who are saying absolutely not, she still needs to be culpable. But really at the end, it really comes down to, did she know right from wrong when she killed her children? And did she completely lack the capacity to stop herself, even if she knew that it was morally wrong to do so? And that's a tough thing to disentangle, because you have to try to get into the mindset of Lindsay Clancy at the time that she killed her 3 children, and try to make the best decision possible without actually being there and really knowing exactly what her internal state was.
Vinny, we're being told that the jury is going home, according to Rich. Not official yet. We'll wait till Judge Sullivan takes the bench. But makes sense that, your theorem thinks that it's going to take them till at least Wednesday of next week, given the volume of evidence and the amount of days of testimony.
Well, no, I'm saying Tuesday after lunch. I've been saying that from the beginning. That would be like the normal time. But I still want to hear the words "the jury's going home," because this reminds me of a moment in Massachusetts. It was the hockey dad trial, and that judge was ending court, I think, at 5 o'clock, not 4 o'clock. And we all sort of gathered inside. And then all of a sudden, they said, there's a verdict. Like nobody expected it. Nobody knew it. And it just happened. Our field producer had to grab the camera because our camera person wasn't even there. It wasn't
Here we go.
the locals, wasn't even there. And so we've got our field producer manning the camera for this huge verdict that nobody saw coming until it just fell in our lap.
It's just that justice will bring the
day.
jury until
So
Monday morning.
I trust
Isn't
Rich.
that like what you're watching?
I believe in Rich, but I want to hear those words.
Vinny needs to shut the hell up.
That is good advice. We will wait till Judge Sullivan tells the jury it is time to go home. Again, Rich, Sierra Gillespie's also in the courtroom, telling us that the media is seated for the most part,
it's showing
and just waiting for the judge, Judge Sullivan.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth.
Okay, hold on. Can y'all hear it? Son of a bitch.
I was saying she can't hear anything.
The problem is I'm hearing it twice.
Yeah, well, that was playing before when Vinnie Pollison was talking. I
Yeah.
could hear them saying that about Monday morning.
So we will rewind it a little bit. Obviously, they're sending the jury home. We'll rewind it just a little bit. I was hearing it twice, so. I don't know about y'all, but Red looks exhausted.
Yeah, he's done in now.
Can you guys hear it now?
I could hear it anyway, look.
Somebody please let me know if you can hear it now.
Can you all hear okay? No.
Shit.
Why? It's weird, I can hear fine, but
I can too. I don't.
are you sharing it, Leanie?
Yeah.
Why isn't it?
I don't know why it's doing this, you guys.
Let's see if I do mine. Will it?
I might be hearing yours. We both might. Give us
I haven't
just a
got it
minute, you
on.
guys.
I'm not playing it. Mine's. No, turn yours off and I'll share mine.
I did.
Oh, okay. Let me go and
Okay,
share
give
it.
us just a minute, you guys. You watched it on your TV. It's silent. Wolf Angel says nothing could be heard. Introduce the court. Then it cut out. Sorry about that, you guys. So we missed hearing the judge say
Tell
it.
me if you can hear this. No, it's waiting to come on because I've took it back.
Back.
Let me try and go a bit more forwards in case.
I feel so sorry for Red. I mean, he's an older man. This has got to take a lot out of him. I just can't imagine. I'd be like sleeping in the judge's chambers. Tell him to wake me up. There we go.
I know, but
there we go.
I'll go from there. See, it pulls back. Oh, okay. It should be coming on any minute. Because it's right at the end. Come on. I can't. Ah, no.
Ms. Clancy on docket 2359 CR 153. The court has a complaint.
That's not it. That's her being.
I know. I don't know why it's done this.
Can hear you guys. It's court TV just like yesterday. It may have been. There we go.
See, when it stops, it pulls it back. If you just talk a minute, then and it'll come on in a minute.
Is it counting down though? You can usually look on it and see if it's still counting down. I don't see it.
What do you mean counting down, Lee?
Usually you can see a timestamp on it. Right there.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Tell me if you can hear everyone.
Miami.
Shauna said they stopped the clock at 10 hours and 14 minutes and 43 seconds.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody. So I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now, all right? And it applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all right. Sure.
Did he say Zoom deliberations?
So some people in chat are saying yes, they can hear it. Some people are saying they can't hear it. Thank you, Gemma. All good, ladies. You're incredible. Don't apologize for a technical difficulty. We're all here because of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Listen, it's not often that we have.
Anything we
Can
need
you
to
guys hear
address
it? Just a
this
yes
time?
or no in chat, please.
All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.
Okay.
Stop it now.
All right. So everybody did hear that part. All right. The judge is gone. The judge is gone. The jury is now moved out of the room. Everybody is leaving the courtroom. Did they say that we were coming back on Monday morning? That's what they said, right? They're taking the weekend off.
Yeah.
Because in some states, I want to say, I don't remember. Anyways, some states, they will work through the weekend. That's why they try to get it done by Friday so they don't have to work the weekend. So good on it. I think we need the weekend off. I need the weekend off. But anyways, so we'll be back in court at 9 a.m. You guys, we will be here. And hopefully we get a verdict on Monday. Some of y'all are telling us it's not going to be till Tuesday.
That's what Vinnie Paulson says.
Most of our timeline is up, I think. And I mean, so we're in it. We just have to remember we're seeing this through for the children, for Cora Dawson and Callan, those babies. That's why we're here. That's why we're seeing this through. We could just not watch this all day, not hang out, put it on the TV, go about dusting our house. That's what I'd be doing, cleaning the house and doing all kind of sorts of things. But you know what? These kids matter. And their lives were taken way too soon by whatever means they were done. I'm not talking about the strangulation. I'm talking about by psychosis or by malice. These children should still be here today. And for that, even if I'm the only person here with Maggie, and I know that won't ever happen, but if I was, me and Maggie would sit here the whole time. We would.
Yeah.
We would. And I know you guys would too. So I thank you for that. And these children are worth it. They're worth it because in the end, nobody wins. These babies are gone. They're gone.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Maggie, I'm going to ask you to close this one down. I'm exhausted. I'm going to get right in bed, and I feel bad because you've been up longer than I have. Yeah, I think I need more spinach. But anyways, so I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all of our new subs. Thank you to all of the mad mods. Thank you for the two people that came up on platform and shared with us. Listen, we would love to hear from. If we're gonna sit around and just wait and twiddle our thumbs, y'all, listen. Take the link on Monday. We'll offer it again. Come up and give us what you think. It's just like talking on a phone. It's no big deal, and you won't be judged. You will be heard.
Yeah. And Curtis was literally talking on a phone.
And Curtis was literally talking on a phone. That is right. So good night, everybody. We appreciate you guys so, so much. Thank you for the gifts that were given to the channel today. We appreciate you. Maggie, I love you more than both of my middle fingers. And you better always remember that for sure. Okay?
I do.
All right, guys. Be good or be good
Night,
at it. See you
kids.
guys on Monday morning.
Weekend.
Bye.
Bye. Well, guys, it's that time again where we all pause have a little weekend break, and then we're all dying to meet each other again on Monday. So thanks again, everyone, for being here. You know, we wouldn't be able to do it without you. Well, we would, but we'd be bored shitless. Do you know what I mean? But thanks to all the mods, everyone, you know, keeping the channel safe for everyone, getting rid of all the trolls. And yet, Jen, we'll miss you too, miss you all. Curtis, it was lovely to hear you. Now I can put a voice to your name. Thank you very much to everyone. You all play a part in the channel. Thank you so much. So from me, because it's my bed, well, it's not bedtime, but I'm almost going because I'm tired. It's just after 9, so by the time I get myself washed and ready and into bed, it'll be 10. I never go to sleep at 10 now. I try to, but I never do. And I'll go out like a light when I eventually do, but then I'll wake up within an hour. There you go. Anyway, good night, good day, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Have a good one.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come